All right, welcome everybody. It is Tuesday, September 2nd, 5:42 p.m. Central Standard Time. I got to go up front and mute this music right quick. And I would like to welcome everybody to what we call Coletco. Matt Ketchern right off the bat. That's what I like to see. Coming in at slot number 1, pole position. We call that pole position in NASCAR. You're going to mute it? Okay, that'd be great. Sister Jill's going to go mute it. We call her Sister Jill. Ah, nice. Fleetwood Macs are in. Aussie restocks are in. Got some big pre-orders to knock out. We got Laura here today working on auctions. And if we have any new arrivals, they're going to come from Laura. She is flying solo today. John had to take off for medical for the doctor. Nothing serious, just a doctor visit. And then I'm here, Jill's here, Laura's here, and we're good to go. So Laura is our sole pricer tonight. So like I said, if we have any new arrivals, it'll be coming from her. But we don't have Paul here tomorrow, so we'll coordinate however we need to. It gets complicated when Paul goes out of town. But we got to keep buying. At the rate we sell, we got to keep buying. So he's leaving for South Carolina on Wednesday. I'm here until Friday this week. Paul will be visiting with us again Saturday doing the live sale. Good news is I've got 4 crates of new vinyl. Most of it is pre-orders, which would normally be here yesterday, but we didn't have any mail. So here we go. Saw Little Wayne last night. Did you see Sammy Van Hunter Tour pre-order? I have not seen that yet. I'm trying to knock out. I am so focused on Rocktober. I fell asleep literally scheduling pre-orders, and I had chicken in the oven. Luckily, I'd set a timer. I woke up to the timer telling me to get my chicken out of the oven. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm glad I set a timer, because I would have fell asleep. You can't get me vertical. If you get me laying vertical somewhere, it's over. All right, let's start getting everything shared. And where's my other phone at? Here's my other phone. All right, so first thing we're going to do is this. I am going to open up Coletco. I'm going to remind everybody, first of all, that there is a truckload, a buttload and a truckload of pre-orders being posted on Facebook, okay? And those are Rocktober exclusives. I'm almost done. By tomorrow, everything should be scheduled and posted. And then I'm probably going to post like a big gallery, and just so everybody can make sure they hadn't missed anything. Should be about 45 pre-orders over there by tomorrow, end of the day. And that's what we call Rocktober. After that, I can start focusing on everything else. I'm sure there's stuff coming out next week I hadn't seen, and possibly even this week, honestly. I started looking at that stuff last night. I'm about a day behind on that kind of stuff, but we'll probably knock that out tonight. But once again, they're piling on new releases. Of course, a lot of stuff also for November. October, November, that's kind of what they call the holiday period, because if they don't already have something scheduled to be manufactured and made by now, and they don't start announcing it, it's not going to come out this year. So they all of a sudden usually start seeing so much getting pushed, because by now, if they don't have album jackets designed, mastering done, all that, even maybe some of them already being manufactured, then they're going to miss the boat. So they have to... they got to get that stuff out quickly. So all of a sudden we're just flooded with pre-orders, which is a great thing. Honestly, it's a tremendous thing. It's a great thing. Who took all my crates? Okay, there they are. I was worried there for a second. I was like, where the heck's all my crates at? All right. Let's get these links shared appropriately. All right. Hopefully everybody has hit the like button already. $1 sale this weekend. So Friday and Saturday, there will be a $1 sale here at the store and it's going to be a knockout drag out. I hadn't even posted yet. The ad will probably go up tomorrow, and I'll literally what we call boost it or run an ad. But I got to get all the people out of the Nashville area. A lot of people come in from the Nashville area. And we usually have people find out about us for the first time. Jefferson Starship Dragonfly. Jerry, I better get you one. I'll check on that tonight. Yeah, I don't think I've actually usually I'll pull up a master list of all the new releases, and I'll make sure I've at least ordered a couple. You know, like when that kind of delivery comes in, it's like a 2 or 3 of everything else. Anyways. Ministry. Yes, I'm almost done with the Rocktobers. I'm almost done. I think I'm just going down the line, and there's a few I hadn't done yet. I just did one Dream Theater on the way here. I just did one. I usually do one on my way here, either right after I wake up. Like when I wake up, I usually try to post a pre-order. If I don't do it then, because there's so much like stoplight traffic on my way to work, I usually post. If you see one of those pre-orders posted like at 5:05 or 4:45, that's me literally at red lights on my way to work here posting a pre-order. So that's what I do. I make sure my music's on shuffle, and I get on my list, and I'll like, okay, I have time to post one pre-order. I sometimes can get 2 in, but I try not to be on my phone too much driving in bumper-to-bumper traffic. I don't want to rear end somebody and then have to make a post. Sorry, guys, I'm late. I literally rear-ended somebody trying to post a pre-order. So yeah, the Dream Theater that was posted, that was posted on my way to work today. the 6 degrees or whatever, the one I just posted, that was posted literally at red lights today. So, yep. Hey, when I tell y'all that I'm always working, I'm not joking. Okay, I'm not joking. I'm always. I mean, y'all know. Like as soon as this is over tonight, about 1 a.m., I'll be working. I work. I do stuff on my phone at the gym. I do stuff at my cat when I get home and finally sit down on the couch. I'm still on my phone, usually figuring out stuff for tomorrow. And then when I wake up, I'm right back at it. So that's why when I truly take a day off, I'm like, it's weird. It's like, what am I doing at this football game? I'm looking around. I'm like, does any of these people know about Coletco? All these people here at this football game, how many people know about Coletco? I need to be walking around shaking hands like a politician. Hey, my name's Chad. Do you know about Coletco? Here's my business card. Okay. Big generator. That is a good one. What did somebody else say? Oh, John Robb. John, yes, I sent you a friend request. I sent you a message too. Did you get my message, John? I sent you a message, John. I listened to your Yes album again last night. I actually got in some vinyl listening last night. I was on a Yes kick and a Tool kick. But unfortunately, I don't have much Tool to listen to on vinyl. So anytime I want to listen to Tool, it's like I got to plug up my phone. I was like, this is defeating the purpose. Anytime I want to listen to Tool, I'm like, well, I don't have a copy of 10,000 Days. I don't have Anima. Of course, I try to keep a copy somewhere around, laying around of Fear Inoculum, which I do. I have a box set that's open I keep up front. But it's a struggle when you want to listen to Tool. When you got an urge to listen to Tool on vinyl, it's like, half the stuff I can't even get access to. But I don't have any problem finding Yes vinyl. There's Yes vinyl everywhere. But yeah, John Lennon, a Tennessee Vols Coletco shirt. You may be onto something. And I got to get back with Craig tonight. Craig, You're on my to-do list, okay? So that's you know. Okay. All right, so what do we need to do first? I need to grab these empty crates over here. So Ed brought me some Stranger Things Chip Ahoy. This is from, see, this is the softer side of Hatchet Ed. Stranger Things Chip Ahoy, chewy. Wow. Looks like I'm going to have to hit the gym extra hard. Netflix Stranger Things, Chips Ahoy Chewy. That's from Hatchet Ed. He said he saw those the other day. And he's like, I meant to get you some. He's like, when I go back, I'm definitely going to get you some this time. I was like, okay. We'll definitely share them with everybody. I don't need that whole pack. I just had 2 Subway chocolate chip cookies. Yeah, Big Generator hadn't been pressed in probably since it originally came out. Yeah, Big Generator has not been pressed probably since hadn't come out. All right, let's pull up our new vinyl video. Yeah, there it is, Big Generator. As soon as I open Facebook, yeah, that's the first time that's been repressed in, oh my gosh, yeah, probably since it came out. Man, look at all the notifications. I've been on. It's crazy when you have a lot of pre-orders. It's fun. It's fun when you got a lot of pre-orders posted, because every time I open Facebook, there's like a dozen new comments. So that's fun. Move yourself. That's not a 125. Okay. All right, let's go get this right here. Okay. First things first, we should have some warm-up stuff here. Here we go. Fleetwood Mac is an OG sealed. This is a sealed copy of Fleetwood Mac Mirage, a 1982 OG, most likely a specialty pressed. It is sealed with hop sticker. There was probably another sticker right there. You can tell where there was another sticker. This is OG though, and there's no cut marks. It's never been opened. That's a sealed copy of Mirage, a $30 start on Fleetwood Mac. That's up for bid. And let's go ahead and throw up a Def Leppard Pyromania. Def Leppard's an 83 US Club RCA 53. Now these Mercury pressings have these little numbers on them to let you know what they are. But this is an RCA Club copy, VG++, a $25 start. $25 start on that, okay? And over here, this morning, the 6 a.m. video consisted of 2 on-sale video crates and then 1 older restock crate. We're going to start with probably one of the crates of new vinyl on sale. We did that for hours last night. We're going to recap everything that's left and hopefully get most of it sold. Look at all the mail up here. Holy moly. I didn't even notice that when I walked by earlier. There's a tower, an absolute tower of mail here. So I'll have to make 3 trips up front to knock some of this stuff out. That's okay. We got a awesome sports collection dropped off on yesterday, Monday. Yeah, Monday when I was here. There's a lot of signed stuff. 75% of it's bad, but I got some cool sports autographs that are authentic we just bought, or I'm about to buy. But I had a feeling a lot of it was bad, but you just never know till you haven't checked. So that was some new stuff we just bought. And then Paul, like I said, he's leaving for South Carolina Sunday to go buy just a great classic rock collection. I feel like we've really piled on the metal, so we need just like some just great classic rock stuff. All right, so here we go. We're looking for Witchcraft, Melvins, Morbid Angel, Alison Krauss, Peter Murphy, Dusty Springfield, The Who, The Sound of Music, Saxon, Unleash the Beast, and Sam Cooke. That's some of the stuff that sold this morning. Here's the Morbid Angel right off the bat. This was on sale for $29.99, so that sold to Jen Cast $29.99. So thank you, Jen. There's one left of Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness. The on sale price is $29.99. That was $38.99. And then Bad Religion, Suffer. Bad Religion is $24.99. That's the on sale price, $5 off on that one. Napalm Death, Utopia Banished is $29.99 on that one. Pantera Autograph. I didn't know I had a Pantera autograph. Pantera autograph? Fleetwood Mac Mirage. Did I say I had a Pantera autograph? This is Fleetwood Mac Mirage, an OG sealed copy. Looking for a $30 start. No bid yet. And then Def Leppard Pyromania is an 83 US Club VG++. No bid yet. Looking for a $25 start. Paul Cruz, this is So Do You. That's Morbid Angel at $29.99 to sell that to Paul Cruz. And then I got the newest album by the Black Keys, just our last few copies. I mean, this was been out less than a month on the shelf, but we're going to go ahead and just do those last 3 or 4 copies. New stuff like that, I try to go ahead and move. $24.99. That's the Black Keys, No Rain, No Flowers. And then we have Circle Jerks, Wild in the Streets. That was also $9 off. Limited edition deluxe 82 bonus tracks and 20-page book on orange vinyl. Circle Jerks is $29.99. And then over here we have Saxon, Unleash the Beast. This one sold to Melanie Clausen at $29.99. Thank you, Melanie Clausen. Aaron Andrus gets the on-sale Black Keys at $24.99. Colton a couple months ago. No, I don't think I have. Pantera. No, we've got some stuff we're waiting for letters to come back on. That should be ready by November. We've got Motorhead. And one of the last things Tanner did before he had to leave for about a week because of his newborn child was organize all this stuff. I've got a fully signed Black Sabbath item. I've got some Iron Maidens. I've got Motorhead. Got some stuff like that, but none of that won't be ready till November. Yeah, so we got some cool stuff coming up soon, and a lot y'all hadn't seen yet that's already ready to go. Peter Murphy is sold to Paul Peterson at $24.99. And over here we have The Sound of Music right back to back. That's sold to John Griffin. John Griffin gets that for $24.99. Napalm Death, there's more. Harmony Corruption, that one's $29.99. And we have Cro-Mags, The Age of Coral. That's on red vinyl at $29.99. All right, well, our first 2 auctions are buy it nows, no bids. This is an 83 US Club of Pyromania. You can pick that up for $25. And an OG sealed copy of Fleetwood Mac Mirage for $30. So take advantage of those. Those are sealed, or Fleetwood Mac is sealed. It's OG retail, no cutouts. Aaron Andrus says he'll take that for $30. Chadwick Smith wants the Circle Jerks at $29.99. So that leaves a no bid here. Def Leppard just $25. Also, we have Serathon Gold. Dark Parade, that's now $29.99, which is $10 off. And we have Dead Kennedys. We sold 2 of those early last night, and I'm pretty sure there was 1 or 2 backup people, and they must have not been on later when they popped back up, because I still got 1 left at $29.99. Matthew Sherrick first on the Def Leppard at $25. Let's see what Laura's already brought up here from the advertised post. I got some cassettes too. The other night we were selling the heck out of some cassettes because we ran across some really good stuff. Man, this is a mono. Seth got these ready. He said these are tricky. He's not joking. This is a tough record to look up. This is the Rolling Stones, England's newest hit makers. Believe it's a 66 mono repress, possibly a Gloversville press. It is EX though. Wow. So this is a mono pressing of the Rolling Stones debut album. It is really nice, which is unusual. It's EX. It's EX on the vinyl. Now, this would originally came out before 1966, more like 63, I think. So we think it's a 66 repress, but it is in mono. Either way, that's tough to get, especially in that grade. Rolling Stones is a $25 start there. Over here, we have the last copy of the Talking Heads. That's a 2LP red vinyl. This is $29.99. Talking Heads, limited edition red vinyl. That's the new 2LP. Alison Krauss is sold. John Miller, $24.99. Somebody just asked for country. We probably won't have any Stryper tonight. Stryper is sold on Thursday nights. We have country all night, every night for sure. That could be shown at any time, just like we just sold Alison Krauss. Melvin's Ozma. Melvin's is $24.99. That last copy was sold to Jen Cast at $24. Make sure she gets that for $24. It's a Beautiful Day, and the name of the album is called It's a Big Bad Beautiful Day. So the name of the band, It's a Beautiful Day, I think it's actually called Choice Quality Stuff Anytime. Yeah, so that's marked down to $19.99. And then Chain of Strength, the one thing that still holds true, I did $15 off on that. Still got both of them too. They didn't sell on the video. $24.99. And We're the Meat Men and You Suck, and that one is $24.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and this is a classic, all-time classic here, the Cars debut album. It's a 78 USOG PRC Richmond press. It has the inner sleeve, it has the shrink and the hop sticker. It's VG Plus, maybe VG Plus Plus, so it's a pretty good condition record. The shrink is torn right here, though, so it's only got shrink on half the cover, but it still retained that hop sticker, so that is a $25 start, okay? $25 start on that. Richard Davis gets the Seraph on Gold at $10 off, so that goes to him for $29.99. The Rolling Stones is at $28 with John McPatriot, and this is crate number 1 of 2 of leftover on sale new vinyl. I still got to go get crate number 2, but I will show you one more time what's left in here. And yeah, the other night when we were really going through all those cassettes, we almost got through the top layer. And we have some more here that we need to put up. And here is a great lot to put up. Let's break these up into 2 lots. Let's do these 2, and we'll say a $15 start. These are Tesla. Times Making Changes, the best of Tesla. Boy, I wish they would press that on vinyl. And then Tesla Mechanical Resonance. Those 2 Tesla cassettes, a $15 start. So very quickly, actually, let me just go ahead and get the other crate. Let me go up front and get that. Then I'll put everything together so we do a recap. And then there was one other crate of like just sticker price stuff that hadn't been shown in a while. I was like, wow, there's some great titles in here. All right, so let's go do that. And let's go do this. And let me go grab this other crate here. And I guess shout out to either Ed or G. They've been pulling the flip videos. Typically Tanner does that. Of course, I texted him a couple of days ago and I said, how about you just don't come in all this week and you spend some quality time with your new son? So I said, we'll take care of everything here. I think he always pulls the flip videos. So like I said, shout out to Ed and G. I think they've been doing that for me. And I'll double check everything as always. But let's go ahead and knock these out, okay? So right now, here's the high bids. We had the Stones, the Cars, and Tesla cassettes. Chris Gardner has the Stones at $30. Nobody's bid on the Cars at, dang it, my Restream box isn't plugged up. Hold on a second. Let me fix this right now. Otherwise, we can't go to Top Cam. Let me open the app over here. Oh, it disappeared on me. There it is. Okay. I should be able to click this button now, and it goes to Top Cam. Okay, good. We want that because I can't mute my mic if that doesn't work either. There we go. All right, so the Cars is just got a bid, and then these 2 Tesla cassettes are a $15 start. $15 start. How do you buy records? You say, Chad, I'll take everything in the crate. And then Japanese Breakfast Jubilee. This is $19.99. Just a few things left in here from back in July. Faye Webster's also $19.99, and Carolina Polacek. That's on copper-colored vinyl. We have Shed Title Fight, and then these last couple copies of Earl Sweatshirt. Just a few things left there. Dwarves Rex Everything is $19.99. Vader, our last copy of De Profundis on yellow vinyl at $24.99. Coulter Wall Songs of the Plains, that's on red vinyl. That's our last copy. Also $10 off on that, $19.99. And then I'm down to 3 copies of Saxon Dogs of War, 1,000 on silver colored vinyl, $29.99 on that one. Sam Cooke, this was our last copy, and so did Tyler Jennings Browning. This is so did Tyler Browning at $24.99. Dennis, over on Twitch, can you remind me who you are? I'm sure they might have it wrote down, but you get Coulter Wall at $19.99. That was our last copy. Unto Others was $19.99. The Callous Dowboys Celebrity Therapist, that was also $19.99. And then I still got all 3 copies of Dag Nasty Wig Out at Dinko's at $19.99. That's Dennis Cole. Okay, thank you. So the Cars did get a bid with Greg Smith at $25. We're about to sell that. Matthew Sherrick back on the Stones at $33. Let's go ahead and make these 2 Tesla cassettes a buy it now for $15. $15 if anybody wants those 2 Tesla cassettes. They are available as a buy it now. Code is still available. A different kind of pain. That's limited and numbered on silver colored vinyl at $29.99. And then Moss Icon, I went ahead and marked those down to $19.99 as well. There's 2 of those. Cradle of Filth was $24.99. Evermore Darkly. Dusty Springfield and Memphis. We sold all 3 of these. The last one here is sold to Ron Burns. Make sure he gets that at $24.99. FKA Twigs was $19.99. And Law Dispute is $29.99. Laura's going to be ringing her shame bell back there. Just a few titles in here left from some of the stuff she ordered. I'm trying to keep it all together here. I'm going to put all the kind of lower titles right back here. Yep, keep all those right back there. And then we have this one here, Pink Panther is Fancy That. Also red vinyl, $19.99. And then Witchcraft is $29.99. This is our last copy. So we got 2 more. This is $29.99. That's sold to Jen Cast. I've got 2 more. We sold 1 last night to Hiram. Jen got 1. Now there's 2 left. And Quicksand Slip is $24.99. $24.99 on that. Okay, so let's go ahead and say we have the Teslas, right? Jeff Brindley must not be watching or he would have bought those. Greg Smith, you get the cars for $25. Thank you, Greg Smith. It's going to be a busy night tonight with auctions. I really hadn't even touched any of the stuff that is advertised for tonight. We'll get into that momentarily. Usually, luckily, Seth keeps us supplied with a crate of what I call bonus auctions for stuff to get the show started with, and a lot of it is what I use for bonus stuff on Thursday nights. So here's this, and we're going to move this to a final call. This is the Rolling Stones, and this is their debut album, a 66 repress in mono. And I've got Matthew Sherrick at 33, and I got Chris Gardner out. I want to make sure Chris Gardner is done bidding, okay? And now everything from the on-sale crate going to be combined together right here. And not bad, not bad. We went through probably 7 crates last night of discounts, and this is all that's left right here. And I've stacked all of our new vinyl down into 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 crates. And tonight we've got 4 crates of new arrivals. It looks like 3 full crates of pre-orders, and then maybe 1 mixed crate. So that's where we're standing right now. And the only thing left in the new vinyl crate was Meat Men, Chain of Strength. It's a beautiful day. And Laura made a statement. Y'all should definitely snag the on-sale titles order, just $19.99. Yeah, I think most of these back there I did for $19.99. So Meat Men, Chain of Strength. It's a beautiful day. Talking Heads, Dead Kennedys, Cro-Mags, Napalm Death, Black Keys. Some of these are 29. Some of them are 24. Some of them are 19. Napalm Death, Bad Religion, Quicksand, Witchcraft, Cradle of Filth, Moss Icon, Code, Dag Nasty, Unto Others, Saxon, Vader, Law Dispute, FKA Twigs, Pink Pantheress, Callous Dowboys, Dwarves, Earl Sweatshirt, Shed, Carolina Polachek, Faye Webster, and Japanese Breakfast. All right, I'm going to put this right up there. All right, awesome. So let's go ahead and sell this then and put up new auctions. How about some Run DMC? And we have Matthew Sherrick on the Stones there for $33. Hey, you can't go wrong with the Stones in mono, man. Holy moly. All right, let's go ahead and put this up. Run DMC. Oh, man. Profile. This should be OG. This is... Okay, so it's most likely a repress based on the address of the Profile headquarters, but it's still a mid-80s pressing of Run DMC. VG++, which is not bad. That is a $25 start. $25 start. Van Halen will be either tomorrow or I'm going to save it for Thursday Night Metal Night. I usually do crazy stuff like that on Thursday Night Metal Night. But I do have a signed Eddie Van Halen item, and I do have a signed Clint Eastwood movie poster that will be sold this week. And then let's go ahead and Let's put up this David Bowie 12-inch single. This is Fashion, a 1980 UK OG. Really cool cover there. Bowie is in EX edition, a $15 start. $15 start over there. And Mike Massey on Dag Nasty. You got it. We got it. Dinko's. Give that to Mike Massey for $19.99. No, it's not a guitar. No, it's not a guitar. It's kind of like a pitcher. It's kind of like a pitcher, sort of. Yeah. Y'all are going to like it. I don't want to reveal it yet, but y'all are going to like it. Auction estimate, $1,500 plus. They'll go ahead and get everybody prepared financially to call your banker. Auction estimate, $1,500 plus. Patty Anderson Williams wants the Tesla. That's sold to Patty Anderson for $1,500. I mean, $15. Patty Anderson, thank you. Sorry, I've got big numbers on my mind. Tesla, boy, imagine if Tesla cassettes were bringing $750 a pop. Holy moly, there'd be people rummaging through their garages right now. Holy moly. Okay, let's go ahead and knock out a crate of pre-orders. This is a Rhino Hi-Fi too, so I actually would like to listen to this. Clint Eastwood auction estimate, probably about the same as Eddie Van Halen. We just sold a big oversized poster signed by, a big oversized picture signed by Clint a couple weeks ago at auction here for almost $3,000, but it was beautiful. This is a smaller mini movie poster, but it's still really, really nice. So, yeah. Oh, I still had another crate to go through. That's okay. We'll come back. Let's go ahead and knock this out. I had another crate of stuff to go through, but let's do this new stuff first. This is the Rhino Hi-Fi Fleetwood Mac, and I want to go ahead and tell you right now, if you don't have one and you know you wasn't on the pre-order, I would comment right now. Okay? So this is Fleetwood Mac. This is the Hi-Fi. This is out this Friday, and it's $39.99. And here's everybody who pre-ordered it. Let's give one to George Jones. Let's give one to Stephen Chesney and Sherry Darnell. And I'm going to pause pretty early right here to do two things. I'm going to update our auctions. We had Run DMC and David Bowie, okay? Bowie had a bid for 15. Bowie had a bid for 15. Bowie had a bid for 20. Run DMC has a bid for 25. Bowie 16. Bowie 17. Bowie 21. Okay, and then Bowie 22. Stranger Things aren't for sale. I better take those off those are a gift from Hatchet Ed. I might tear into them later to give a sample. And then I have two more Tesla cassettes, I think. What did I do with them? Yeah, I've got two more Tesla cassettes. I've got 5-Man Acoustical Jam, and I have The Great Radio Controversy. Two more Tesla cassettes, a $15 start. All right, next on the Fleetwood Mac was Robert Matthews and Richard Yeager and Brandon Johnson. Also, Ben Dagger and Darren Wallace. Colette Whitworth and Scott Beebe. This is the Fleetwood Mac High Fidelity. Autumn Betts and Fred Wallerski. That's one of those like Vloddercheck names. WOLCZOWSKI. Clifford Umstead and Patrick Lear. Sandy Villa and Jason Fornerat. Jake Perganson and Jamie Butler. Jerry Stone and Rick Peabody. Okay, and we're going to have a handful left, and I already see enough comments that we've probably sold out, okay? I've already seen enough comments come in. I think we have sold out. But let me make sure everybody who pre-ordered one, Rick Peabody commented as soon as, wow, Jerry commented 3 hours ago. So Jerry and Rick just got their pre-orders in the last 3 hours. So they were the most recent. And then over here, let me count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I counted 20. 2, 4, 5. That's probably right. And here is everybody that got one. George Jones, Stephen Chesney, Sherry Darnell, Robert Matthews, Richard Yeager, Brandon Johnson, Ben Dygert, Darren Wallace, Colette Whitworth, Scott Beebe, Autumn Betts, Fred W., Clifford Umstead, Patrick Lear, Sandy Villa, Jason Fornerat, Jake Perganson, Jamie Butler, Jerry Stone, and Rick Peabody. That was 20 on the dot. Okay, now the first live claim that came in, first of all, Bowie was at 22. Run DMC got another $25 bid. And Michael Fermer gave Fleetwood Mac a 10 of 10, says the best version he's heard. He's an audiophile journalist. That's high regards. He's a well-known audiophile expert and journalist. And the first live claim came from Stanley Richmond. Okay, so Stanley Richmond got one, then Aaron Andrus, and then Mando Jeff. Who are you on Twitch, Mando Jeff? But whoever you are, you got third. Mark White got fourth, and then Tim Graham got number 5. So the first person on the waiting list, as long as he's okay with it, is Brent Robley. So, Brent, I've got you first on a waiting list, and then Blaine Zapnick. And if for some reason y'all don't want on a waiting list, let me know. And then also, if anybody else wants on a Fleetwood Mac, let me know. Okay? That's Jeff Miller. Okay, Mando Jeff is Jeff Miller. You got it. So thanks, everybody. On that, we got 2 people on a waiting list. Brent says he's good. Anybody else? Let's take a closer look at that. So I didn't really even explain what it was. This is the Fleetwood Mac from the Rhino High Fidelity series. It's cut from the original master tape, and it's going to sound amazing, okay? So this is probably now the premier cut of this amazing album, which has some amazing music on it. Monday Mornings, Warm Ways, Rhiannon. I love the song Over My Head. I love that one with Christine McVie. Say You Love Me, Landslide. We all know that one. Man, Over My Head. That's such a good song. So if anybody else wants on a waiting list, let's update these other 2. That comes out Friday, okay? That comes out Friday. First thing is Run DMC. I think we've got 2 $25 bids. So this is a mid-80s repress of Run DMC. Thank you, Laura. Run DMC, mid-80s repress. And there's 2 bids for $25. Now, the first person who came in was Chadwick Smith. Chadwick's in. Grumpy Moose Gaming, you tied him, okay? So that's at $25. 2 Tesla cassettes, Final Call for a $15 start, 5-man acoustical jam, and Great Radio Controversy. And then David Bowie is Fashion. This is a 12-inch single of Fashion. And you also get Scream Like a Baby from the album Scary Monsters. And it's a UK 12-inch single. The most recent bit on this is now moving to a Final Call. William Howell has it for $22, okay? So everybody got a Fleetwood Mac. Brent first on the waiting list, Blaine second, and Catherine Lutz. Anybody else should be a great record there. Should be a great center record there. And make a note, I'm going to get one myself. I'll just have to wait a little bit longer. I still got stuff to open and listen to. I would ask somebody, could I open theirs tonight? But 1, I don't know if I'm going to have time. And 2, I have other stuff already lined up to listen to. Been trying to spend more vinyl than I have lately. I love it. I have a great system up here. I got these vintage clip speakers, and I love just absolutely blowing my eardrums out, even to stuff that I normally wouldn't put on and listen to. I'll walk by and I'll see an album in a bin, and I'm like, man, I've been selling that album for 7 years. I've been selling this album for years to customers, and I have no idea what it even sounds like. So I'll grab it and put it on. The other day I was trying to dig out all the Savoy Brown, because I knew at one point I'd listen to them, but I was like, as much Savoy Brown as I've sold, I need to go and actually study these and listen to them. All right, we have filled up a whole crate. That thing was heavy. That filled up quickly with all the pre-sold stuff and the Fleetwood Mac. So thanks everybody on that. Now we're starting to fill up another crate. And this is some stuff from that other video I was telling you about. We need to run through and show this. There's probably some stuff in here, though, you hadn't seen. So let's get started with this. And let's go back to that video. I skipped over this crate, but I think y'all are going to like this one. Still a few things I got to take care of. All right, so David Bowie got a new bid for $24. Run DMC's now at $30. And let's go ahead and make the 2 Tesla cassettes, again, a buy it now for $15. Okay? First thing is Fleetwood, that's not Fleetwood Mac. This is Taylor Swift, Speak Now. Taylor Swift is a double LP, $33.99, gatefold jacket. Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, $44.99. That's a 2 LP, Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. And then the Pixies, excuse the nudity on the cover. Surfer Rosa, Pixies is $33.99. I have that. Also, we have Taylor Swift Reputation. That's a 2 LP picture disc. Taylor Swift is $59.99. That is a double picture disc. And then Cherry Bomb, that's the newest album by Tyler the Creator. Blue vinyl with 8-page booklet, $39.99 on that. And then you gotta have Pink Floyd, right? I mean, come on. $38.99. Remastered, the 50th anniversary edition. $38.99. All right, so he's out on Bowie. So this is sold to Brent Robley for $24. Thank you on that. Let's put this away. And then Run DMC over here is a final call. And that's with C-Note at $30. Everybody else is out. C-Note has it. Everybody else is out. Our next auction is Gene Simmons. And this is the 2014 remaster of his solo album. It has the inner sleeve, the puzzle poster. It's in shrink with that original hop sticker. Gene Simmons is a $15 start. Red Cave Collections on Pink Floyd. That's sold to Red Cave Collections. Thank you on that. And then over here, I have New Order Brotherhood. New Order is $38.99. New Order Brotherhood. And we have the Black Crowes War Paint. I've still got a few of those in stock at $29.99. The Run DMC is a mid-80s repress of their self-titled album. Mid-80s repress of their self-titled album. And the last bid was a final call to C-Note for $30. New Zack Top. That came in last week. We should still have a couple extra copies. They've got to be around here somewhere. But yeah, that came in last week. That was a new release from last week. So it should be around here somewhere. It should be around here somewhere. Pixies Bossa Nova is $33.99. Taylor Swift Red is $33.99. And then Pink Floyd Metal, that is a 180-gram remaster. That's also $33.99. C-Note also wants on the Fleetwood Mac waiting list. And we have Taylor Swift Evermore, green vinyl, $33. The Black Sabbath, boy, I'm getting stuff mixed up tonight. Black Sabbath debut is $33.99. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral is $44. Tool, that's Live Dynamite, $38.99. And then this was sold, The Who. This is a new release. It's a live album, The Who Live at the Opal. And that was sold to Stan McNessie at $46.99. That's from the Who's Next tour. Rod Bryan on Metal. That's sold to Rod Bryan. And then we have 9 Inch Nails Broken. That is $39.99. And then 3 Days Grace Alien Nation, $29.99. All right, so C-Note, you do get Run DMC for $30. Gene Simmons has one bid for $15. And that's with Christina Curtis. And Christina is about to get that for $15. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is the Rolling Stone Some Girls. It is a 78 OG Monarch press, a first press, first cover. However, it does have a fillable mark and a pressing defect on side 1, track 3. Let's take a look at that. Side 1, track 3. I see right here. It's got like a fillable, more so like a mark than anything. That's why we're going to put it as VG minus and put it as a $10 start, okay? Red Cave Collections also wants a Black Sabbath. There we have it. All right, so Gene 18, Gene 20. There we have it. And, yeah, so Gene Simmons has everything. This is the 2014 remaster. So the 2014 remasters come with the inner sleeve just like the original, and it comes with the poster just like the original. So it has the inner sleeve and the poster just like the original pressings did. That has now bids for $18 and now $20. The Rolling Stones is a $10 start. Unfortunately, it does have a fillable mark, okay? But that was everything from the video. I really just had to show that whole crate to pull out the Who. And luckily, though, we sold some other stuff. Did somebody just buy Pink Floyd Metal? What did I do? I pulled the wrong... Yeah, Rod Bryan got Metal and Sabbath. Okay, I did pull everything. Okay, good. So here's what's left. 3 Days Grace, 9 Inch Nails, Tool, 9 Inch Nails, Black Sabbath, Taylor Swift, The Pixies, The Black Crowes, New Order, Pink Floyd, Tyler the Creator, Taylor Swift, The Pixies, Kid Rock, and Taylor Swift, okay? And I'm going to set this crate right over here. If anybody changes their mind, you like, you know what, Chad? I am feeling slightly frisky. Go ahead and give me everything that's in that crate, even all the duplicates. I'll go, good gosh, but okay. And I'll sell you everything in there. All right. Now, we have Gene Simmons at 24, Gene Simmons at 23. Yes, no merch. They didn't replicate the merch insert. They probably didn't want anybody trying to mail off and still get a t-shirt for $10. Right, Jill? All right, here's our next cassette. I got some really good cassettes over here. Somebody asked earlier for Striper. How about this right here? This should be a really good item, honestly. This is a sealed original Smashing Pumpkins Adore, okay? With hop sticker, with the original Best Buy price tag. This was $10 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 35 years ago. This is the Smashing Pumpkins Adore sealed, $15 start. That's now up for bid. It's a sealed Smashing Pumpkins cassette now for bid. The next big thing I have over here is an Ozzy Osbourne restock of what? No More Tears. And I think there's even more on the way. There's a good chance that all these are already spoken for, okay? But if you know for sure you need one and you want one and you wasn't on this post, then right now would be the time, because you'll go on the waiting list, and when the extras come in, that would be the best time to do that, okay? You'll be first on the waiting list. Let me see. This post has 32 comments. I don't even know how many's in here, but we're about to find out, okay? Adore was released in 98, okay? So maybe 27 years ago. Here we go. We have first Clifford Umstead. These are a double LP remaster of No More Tears. Of course, OGs are very difficult to come by. So Clifford Umstead, Ken Crooker, and Chris Keller. Ken Crooker and Chris Keller. Kenny Cates Jr. Kenny Cates Jr. Jeremy Todd and Ava Ewing. Jeremy Todd and Ava Ewing. Jeremy Veidt and Mike Helton. Jeremy Veidt and Mike Helton, Chris Smith and Amanda Davis, Chris Smith and Amanda Davis, and then also we have John Smetzer and Sherry Darnell, John Smetzer and Sherry Darnell, Patrick Lear and Autumn Betts, Patrick Lear and Autumn Betts, and then we got Stanley Richmond and Michael Snared, Stanley Richmond and Michael Snared, Ron Kelly and Paul Brothers, Ron Kelly and Paul Brothers, Marco Martinez and Ben Dygert, Marco Martinez and Ben Dygert, Aaron Andrus and Chris Martin, Aaron Andrus and Chris Martin, and then we have Tom Harris and Stephen Chesney, Tom Harris and Stephen Chesney. Mike Quadrini was next. The next person is Shane Devers, okay? So I think the other night, though, I flashed a couple that was in a crate. Let me see if I think it was last night. I had a couple stray copies laying around. The question is, what have I done with those? I probably put them back down in a random crate, or I usually keep that stuff right here next to me. So I know I think at some point I ordered more. Like what I do is I make those kind of posts if I know a lot is in stock, and then after about a half hour I check it and I'm like, oh crap, it's already got 25 comments, and then I order 15 more, and then I look again, I'm like, holy crap, it's got 35 comments, and so I order 10 more. And so they come in on different days. They don't always sync up and deliver on the same day. And yeah, I thought I had a couple extra copies last night because it almost ended up in an on-sale crate. And I was like, no, those are something I'm holding over for whenever they come in. But either way, they're around here. So right now, they might be right here. Yeah, here they are. Aha. All right, so I've got one for Shane Devers. And that means I've got enough for everybody. And I've got one extra. Did anybody comment live? Nobody commented live. There's one extra No More Tears. This is not spoken for. It is available right now at $44.99, okay? And that whole crate has been obliterated. That's it. It's gone. We'll do some more pre-orders right now. There is nobody has commented live, and then we can start a waiting list, okay? Then we can start a waiting list. Okay, we have not put up any advertised auctions yet from the hot pitcher. Laura is still finishing them up, and also I've got a whole crate over here of stuff you see everybody already bidding on. let's go ahead and grab the other pre-order crate. We'll be done with new vinyl here momentarily. We're knocking out pre-orders left and right, man. Holy moly, just wham bam. Let's put these right here. And anybody that was, I know a lot of people were probably commenting live right now because they want one live right now. But if you don't want on a waiting list, let me know, because they typically go ahead and write down your name for a waiting list, okay? So this right here is sold to David Jennings, okay? He was first. Don Nicole, I'm going to put you on a waiting list. I'm going to put Janet Gray on a waiting list, and Red Cave Collections. If anybody else wants on there or you don't want on there, let me know. Let's update these other 3 auctions. Right now, there's a 2014 reissue of Gene Simmons' solo album. It's complete. And then this is an OG first issue Stones, but it's VG minus. And then a sealed original Smashing Pumpkins cassette. So let's go over here and figure out what's going on. David Johnson, there are 0 Japanese pressings. 0. 0. They're all gone. You've missed thousands of them. Last bid on Gene Simmons that came in was the following. Gene Simmons, the last bid, I'm showing Christina Curtis at $30 and Matthew Sherrick outbid. Christina Curtis at $30. Christina Curtis at $30. This is a sealed original Smashing Pumpkins cassette with sticker of a door. This has a new bid with Aaron Andrus at $27. The Rolling Stones is at $15 with Christina Curtis. That is a VG minus OG. VG minus OG. VG minus OG. VG minus OG. Evidently, there's a Billy Joel Japanese pressing. I'm not even aware of that. But how about I go ahead and find it, and we'll put it up for auction. We had 7 of these last week. Here it is. Billy Joel Greatest Hits. We had, this is a 1985 OG with the book, the insert, and the Obi. EX condition, $30 start. I feel like we've sold about a dozen of those in the last 7 days. That's going up for a $30 start. Now it's up for bid. There's Billy Joel. Good luck to David Johnson. Good luck to David Johnson and Sean David. They are about to have the all-out war for Billy Joel, so buckle up. This should be interesting. Let's go ahead and pull up Slipknot. This is a new release from Slipknot that comes out Friday. It's actually their first album. It's a 25th anniversary edition, 2 LP, featuring the album plus rare and unreleased demos and alternate mixes on jade, green jade colored vinyl. Okay, this is $49.99. It's a new 2 LP Slipknot self-titled debut, 25th anniversary, gatefold jacket, bonus tracks, green vinyl. This pre-order has 23 comments. I just hope I have enough, everybody, for round 1. We're about to find out right now. If you know you wasn't on the Slipknot pre-order, let me know. By the way, on that Aussie waiting list, the only person who didn't want on a waiting list was Janet Gray, okay? Now, before I go any further, what happened on our other auctions? Smashing Pumpkins got up to 27, then 28, then Gene Simmons 32, then the Rolling Stones 17, then the Rolling Stones 20, then the Rolling Stones 22, then Billy Joe 40, then Smashing Pumpkins 30, then Gene Simmons 33. Everything's still getting bids. We have first Brandon Jones on Slipknot. He was number 1, $49.99. Here's how many I have. Let's see if I have enough. Then Daryl Johnson, then Glenn Kesey. Then Daryl Johnson, then Glenn Kesey. Philip Holt and Matt Algram. Philip Holt and Matt Algram. More Slipknot, sold and sold. Scott Dwallow and Dean Tefford. Scott Dwallow and Dean Tefford. There's a couple more sold. My crate's almost full after all these and the Aussies. Next is Tom Harris and Jeremy Todd. Tom Harris and Jeremy Todd. And I think I'll make that the last 2. And let's go ahead and swap out crates. Yep. All right, that was the last 2 here. So this is going to go right over here. And that's full. Here's this. And they're still bidding on Smashing Pumpkins, but don't worry, I have another one on deck. And here we go. All right, so here is this. Next is Jim Sedal and Justin Deckelman. Jim Sedal and Justin Deckelman. We have Ron Eaton and Robert Matthews. Ron Eaton and Robert Matthews. Chris Smith and Ron Kelly. Chris Smith and Ron Kelly. Paul Catrich and Stanley Richmond. Paul Catrich and Stanley Richmond. Brandon Lack and Daryl Johnson. And then Kenny Cates Jr., Dean Tefford, and Robert Matthews. Wow. Right on the button for the pre-order. That is everybody. Okay? Now, let's take a waiting list. So everybody that just got one was Brandon Jones, Daryl Johnson, Glenn Kesey, Philip Holt, Matt Algram, Scott Dwallow, Dean Tefford, Tom Harris, Jeremy Todd, Jim Sedal, Justin Deckelman, Ryan Eaton, Robert Matthews, Chris Smith, Ryan Kelly, Paul Cabbage, Stanley Richmond, Brandon Lack, Daryl Johnson, Kenny Cates Jr., Dean Tefford, and Robert Matthews. Now, I always order extras, but the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the last 7 pre-orders were all within the last 2 weeks. Okay, and it was posted 5 weeks ago. So probably when I placed my order, I ordered an extra 5 or 7 to sell here live, but some people pre-order up until maybe the day of. Some people pre-order, I'll wake up and I'll see a new release coming out that should be delivered Monday, and they'll say somebody commented 23 minutes ago. So anybody that's on this post, as the time I'm pulling them, gets the first dibs. Okay? Now, first thing I have is an update on all these bids, because every time I look up, there's new bids on all the auctions. Billy Joel was at $40 of Aaron Andrus. He's the only bidder. It's about to be sold. Gene Simmons is at $33 with Christina Curtis. Now, the first person on the Slipknot waiting list, and these should be in this week if they're in stock. The good thing is this is Tuesday. So if any of this stuff is in stock, it will be in this week, okay? The first person is Gerald Whitworth. Christina Curtis is out on the Stones, though. Blaine Zapnick has it for $22. Matthew Sherrick, you've also been outbid on that. Okay, Gerald Whitworth first on Slipknot. Matthew Sherrick came back in on Gene Simmons at $34. Red Cave Collections also on the Slipknot waiting list. Sean David's out on the Smashing Pumpkins cassette. Sean David said he missed the info on Billy Joel. Ryan Eaton already got a Slipknot. He was on the pre-order. Christina Curtis came back in on Gene Simmons at $35. Kenny Cates Jr., you already got a Slipknot. I'll take the Fear of the Dark puzzle and a Slipknot. Matthew Krause, you will go on a waiting list for Slipknot. They should be in this week, but he said he will take the Fear of the Dark jigsaw puzzle. That's a 500-piece puzzle, so to Matthew Krause, okay? Billy Joel has a new bid for $45. And then Stanley Richmond says, give up my Slipknot, I don't need it. Okay, Gene Simmons, $34. And Dean Tefford says, apologies, only want one Slipknot. Was you on there twice? You was on there twice, okay. So Stanley Richmond wants to put his back. That's okay. But always make sure on a pre-order, you're good for it, okay? We typically don't allow putbacks on pre-orders. The good thing is, Stanley, is some other people need some right now, okay? Billy Joe 40, Billy Joe 50. So we got 2 extra Slipknots all of a sudden. I tagged Dean Tefford for 2, so we need to put one of those back. So that means one of those go to Gerald Whitworth. The other one goes to Red Cave Collections. So no waiting list for them. They're going to get one right now. They're going to get Stanley Richmond's, and they're going to get Dean Tefford's extra. Okay, so the first person on the waiting list then is Matthew Krause. Anybody else? I'm not at the bottom yet. I'm at the bottom now. Wow. A lot of activity all of a sudden. I need a new puzzle to put back there. Otherwise, my OCD is going to kick in. Then I'm going to start shaking and screaming and have to eat a bunch of cookies. And that made my sister chuckle around the corner because she knows that's true. I'll get down on the floor and start screaming, Mommy, where's my Oreos? Okay, so first thing is, let's update all these auctions. First thing is Gene Simmons. This is Kiss. This is a 2014. This is a 2014 remaster, and the most recent bid was Christina Curtis at $35. Christina Curtis at $35. She's got it. Matthew Sherrick's done. We're about to sell it. This is a sealed original Smashing Pumpkins cassette of Adore with hop sticker and original 1998, and it's sealed. It's never been opened. The last bid on this, I feel like, was 3 hours ago, but there's been people either ask or bid again. Aaron Andrus has it for $30. In the middle is a VG minus copy of the Rolling Stones Some Girls. VG minus Some Girls. It is OG with the first cover. And the most recent bid on this was the following. Christina Curtis went out. Blaine Zapnick had it for $22. Blaine Zapnick has it for $22. He still has it for $22. And then the Billy Joel is a Japanese pressing with the book, the insert, and the obi. It's OG and it's complete. It's in EX condition. The most recent bid was Sean David at $55. So there's only one person on the Slipknot waiting list. The anniversary edition green vinyl, 2 LP, $49.99. That's where we're at right now. Next, Spinal Tap, Break Like the Wind. Wow, these have never been reissued. I think we've got all three today. So here is Spinal Tap, Break Like the Wind, $36. Of course, they've got a new movie out, and they've decided to reissue this catalog. This is Spinal Tap, Break Like the Wind, $36.99. I have this many available. Let's see how many's left after the pre-order. Darren Wortman and Brian Thurman were the first two people 3 weeks ago. Heath Norman and Autumn Betts. Heath Norman and Autumn Betts. Jeff Dedman and Scott Dwallow. Jeff Dedman and Scott Dwallow. Patrick Lear and Scott Beebe. And last was Craig Ruth. So I've got 2, 4, 6 Spinal Taps still in stock. These have never been, to my knowledge, ever been reissued. And they're not too easy to get. When did this come out? 1992? Was that even available on vinyl in 1992? Spinal Tap, Break Like the Wind, $36.99. Okay, Aaron Andrus gets the Smashing Pumpkins cassette for $30. The Rolling Stones is sold to Matthew. No, they're tied now. Vicky Allison, 24. Matthew Sherrick, 24. Matthew, you're out. But Blaine says he's done now. Billy Joel's at 55. And then Gene Simmons is done. And this is sold to Christina Curtis. And that's sold to Christina for $35. Sorry, those take a little bit longer when I'm trying to knock out all these pre-orders. It's really hard to keep up with bids and call out names. I'm really multitasking when that happens. Anybody else on a Spinal Tap? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 still left. Spinal Tap, Break Like the Wind. That's the first crate we hadn't emptied. That originally came out in 1992, remastered from the original stereo analog tapes. Spinal Tap, $36.99. All right, Matthew's still bidding on that. They're still bidding on that. Let's pull one of the first things from the advertised post. We hadn't even got started on those. How about a nice Helix album? This is Walking the Razor's Edge, and it's a sealed OG. It is a saw mark. It is a cutout bin record, but it's sealed with hop sticker, a $15 start. And I had a really good cassette. What did I just do with that? I had a really, really good cassette. Another one almost as good as Smashing Pumpkins. What have I done with that? But here's my monster. I'll take that. I forgot about this. Nice. Y'all just had to hear that, but thank you. All right, hopefully everybody's hit the like button. Yeah, first time on vinyl. I was going to say, I know the OG Spinal Tap, which I think is coming up next, was available on vinyl, but I have never seen this one. Here's one that I guarantee a lot of people wish was available on vinyl. Slash's Snake Pit. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Slash's Snake Pit. I wish that was available. We could sell a couple dozen right now. I guarantee it. Slash is a $10 start. That's a nice looking cassette. That's now up for bid. Okay. Let's swap out crates. I think we got the other Spinal Tap to knock out. And this crate, he also over here has a few other random things. Looks like Ed's already put some names on some stuff. So let's knock these out. Yeah, and I think some people might want this one. This is the first Spinal Tap. And here it comes right here. All right, so let's pull up the first Spinal Tap. And let's knock this one out, okay? So this is Spinal Tap self-titled. Just a plain black cover, $36.99. It's actually called This Is Spinal Tap. This is Spinal Tap's newly remastered by Bernie Grunman from the soundtrack's original stereo analog master tapes, impressed on black vinyl and standard gatefold black jacket. $36.99. So we got Brian Thurman and Darren Wortman. Again, Brian Thurman, Darren Wortman. Autumn Betts and Patrick Lear. Autumn Betts and Patrick Lear. Jeff Dedman and Heath Norman. Jeff Dedman and Heath Norman. Philip Holt and Craig Ruth. Thank you, Jill. Philip Holt and Craig Ruth. We got Brad Waits and Scott Beebe. Brad Waits and Scott Beebe. And the last person was Paul Brothers. Okay? Last person was Paul Brothers. So I got Spinal Tap, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 7 Spinal Taps still in stock if anybody wants those. All right, let's jump over here. And the last thing I remember saying was Aaron Andrus came back in on the Billy Joe at 55. Matthew Sherrick bid 25 on the Stones. Vicky bid 27. Helix has a bid for 15. Helix has a bid for 15. Helix has a bid for 15. Slashes Snake Pit, I think Hiram's in on that at 15. And then we have Melanie Clausen wants Spinal Tap, Break Like the Wind. She wants a copy of this one, Break Like the Wind. This is sold to Melanie Clausen. And we have 3 Black Sabbaths. This is just a restock here. Black Sabbath self-titled. That's $33.99. And then I think I'm going to need my laptop for this. There should be a waiting list for Modest Mouse, The Lonesome Crowded Nest. Let me set that right over there. My laptop's up front. I do have 1 extra copy for $33. We also had a special request for, excuse me on this name, Anima Genesis. It's a special request for Robert Vlodarchek. It's on clear vinyl. Robert, that's in for y'all, $44.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. This is a special request for Troy Robinson. Peace is the Mission Extended by Major Lazer. Troy, that's in for you, $49.99. And the last is also a request, Vlodarchek, Rammstein Shinzuit. And so those are also sold to Vlodarchek. And we have filled up our 3rd full crate already tonight, mostly of all these new vinyl pre-orders. So tonight we had Fleetwood Mac come in. We had the Ozzy restock, the new Slipknot, both Spinal Taps, and a few waiting lists. And that's pretty much the majority of tonight's new vinyl arrivals. 4 crates, and it was mostly pre-order. That would normally be what our Monday looks like. So, and I know I ordered stuff that should be here tomorrow, and things are just kind of like a day behind because of the Labor Day deliveries. So that's it. And now we have nothing but new arrivals over here from John. Laura's finished up the auctions, and we got, trust me, plenty of stuff to go through. All right, for special requests, you can just send Ed an email or a message, and he'll get you a title and a request, and they'll take care of it. All right. Helix is at $25 with Brad Waits. They're still bidding on Billy Joe. Aaron Andrus, you're out. Slash of Snake Pit's a final call for $15. And then that's with Hiram Ponte. What about the Rolling Stones? Vicky bid $27. I never did hear back from Matthew Sherrick. He said he's out. This is sold to Vicky Allison for $27. All right. And let me fill up a new empty crate here. Let's go get ahead and get started on our 4th crate over here. John marked some New Orleans stuff. That should be very interesting. This is sold to Vicky for $27. Hiram. You get Slash at $15. Billy Joel's up to Aaron Andrus. Sean David has it for $56. And then the sealed Helix is at $25. Okay, and I'll figure out who got that Modest Mouse. When I step up front, I'll grab my laptop, and that was the only waiting list. Ryan Eaton, Modest Mouse, if not on the wait list. Okay, it might have been you. It might have been you. We have not sold kicks yet. No. The first thing we're going to do, though, is go through some discount bins. So one of the first things I do have some new stuff. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but Paul did go through a crate of new vinyl when I was out of town, okay? And this is, I had it right here next to me to remind myself. This is actually some new vinyl that came in when I was out of town, so I never did get to show it. I don't know if anything really sold. It looks like some stuff did, but I was actually watching when he went through this to make sure all the pre-orders got pulled or all the wait lists got pulled, and they did. So the first thing we have is Billy Joel is at 60, Billy Joel's at 65, and over here Helix is a final call. That is at 25 with Brad Waits, okay? And let's go ahead and put this up right here, and let's put up Accept Midnight Highway. Accept is an 83 US Herb Serval OG pressing. I don't see that one too often. That's going to go up for a $15 start. This is Genesis and the Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. And thanks to Matt Parsons, or I would not have ordered this, I was going to get the Analog Productions, but it's pretty pricey. It's 4 LPs. It's well over $100. This is a half-speed master, $44.99 for Genesis. Van Halen Balance. Now, they have discontinued the orange vinyl. So now if you want a copy of Balance, this is the only one available right now. It's $39.99. It's on black vinyl. Of course, OGs of that are extremely tough, extremely expensive. We have Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek. That is $38.99. And Van Halen's second album remastered. Van Halen's $33.99. So over here, Billy Joel was at 60, 65, and 75. What is the Helix? It's a sealed OG copy, and it has a high bid right now of $25 of Brad Waits. It is sealed. It does have a saw mark. It is got a hop sticker, and that's a final call. It has a new bid for $27. Nobody's bid on Accept. We're looking for a $15 start. There's another copy of Van Halen 2 at $33. That's actually an OG sealed copy. I remember Paul, I was watching Paul when he showed these. He's like, what is this? Is this actually a sealed? It is. It's a sealed original pressing of David Lee Roth Skyscraper, $28.99. We have Steel Drivers. That is with Chris Stapleton. It is on silver vinyl. I love how they covered his face up with the hop sticker. No offense, but usually this album sells when I tell everybody Chris Stapleton's on here. No offense to the rest of the Steel Drivers, and they've took the hop sticker and covered up his face almost intentionally. They should have put it like right here. Steel Drivers is $33.99. Stapleton is on that one. The Darkness, Permission to Land, I Believe in a Thing Called Love, $33.99. And Smash the 80s, which is a 2 LP compilation. New Order, Duran Duran, Aha, Spandau Ballet, Simply Red. We have Sacred Rock. Now, they have took the cover. I almost need to open these. They have took the disc and decided to put it in front of the cover. So actually, let me swap this around, and we'll take a peek at the vinyl right quick. It is on orange vinyl, and they do this with some new releases. They ship the disc smart, but they put it in front of the jacket so you can see the barcode, and it messes up where you can't see the cover. So I'm going to open one and show you the cover. Sacred Rock Heel, $34.99. We actually have two of them, okay? Steel Drivers is sold to Nick Bargeron. That is sold to Nick Bargeron. Fred Carnell won't Smash the 80s. That's sold to Fred Carnell. And then I have Seal, and that has Kiss from a Rose. It's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Seal. Steel Panther, Feel the Steel, 15th anniversary, $36.99. That's on purple marbled. Metallica, Death Magnetic, The Day That Never Comes, $44.99, okay? And then over here, let's update these auctions. Man, every time I look up, everything still's getting more bids. Helix is at $27. Accept is at $15. Accept $15. Accept $18. Helix got a new bid for $30. Accept $17. Nick Bargeron on Steel Drivers. Paul Cruz bid $16 on Accept. Fred Carnell got Smash. Michael Salazar on SR for Sacred Rock. That's sold to Michael Salazar. I'll give you this copy here that technically hadn't been opened. That's sold to Michael Salazar. And then does Sacred Rock have Independent on it? You'll have to give me 1 second. Well, actually, I was about to say I can't see the back cover now. I can over here. This does not have the song Independent on it. Not on that one. Janet Gray on Seal. That's sold to Janet Gray. Fred Carnell wants the other Sacred Rock. And we have David Jennings on the Genesis. The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Put Troy Robinson down on the Seal waiting list, okay? Seal waiting list. So here's where we're at. Billy Joel was between two people. It's been an all-out war. I told y'all it would be. Sean David's out, though, and this is sold to Aaron Andrus for $75. That is sold for $75. Gone. I have this in stock right now. If anybody wants a new 2 LP sealed copy, I have this in stock right now, $38.99. Helix is a sealed original. The most recent bid with hop sticker, it does have a cut mark. Brad Waits has it for $30. Accept, the most recent high bid on Accept was Alonzo Breezy, Brensno Jr., has this for $18. Paul Cruz, You Tied 'Em. Alonzo still has that for $18. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the TV soundtrack, $36.99. Burl Ives with A Holly Jolly Christmas. Gimme Fuel, Gimme Fire. Metallica, Reload. That's a 2 LP, $46.99. We have The Darkness, Motorheart. The Darkness is $36.99. Van Halen, Fair Warning, $33. Another Rhino Reserve, this time Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, Sweet, $38.99. And then Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith. This is a yellow and black half-speed master, $36.99. I've got some sweet cassettes over here. We've already sold a handful, but I do have some hair metal and some stuff of that genre we will be putting up for auction tonight, okay? I know some stuff that makes you all of a sudden get dizzy. And you start getting dizzy and you start going, oh my gosh, Chad, I'm getting dizzy. The hair metal, I'm getting dizzy. Please make it stop. Shotgun Messiah, that's going to go up for a $10 start. That is now up for bid. Shotgun Messiah. Okay. That was a quick recap. Like I said, that was some new stuff that came in. Make sure Troy Robinson's on the seal waiting list. Anybody else? Aaron Andrus says he also wants a new. He just got the Japanese copy. He says he wants a new sealed 2 LP as well. So give him a sealed 2 LP as well. New sealed here, $38.99. And that's also sold to Aaron Andrus. Anybody else? We got Motorhead, Fleetwood Mac, Van Halen, The Darkness, Metallica, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Metallica, Steel Panther, Smash the 80s, The Darkness, David Lee Roth, Van Halen, Jimmy Page, and the Black Crowes, $38.99 on that one, and then Van Halen Balance. I'm going to move these righty over here. All righty. So first thing we're going to do is the following. I am going to bring over a discount crate. Shotgun Messiah already has bids for $12 and $15. We've already sold Tesla, Smashing Pumpkins, and Slash. The only no bid right now, I have a no bid over here available. And the no bid over here I have available is these 2 Tesla cassettes. And these are a buy it now for $15. And that is 5-Man Acoustical Jam and the Great Radio Controversy. I'm selling those together for $15. I'm selling those together for $15, okay? That's the only no bid of the whole night right now. I think I have the leftovers of about 5 discount crates that I'm going to condense, and we're going to try to sell everything that's left right now. I'm going to bring today's leftovers back here as well. So Brent's going to go ahead and grab those 2 Teslas at $15. Nice snag there. And let's go through this stuff here. So every morning at 9 a.m., I post a discount flip video in the group. Sometimes insane, crazy markdowns. Like I put a Louis Armstrong box set out this morning for $6.99. At 6 a.m., there's a new vinyl recap. But at 9 a.m., that's when we do the vintage discount. And sometimes 12, probably not this week because I'm posting so many pre-orders. But be sure. And then I'm kind of surprised sometimes what's left over. Sometimes what's left over, I'm like, wow, but it usually sells right here when I'm recapping them. Let's update these auctions because I've looked up and I see multiple bids still on these auctions. Fred Cardinale has the sealed Helix at $40. Except is an OG, Midnight Highway, an 83 OG. Alonzo still has it, but this time at $25. And then the Shotgun Messiah cassette, Gregory Roberts has it for $15. Kristen Driscoll, you've been outbid, okay? These were $14. Yeah, these first 3 records were $14.99. That's the discount press. That's the discount price. No more, no less. We're officially into our advertised auctions at 7 o'clock. We'll be selling all that for the rest of the night. So this is a nice copy with the original poster. 10 years after, Cricklewood Green. $14.99 on that, which was $10 off. $14.99. That was $24.99. Also $14.99 is The Sound of Wilson Pickett. That is in mono, no condition notes, Wilson Pickett, also $14.99. That would be half off. And this is more than half off. And like John said, I said, John, I've been having to discount these. He said, well, if you look them up on Discogs, these with the bag that are complete and nice demand pretty good money on Discogs. And I was like, I know. I never see the brown bag. And we've had like 10 in the last couple weeks, it seems like. That's Jefferson Airplane Bark with that original brown bag cover, $14.99. No condition notes either. Brent Robley gets Wilson Pickett, $14.99. Thank you on that. Now, the next 2 records were $9.99, okay? Those are 14. These two are $9.99. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, VG Plus condition. It's on the original label, which is track. VG Plus condition. Give me fuel, give me fire. $9.99. And also $9.99 is Otis Redding and Jimi Hendrix. It is in VG condition, $5 off. One side is Jimi Hendrix live, the other side is Otis Redding live, $9.99. Fred Cardinal second on Wilson Pickett. Sean Holford first on Jefferson Airplane, $14.99. So does Sean Holford. Matt was second. Okay, Shotgun Messiah is at $20. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. The last bid on Helix was Brad Waits at $48. Fred Cardinal's out. And then the last bid on Accept was $25, and that was with Alonzo. Okay, then 3 minutes later, Fred Cardinal bid $25 again. So, Fred, you have tied Alonzo. He still has it at $25. Otis Redding is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $9.99. The rest of these are $6.99. The first $6.99er is Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits. No condition notes. It is on a second label, which is MCA. Has some of her best work on it. $6.99 on that. Ozzy No More Tears did come in. Melanie at Carnegie Hall, a double LP, $6.99 for Melanie, and Neil Diamond in Mood. Neil Diamond in Shrink, the name of the album is Moods. This has some good tracks on it. Song Sung Blue, Play Me, $6.99. MCA Records, nice copy, $6.99. All right, so it's up to Kristen Driscoll on Shotgun Messiah, but I've got to sell it. They're still bidding on Accept, but we're done on Helix. That's sold to Brad Waits for $48. Let's put up another auction. And the next auction is Anthem. And this is Tightrope. Well, this is pretty much like some... we got some metal tonight, but it's not like the... it's not a Metal Thursday lineup, but we do have some metal mixed in tonight. We've got Accept, Shotgun Messiah, and Anthem Tightrope on the auction block right now. This is an 86 US OG sealed $15 start. Paul told me, he said, man, we've got enough metal. We're going to have to slip in some stuff on other days of the week. And I was like, I don't think they'll have a problem with that. I don't think they'll have a problem with that because we've got so much, you know, probably I could call it B metal. Not like OG first pressings of Metallica albums, but a lot of stuff that's up for bid right now. A lot of stuff $50 and less. So a lot of that you might see tonight, tomorrow, maybe even Friday and Saturday. Right, Laura? She said, sure, as she was walking by. She had no idea probably even what I said. Scott Oman on Loretta Lynn at $6.99. Ziggy Chaos got Melanie at $6.99. Anthem and Accept, by the way. So we got 2 A's up for bid, so keep that in mind. And then Mike Quadrini wants the Fleetwood Mac, this one right here. He wants the Tango in the Night Rhino Reserve. This is sold to Mike Quadrini at $38.99. Thank you on that. We have Shotgun Messiah at $22 and Gregory Zal sold to Kristen Driscoll, $22. That is sold. And then we have Anthem and Accept up for bid, okay? That's just a cardboard divider. I don't need that right now. And then what is next here? What is next here? This was $9.99. Phil Manzera and Eno, this is a major markdown in shrink, just has a clip corner, nice copy, $9.99. And then the rest of the crate was $6.99. Yeah, the rest of this little handful here is $6.99. Brian Auger's Oblivion Express, Live Oblivion Volume 2, $6.99. Barbara's Watch Out, $6.99. Jake Bugg live at Silver Platter, Seattle, a 2014 press, just $6.99. And the Black Sorrows Hold On To Me, $6.99. Hopefully we're done on Accept because this has gotten down to 2 A's and we don't want to get this confusing, okay? I've got Fred Cardinal on Accept at $30. He tied once again Alonzo. Fred, you are tying Alonzo about every time you bid. Alonzo still has that for $30. Then over here is Anthem. David Baber has it for $17. Alonzo just bid $16. Brian Auger is $6.99, sold to Henry's Choice. How much is Arthur Brown with Fire? I give you Fire, $9.99. $9.99. Neil Diamond was near mint minus, $6.99. What's the next cassette going up for auction, you may ask? I think someone just asked. They said, Chad, please tell us, what is the next cassette you have going up for auction? And I'm like, give me 1 second. I'm about to tell you because I don't even know. Let's see here. Let's just do the classic Skid Row. Nice, the Shocker soundtrack. That's cool. All right, let's just do the classic Shocker cassette tape here. That is, or excuse me, Skid Row, first of all. Debut, $10 start on Skid Row. All right, Brad Waits on Neil Diamond, and that goes in for $6.99. That should be right here. That's sold to Brad for $6.99. Also $6.99 was Leon Russell Carney. That was EX condition and canned heat. And that was VG Plus condition. Canned heat is $6.99, okay? So those are still available. Quick little recap of that batch. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, and 9 on Phil Manzera Eno. The rest of those right there are $6.99. Okay, Patrick Lear on canned heat is $6.99. Brent Robley was second. Accept is at $38. Fred Cardinal, you're out. Okay, Anthem is at $25. A sealed copy. Alonzo's out. Alonzo has it. David Baber's out. Tom Kelly does want Arthur Brown at $9.99. Gotcha. Now the rest of this crate, let me check. Everything left in this crate is $6.99 except for these last two. Yeah. All right, so first one is Bing Crosby Biograph, where the blue of the night meets the gold of the day. Bing Crosby is $6.99, no condition notes. The Tokens, both sides now. The Tokens is $6.99. Neil Sedaka sings Greatest Hits, also $6.99. And Captain and Tennille, Love Will Keep Us Together. Captain and Tennille, with the big song on there, that's $6.99. How much is Brian Auger? That already sold. It was $6.99. America is $6.99 as well. That's called Hideaway. No condition notes, essentially a discount bin here. The Allman Brothers, just $6.99. It does have a clip corner on that one. All right, so Accept is sold to Alonzo for $38. That is sold. Skid Row is a buy now for $10 if anybody wants it. And Anthem is sold to Alonzo for $25. Okay, and then we have Paula on NS for Neil Sedaka. That's sold to Paula for $6.99. Our next auctions are going to go up right now. And the next thing I have is the following. ZZ Top El Loco, an 81 US club. It's a Columbia Record Club copy. It is VG, and it's going to go up for a $10 start. That's ZZ Top El Loco, $10 start on that one. And we have another Helix going up. And this Helix is called Long Way to Heaven. It's an 85 USOG Jacksonville press, VG Plus condition. Helix is a $10 start. And our third auction is going to be Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. Judas Priest is an 82 US Terre Haute OG, original on her sleeve, with the merch insert, EX condition, a $30 start on that. Skid Row is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $10. Blaine Zapnick gets America for $6.99. And we have Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton is $6.99. The Everly Brothers, 24 original classics over 2 LPs, $6.99 for the Everly Brothers. Diego, canned heat's already sold. Diego, you might be slightly behind on the chat, by the way. Everything you wanted to hear by the Chiffons is $6.99. ZZ Top has a bid for $10. Judas Priest has a bid for $30. And ZZ Top has another bid for $10. Sheena Easton, A Private Heaven, $6.99. I think this has a couple songs on it written by Prince. $6.99. Guitars by Lee Ritenour and Steve Lukather. Sheena Easton, A Private Heaven, $6.99. Two of these songs are written by Prince. Let's see here. M. Holding, Steve Lukather, Double Standard. Which one's written by Prince? Alexander Nevermind. That's it. Yeah, anytime you see credit writing, see how that says Alexander Nevermind? That is Prince, okay? That was his hidden name there, Alexander Nevermind. That's, I think, 2 songs on there written by Prince. $6.99 for Sheena Easton. That's sold to Christina Curtis. Chiffons on Lori Records has no condition notes. Yeah, pretty clean copy. Very clean. $6.99 on that. And we also have Badfinger at just $6.99. That's Airwaves. And Nancy Sinatra, Sugar. Nancy Sinatra's in VG condition, $6.99. Reprise Records, The Hullabaloo Show. Hullabaloos at $6.99. Okay. Brent Robley on the Chiffons at $6.99. Okay. So let's go down the line here. We have ZZ Top at $15 with Paula. Helix has one bid with Scott Arnold for 10, and Judas Priest has one bid for 30. Everything's a final call. These last two records were $9.99. These last two records were $9.99. Basic Blues Magoos. Blues Magoos was $9.99. No condition notes. That was a great price. And so is the Beach Boys in Concert. Also no condition notes. A double LP. The Beach Boys in Concert, $9.99. So that is the leftovers of several discount crates. I'm about to even add to it, by the way. First, though, Chuck Haley wants the Hullabaloos at $6.99. That's so to Chuck Haley. I got to go get the two crates, the one from yesterday and the one from the day before. Blues Magoo sold to Brent for $9.99. And Matt wants the bundle price. Maybe he wants to go ahead and just bundle what's left in here right now. And then I'll add even more to it. But not before I put up a Depeche Mode cassette. Man, that's something I don't say too often. A Depeche Mode cassette. Depeche Mode, music for the masses. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Joe Salamo, you were second on the Magoos. There's a new bid on Judas Priest for $35. What is the ZZ Top? And can you tell me more information about the Helix? Helix has one bid for $10 with Scott Arnold. It's an 85 USOG Jacksonville press with a gold stamp promo up here in the corner. It's in VG Plus condition. It has one bid for $10. ZZ Top is also an 81, which is the year of release. It's a club copy. It's in VG condition, and it has bids up to 15 with Paula. Depeche Mode is a $10 start, okay? Blaine, bundle price, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, okay? 15, and I'm still leaving the one that was marked down to 15, the one that was marked down to 10, and the other one marked down to 10. So I will sell you all these right now for $65. $65. If he doesn't take them, somebody else can. 15 records at $65. That's $4.33 a piece. A piece. While I go grab the other stuff. Maybe he'll go ahead and buy those, and we can knock out these other ones and get all the leftover flip crate stuff sold. Tonight, after we go through all the new arrivals, guess what? We're going to be going through more new arrivals. And more, or I should say, we're going to be going through more discount crates like we did last night. More and more and more. All right, let me condense these two crates. I'm up front, by the way, if you haven't heard. I'm all the way up front. I'm all the way up front. And now I'm in the back with another crate. Let's see what the chat says. Judas Priest is at 40. Scott Arnold, you get Helix for $10. Nobody bid on Depeche Mode, so that's no. Hiram did. Okay, Hiram has it for $10. Final call. ZZ Top is sold to Paula for $15, and Guy Shard's in on Depeche Mode at 11. Okay, when I walked up, all of a sudden I got some more activities. Kaysen has Priest at 40. I like it when you get down to $368 a piece. $368, is that an offer? $368 divided by times 15 would be $55. Is that an offer for $55? If so, I'm going to sell them to you. All you got to do is say sold, and I'm going to put them away so we can get right in. Fast pace tonight. Quickly. Fast, quick. 55, sold, done. Matt Parsons. We're going to be blasting through some crates. Done. Let's put sticky notes around them. Sold. Just like that. Bam. Bing. Pow. Fire the cannon. I'm literally thinking about buying a small little mini cannon. Like a little thing. You load it and pow. Put it up here. That's for like the big stuff. Okay. So let's go through this crate. Here's some more opportunities at $6.99. There's only one $9.99 record left. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is make it $6.99, okay? So I'm going to make, these were left over 6. These were left over 6. There was one 9 that was left over. I'll go ahead and make it 6, okay? Joni Mitchell, For the Roses. Joni Mitchell is $6.99. Lisa Marachi's in on Priest at $41. Hiram, it's up to you on Depeche Mode. Aaron Andrus has it for $15. Okay, Aaron Andrus has it for 15. Give me 1 second over here. Blaine Zapney gets Joni Mitchell for $6.99. I got to check on something before we go much further. Okay, next, $6.99, a nice copy and shrink, the Fabulous Thunderbirds, What's the Word? Literally, nice price sticker, beautiful copy, near mint minus and shrink, $6.99. Depeche Mode's at 20. Judas Priest is at 41. That means, Kaysen, you've been outbid. It's up to you. It's up to you, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. That is Twisted Sister, Come Out and Play. It is a 85 US Specialty OG with the original under sleeve and inserts. Twisted Sisters VG Plus, a $20 start. Over here, we have Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed. Glenn Fry from the Eagles, no condition notes, $6.99. Right now, we're recapping all the leftover discount crates from about the last 5 days. Everything you're seeing right now is $6.99. Everything in this one over here is going to be $6.99. $6.99. Fabulous Thunderbirds, Glenn Fry, John Mayall. There's some black electrical tape on top of the cover, but the disc is fine. One of the reasons I marked it down to $6.99. That's $6.99. Kaysen, do you want back in on Judas Priest? Depeche Mode is sold to Aaron Andrus for $20. Twisted Sister is an OG copy. It has the inserts. The inserts with this is a merch insert. Yeah, it's a really cool merch insert that comes with this one. Look at those. Man, look at that pink sweatshirt you could have got. That's pretty cool. And that one and that one. I wonder if I can still get those in 3XLs. I wonder if I can still get those. I'll take a 3XL. Probably the 3XLs back then was about the size of a large today, though. Some of those old vintage T-shirts, they'll say extra large. It wouldn't even come up over my belly button, probably. We have Mike Quadrini on Glenn Fry. That's sold to Mike Quadrini for $6.99. Also, $6.99 is Eddie Money, Live for the Taking. That would be half off at $6.99. And Traffic, Last Exit. Traffic has a few pieces of tape on the top of the cover. VG, $6.99. Twisted Sister, is it mastered by Bob Ludwig? We can find out. We can find out. It is mastered by Bob Ludwig, RL and the Dead Wax. You are absolutely correct. Well, I lost Kaysen on Judas Priest, so we got to go ahead and sell this to Lisa Marachi for $41. Diego gets Traffic at $6.99. Paula gets Eddie Money at $6.99. Mike Quadrini next is $6.99. And no, we have not sold a single Beatles yet. I think Laura's still working on those, probably because those are extremely complicated to look up. All those are still back there with Laura, so we have not sold a single Beatles yet, but I am going to go ahead and put up something else from the bonus crate. There is a bonus crate over here, and what is that bonus crate? I have a copy of Wasp. You heard me correctly, Wasp. This is School Days. SCHOOLDAZE, School Days. It's an 84 UK 12-inch single in VG condition, $10 start on Wasp. School Days and Paint It Black from their debut. $10 start on that. Also, $6.99 is Joe Jackson, Body and Soul. No condition notes. Joe Jackson, just $6.99. Jackson Browne, Hold Out, VG Plus condition. Jackson Browne is $6.99. Same price for this Bluegrass album. It's Bluegrass Time Again by Hubert Davis and the Season Travelers. $6.99. And Elton John, the Friends soundtrack, $6.99 for Elton John. Twisted Sister did not get a bid, right? Matthew Sherrick wanted to know what the starting bid was. The starting bid was $20, and it just got a bid for Razman. Wasp just got a bid for $10 and another bid for $10. I think it's time for another cassette. So let me go over here and see what's going on in our cassettes. Holy moly. Let's see what we got here. I don't know who this is, but it looks metal, so that could probably be good. Ooh, y'all gonna like this one. I wish I had a cassette to vinyl machine. I would pop this in right now. A cassette to vinyl machine. Trickster, nice. Trickster is gonna go up for a $10 start. Good luck bidding there. All right, $6.99. We got Henry's Choice on JJ for Joe Jackson at $6.99. Slicker Van Slyke on the Bluegrass for $6.99. And we're going through a $6.99 crate. Todd Rundgren's Utopia, same price for everything in here. The Cotton Club soundtrack, no condition notes on that. Also, we got Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire. Gordon Lightfoot, Daylight, Katie, Come On. Just a little bit of coverware there, $6.99. Canned Heat, The Guess Who, VG Plus, $6.99. Does have a stain on the back. Vinyls in VG Plus. And we got John Mayall's Moving On, VG Plus, $6.99 on that. So Wasp has hit $20 of Tom Kelly. Sean, you have been outbid. Twisted Sister has hit $30, and I will put up the other ZZ Top if it's over here. I'm not for sure if it's over here or not yet. Cassettes right here, Trickster. We've already sold about a dozen tonight. This is Trickster going up for a $10 start. First thing is Be Yourself Adventure wants Friends. And Friends was the Elton John soundtrack. That's sold to Be Yourself Adventures. Diego on CH for Canned Heat, right? Now, I may have misspoke. Hold on a second. This is Canned Wheat. Yes, this is The Guess Who, Canned Wheat. It is an album by The Guess Who called Canned Wheat. So, Diego, you may not want that. Slicker Van Slyke wants Utopia at $6.99. And Matthew Sherrick, $30. Now, the reason I'm going through the leftovers right now early, unlike I normally do, is because I want everybody to make sure you're a member of Whole Lot of Records and that you know every morning this is stuff they got left over. So imagine what you missed out on. So if you have time at 9 o'clock every morning, I'm telling you, it's like clockwork. It's literally scheduled. You can go to the group just like I'm going live, but you don't have to wait on me. You don't have to wait around and be like, well, when's Chad actually going to start this show tonight? You can go there at 9 o'clock and poof, it's going to be uploaded. And I think, yeah, it was Saturday morning when I was in Atlanta. I got on there at 9 o'clock and just watched how many people immediately started commenting. I was like, wow, this is a lot crazy. This is like I'm live right now and it's all pre-recorded. So I've told everybody here, I could get dangerous if I started uploading 10 videos a day. I think I could. We might try it one day. We might upload like 10 videos in one day. But that means I would never leave here. I'd just be either live or I'd be constantly pre-recording videos. The other day, I was like, man, we're going to run out of priced records. We're going to have to like hire somebody else, start pricing even more records. Crazy Horse is $6.99. $6.99 for Crazy Horse. And the Drifting Cowboys, We Remember Hank Williams, that's also $6.99 on that. All right, let's go back to the top and figure out what's going on. So Twisted Sister got up to 30. Yes, OG pop-up cover. Bob Lugwood has the inner sleeve and all the inserts, okay? The last bit on Wasp was Tom Kelly at 20. We sold Friends. We sold Maybe Canned Wheat. We sold Utopia. Twisted Sisters at 30. Trickster got a bid for 10. Kaysen, you did not get Judas Priest. No, you did not get Judas Priest. And then Parliament, auction soon. Are those morning sales for Facebook only? Yes. And then Diego does want the Canned Wheat. Okay. Diego, that's not Canned Heat. It's Canned Wheat. But I'm going to give it to you because you've commented twice. That's so do you. And this is also $6.99. White Mansions, Tales. A Tale from the American Civil War. That is $6.99. Slicker Van Slyke on Horses at $6.99. So let me clarify this again because I don't see any bids coming in. And we're about to sell these. Trickster has one bid for $10 with Patty. We're about to sell it. Wasp is at $20 with Tom Kelly. We're about to sell it. And Twisted Sister over here is with Matthew Sherrick for $30. We're about to sell it. No bids are coming in, so I'm assuming everybody's done. Kelly Vlodarchik on the Civil War. That's so to Kelly. Laura just delivered the rest of tonight's auctions. So all the advertised auctions are up here. I've been seeing people request stuff. Some of them wasn't even ready yet. We have them right now. CH was for Crazy Horse. Okay, so you did not want Canned Wheat by the Guess Who. I should just keep calling it the Guess Who. And that means, Slicker, you were second on Crazy Horse. Diego was first on Crazy Horse. So give this to Diego Sanchez. He was first on that. Then Kelly got Civil War. All right, let's finish up this crate. Country Gazette. Don't Give Up Your Day Job. Bluegrass, signed by Alan Mine and Byron Berline. $6.99. Twisted Sisters at $32 of Tom Kelly. That's a new bid. Wasp is at $21 of Justin Deckelman. That's a new bid. Tom Kelly, you've been outbid on Wasp. Bill Haley in the comments, Golden Hits. That's also $6.99. Foghat Night Shift is $6.99. And we have JT, James Taylor, $6.99. Patty Anderson Williams gets the Trickster cassette for $10. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and run one of the mini Beatles. Holy moly. Now listen, y'all don't have to bid on these, okay? If you don't want to bid on these, that's perfectly okay. How about a real, true 64 UK mono Hard Day's Night? Parlophone, VG condition with the original inner sleeve, a $45 start. The Beatles, a Hard Day's Night, 64 UK OG mono, VG condition, a $45 start. An OG mono UK edition. That's now up for bid. Next is Dave Ferguson on Foghat for $6.99. Bill Haley have Rocking Around the Clock. It should. It's the first track. Yes, Stephen Lawson, it's on there, $6.99. Hard Day's Night has a bid for $45. Twisted Sister has a bid for $33. Wasp has a new bid for $26. Next is Vanilla Fudge, Near the Beginning. Vanilla Fudge is in VG condition, $6.99. A real 64 UK mono. Usually if I grab these, I flip it over, I'm like, oh man, it's a 77. Oh man, it's a 73. 64 UK mono. Stephen Lawson does take Bill Haley for $6.99. Everything you see in here is $6.99. Even Elton John Breaking Hearts, that's $6.99. Even Grand Funk Phoenix in VG condition, that's $6.99. And even Procol Harum Live, no condition notes and shrink wrap, that is $6.99. Twisted Sister, the most recent bid on Twisted Sister was Matthew Sherrick at $33. Matthew Sherrick at $33. Wasp has hit $30. Blaine Zapnick on Vanilla Fudge. And the Beatles has hit $55 with Matt Parsons. He was the first person to bid $50. No, Todd Doris was. Todd Doris bid $55 about a minute ago. So he's leading on that one. Man, this is a great album too. Hard Day's Night. Are you kidding me? Nice. Got the flip back cover, of course. Hard Day's Night. And I love her. Can't Buy Me Love. Anytime at All. I like that one. Anytime at All. Things We Said Today. Those are two of my favorites on there. I always lean towards the deep cuts, it seems like. Beatles 60, Beatles 60. Steve Miller Band, Your Saving Grace. VG Plus condition, $6.99. Elton John is So Lonnie Jolly, Breaking Hearts at $6.99. Marshall Tucker Band is $6.99. Running Like the Wind. The Flashdance soundtrack, that's also $6.99. Nielsen, a little touch of a Schmilson in the Night, VG Plus $6.99, and Blood Rock 3 is VG, that is $6.99, okay? $6.99. Over here, I already did going once, and now going twice on the Twisted Sister. Matthew Sherrick has it for $33. If you want to bid, or you think you're in higher, you might want to do it right now. If I say sold on that one and you say, wait a minute, I'd already placed $35 bid, I'm going to say, sorry, I got to sell it to Matthew Sherrick for $33. So he has it for $33. Final call. The reason I'm saying that is because there's been about 7 different bidders, all within about $1 of each other. Wasp, School Days. That's also with Tom Kelly at $30. If you think you're in higher, or you want to be in higher, or you think you bid $30 first, you need to let me know in the next 60 seconds. Otherwise, I'm selling it to Tom Kelly. And now the Beatles is at 77 with Todd Doris. The Beatles is in VG condition, which is always a conservative grade from Laura. I'm going to look at it right now for the first time myself. It is not bad whatsoever compared to the way I normally see these. Just got some scuff marks right in here. Hopefully you can see those come through with the lighting. Yeah, it's not bad at all. Man, some of these are just absolutely trashed. Not bad at all. It's got scuff marks occasionally across the disc. So VG on that one. If this was a dead mint copy, it would probably not make it to the auction block back there. It'd be squirreled away somewhere at my house. I'd have it hid behind some kind of piece of furniture hidden in my house somewhere. We have Todd Doris at 77. Farmer Redman wants Nielsen. Justin Deckelman would like the info on Wasp one more time. This is Wasp School Days. It's an 84 UK 12-inch single, plays at a 45 RPM, VG vinyl, and a VG or less sleeve. The Beatles is at $80. Everything in here is $6.99. Blood Rock 3, Flashdance, Marshall Tucker Band, Steve Miller Band, Procol Harum Live, Grand Funk Phoenix, JT James Taylor, Country Gazette, The Guess Who, The Drifting Cowboys, John Mayall, Gordon Lightfoot, The Cotton Club, Jackson Browne, John Mayall, and the Fabulous Thunderbirds. The Procol Harum was Near Mint Minus and Shrink Wrap. Matthew Sherrick gets Twisted Sister for $33. Deckelman, if you say out on Wasp, I'm selling it. If you bid, we'll keep it going. It is all up to you. Let's put this away right here. He's out. Wasp is sold to Tom Kelly for $30. Chad just asked for the Wasp details. It just sold to Tom Kelly for $30. Next auction's going up right now. Here is the Beatles. It's still getting bids. Todd Doris has it for $90. Blaine wants Procol Harum. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is add another auction. Next auction is going to be the following. It is going to be this copy of this Bruce Springsteen bootleg. This is Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Band, live at Hammersmith Odeon. A bootleg unofficial from 1976. VG, a $20 start. It's a vintage original bootleg made in 76. The concert is from London, UK, Hammersmith in 75. I did pull Procol, right? I'm going to offer these as a bundle before I go through the other crate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 records here. 15 records. The bundle price, and let's get all these sold so we can go right into the next one. We'll say $60 for 15 records. $60 for 15 records. That's right at $4 a piece. All you got to do is say sold or bundle, and that means you're buying it. Beatles is at 91. We got quite the battle with Todd Doris and John Bobing. Phillip is out. Brent's out. It's going to get down to just a couple people now. Todd Doris, it goes back to you. Next is another cassette, and this is the Shocker soundtrack. Very desirable on vinyl, probably very desirable on a cassette. That's going to go up for a $10 start. All right. First thing we have is a bundle for $50. Dave C says, I'll take the James Taylor. Here's how we'll negotiate. Matthew Sherrick, if you let me pull out the James Taylor and sell it to Dave C for $6.99, I'll sell you everything that's left for $50. That'll be us kind of meeting in the middle, sort of. That means I'll get $56.99, but you get one less record out of the bundle, and you get it at your original price, okay? Todd Doris, it's up to you on the Beatles. John Bobing has it for $91. Shocker's a $10 start, and Bruce Springsteen is a full album. I don't think it's a full concert. No, there's no way. It's just one disc. It's just one disc. I doubt that's a full show. I think the bootleg is technically complete, but I don't think it's a full concert. That would take, you know how those normally are. They're usually what? At least 2 or 3 or sometimes 4 LPs. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 songs on it, so that's probably not the full concert. But there's nothing missing from the bootleg. All right. Shocker, $10 start. We'll let Matthew's comment come in. He usually has a delay of 5 or 6 minutes sometimes. All right, so he said so. So sell this to Dave C for $6.99. That's done. And then the rest of these in here are sold to Matthew Sherrick for $50. So Dave C, you got what you wanted, and Matthew Sherrick got what he wanted out of the bundle. And I'm going to put, whoever's tagging, I'm going to put the first part right here. I've got a sticky note in front of them. And then we're going to start a new crate with the rest of them. The Shocker cassette's a $10 start. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. We got one more. We're doing some cheap vintage stuff right now. I've got one more to slide over here and knock out. Here's the rest of this. And Red Cave Collections has Shocker for $10, okay? Patty's also bid $10. John Bobing, you've been outbid on the Beatles. He has it for $95, okay? He has it for $95. I knew these would get up there quickly. There's the 64 UK mono tag from Laura. There's the Shocker cassette. It's now tied at 10. And final call to get a bid on Bruce for $20. And I have, like I said, one more crate of vintage discounts over here to slide over. I think this was some leftovers from a crate the other morning, and then a crate that we was going through last night. And last night we were going through $6.99 crates and bundling. $6.99 crates and bundling. This is kind of how we ended the show last night. If you're ever curious what we're doing on here at 1 a.m., that's what we were doing. And we got to the last crate, and we didn't get a bundle deal done made with anybody. Everybody fell asleep. We dropped below 100 viewers. And I was like, okay, time for the show to get over. After we stopped getting bundle deals done, so we're right back to where we left off. This is some leftovers, and then this was the crate last night we didn't do a bundle deal on. I'm going to show them for $6.99. And then I've got new arrivals to show from John and Laura. The first John stuff, though, I think is from that New Orleans collection, so probably some very unusual stuff. And those are going to be buy it now best offer, okay? But first, let's get started with these. We have this. Spanking Her Gang, $6.99. In shrink, $6.99. 1 a.m. poster nights. We did the other night. Man, the posters we found the other night, I still haven't really told many people about them. Amazing posters. Not movie posters, music-related posters. Kiss, Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer. They're all right over here next to me. We sold a bunch, and actually they didn't key them in on y'all's invoices. So Kenny Begley bought about a dozen of them, Kiss posters, and Ed just keyed them in on invoices this morning. So stuff like that always gets forgotten about. So either way, here we go. Let's go back to the top. The Beatles got a new bid for $96. We're not done on the mono Hard Day's Night. Let me make sure I didn't miss any comments. The first comment was Bruce Springsteen 20. Bruce Springsteen 21. Beatles 96. Did you do mono with the Beatles yet? Here's one of them right here. Hard Day's Night's up for auction right now. It's up for auction right now. The Shocker cassette got a bid for 13. Bruce got a bid for 25. Bruce got another bid for 25. Shocker out. Bruce out. Info on the Beatles. Shocker 14. Bruce out. First $6.99 record is Spanking Her Gang. Sunday Will Never Be the Same. In shrink, no condition notes. Nielsen, Sandman. No condition notes on Nielsen. He is $6.99. Rare Earth Ecology. VG Plus, $6.99. Rare Earth Ecology. None of the AC/DCs have sold either. Stephen Steele's Thoroughfare Gap, $6.99. Chaz, do you know the Black Sabbath unofficials you can get beside the Brussels? You had dozens. There is probably 30 Black Sabbath bootlegs I can get. I'll try to space them out, though, so it doesn't get too complicated. I'll start ordering some more tonight, and hopefully they'll be here for Thursday Metal Night. What is today? Tuesday. Let's see, Tuesday. I think I can order stuff tonight and it'll be here. If not, it'll be here Friday. I'll have to think about it. But yeah, there's so many Black Sabbath bootlegs. Brent says no Nielsen. Okay. Also, we have Buddies. That is, I think, Buddy Emmons and Buddy Spiker. And that's two Buddies, $6.99. And McKendree Spring is $6.99. Too Young to Feel This Old, McKendree Spring. And Babe Ruth, no condition notes on that. It's a self-titled $6.99. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is sell Bruce Springsteen. And Bruce is at $25 with Chris McGee, and that's sold. The Shocker cassette. The last bid on Shocker was Red Cave Collections at $14. We're about to sell it for $14. Let's go over the Beatles again. This is a real 64 UK mono OG pressing of Hard Day's Night. A 64 UK mono OG. Todd Doris has it for $106. What do we got? 5 or 7 or 9 Beatles mono pressings? This one's at $106 with Todd Doris, okay? There's the Shocker cassette. It's still getting bids. Slicker Van Slyke on McKendree Spring. That's sold to Slicker for $6.99. Also, we have the Everly Brothers, Nashville, Tennessee, November 9th, 1955. This is a Bear Family record, $6.99. And we have the Byrds. This is $6.99. Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, David Crosby, Roger McGuinn. No condition notes on that, $6.99. And Leon Russell, also $6.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. How about we run, let's see here. Let's run, let's do this AC/DC. Boy, take a look at this. How about Highway to Hell with an alternate cover from Australia? This is AC/DC Highway to Hell, an 83 Australian repress with alternate cover artwork. Albert Productions, EX Condition, a $70 start. How incredible is that? Look at that cover. It's real. It's an official pressing, an Australian repress, $70 start on that one. Beatles is at 107, Shockers at 16, Rod Bryan Wants the Everly Brothers at $6.99. Over here, we have the Charlie Daniels Band Windows, $6.99. The Bee Gees, Spirits Haven't Flown, that is $6.99. Tennessee, 1949, Bill Emerson and Pete Gobble, $6.99 on that. John Cougar Self-Titled is $6.99. Boz Scaggs, Down Two Then Left, everything in here is $6.99. Square Dance USA, Called by Don Stewart with Cliffy Stone's music. Ian Gom, What a Blow. These are all $6.99. Time Bandits, Can't Wait for Another World. Also, we have Tom T. Hall for the People and The Last Hard Town. Chet Atkins, Chet Picks on the Pops, that's $6.99. Ron Eaton Wants the Babe Ruth record back here at $6.99. That's so to Ron Eaton. D.B. Cooper, Dangerous Curves, that's $6.99. And Hammer, Black Sheep, that is $6.99. So AC/DC's at $75 with Brent Robley. The Shocker cassette is sold to Red Cave Collections for $16. And the Beatles' Hard Day's Night, Todd Doris is out. This is a final call to John Bobing at $107. He's had it. The other bidder said out. We're about to sell it. For $6.99, D.B. Cooper is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Grumpy Moose Gaming on JC. And JC was John Cougar at $6.99. AC/DC 85, AC/DC 95, also $6.99 is Jose Feliciano, Sweet Soul Music. And we have Jack Webb, You're My Girl, Romantic Reflections by Jack Webb. Another Tom T. Hall, A Soldier of Fortune. We have Caramba, The Day of the Bullfight. That is $6.99. Jose Feliciano again. Canta Otra Vez. Uncle Dave, 78 RPM Nostalgia Party number 3. Finally, Johnny Preston, Running Bear, Tom T. Hall, About Love, Steve Harley, Timeless Flight, Peter Yarrow, That's Enough for Me, and the young Frankie Avalon, that is $6.99. AC/DC's hit 110, and the first of the Beatles monos are sold, and this is sold to John Bobing for $107. AC/DC has hit 117. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more auctions. Anybody else want anything in the $6.99 crate before we sell that as a bundle? Because we're going to. We're going to get all these just obliterated. Let's go ahead and put up this Judas Priest bootleg. Judas Priest live in Atlanta, 1982. A Record Store Day edition, an official pressing. This is an official pressing, Record Store Day, limited edition on red vinyl, $30 start on that. And let's go ahead and put up another cassette. Let me see what I can get over here in the cassettes. I have over here in the cassettes, we will be doing some buy it now. So what I do is usually I pick out, and then we'll get to a certain point. I'm like, all right, all these are buy it nows. And that's when things really pick up. That's when the pace can really pick up. I have 2 Striper cassettes we're going to put up for a $15 start. I have Striper, Soldiers Under Command, and Striper, this is the Yellow and Black Attack. It looks like it's just self-titled, but they call that one the Yellow and Black Attack. That is a $30 start. Parliament, I will put that one up next, okay? I will put that up next. AC/DC's hit $150. $6.99. Let's try to bundle everything that's left in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 records. Here we go. The price is $95. 95 divided by 28, that's only $3.39 a piece. $3.35 a piece, $3.39 a piece, 95 records. 95 records, or excuse me, 28 records, $95. Bundle deal. All I need somebody to do is say bundle, sold on the bundle. Chad, I'll take the bundle. I'm going to take a drink of water while somebody's commenting that comment. Otherwise, I might have to threaten, do an early threat and stop the show. Got to get these sold. Where's my bundlers at? I mean, it's early. Last night we found some when there was only 118 people watching. There's 292 people watching right now. Surely we can get one bundler going up. Matthew Sherrick, it's 28 records for $95, $339 a piece. 28 records, $95. That's where we're at. All right, let's update all three auctions and give the details while he's saying he'll take those. This is AC/DC Highway to Hell. It's a 83 Australian repress. Out of all the Australian alternate covers, I've never had this one. We've had High Voltage. I've had TNT. I've never had an alternate cover of Highway to Hell. It's official and it's real. It is an 83 repress. This originally came out in 79. This is an 83 repress. Chad Sauls has it right now at $175. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Ra-da-da. Such a good album. Judas Priest live in Atlanta. This is an official live concert from Record Store Day. Official live concert from Record Store Day. The most recent bid was Buddy Cordova, 30. Buddy Cordova, 30. Matthew Sherrick, 30. Matthew Sherrick, just FYI, you have been outbid, okay? That's at $30. Stripers at 20. Matthew Sherrick says he'll take this bundle. All these records are sold to Matthew Sherrick for $95. Done. No, there's no notes on AC/DC, is there? EX on the vinyl. VG Plus cover EX. All right. Here we go. I got a lot of other requests. The Striper cassettes are at $25. Brad, everything in here sold. These were just $6.99. Matthew Sherrick just bought the entire crate. Wow, 3 empty crates. There are no flip crate records left from the last, I guess, 5 videos. Everything's gone. Poof. Let's get in new arrivals. I do need to put a crate here on the table. And the crate I'm going to put here on the table is going to be, let's do our newest releases for today. I'm going to put those over here temporarily so I can show them tonight. I still got Spinal Tap. Modest Mouse is possibly spoken for, and then I have the other Spinal Tap album, okay? Those are new for Friday. Yeah, I think that's worthy of an air horn, if anything, the mini air horn, because we just emptied 3 crates, and we sold 3 bundles, so that's worthy of the air horn. The piercing high-pitched sound, which I found out some people can't hear really high-pitched sounds like other people can. I found that out when in my hotel room I heard a beeping sound, and my friend Clay could not hear it, and everybody else could. It sounded like my phone in my hotel room was beeping, like a high-pitched beep, and he couldn't hear it, and everybody else could. It's pretty bizarre. All right, let me go grab that first crate of stuff over here, and let's do these best offer, okay? I have no idea what we're about to get into. This, as y'all know, this kind of stuff from New Orleans, I mean, it could be well-known titles, and it could be stuff I've never seen before in my life. Here we go. Let's see where we're at on these auctions. Well, Striper is still getting bids. Hiram has it for $30. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid, okay? Over here in the middle is Judas Priest, and this Judas Priest got a new bid with Matthew Sherrick for $35. So now he's leading at $35. And then we have AC/DC. Gabriel Chavez has it for $230. If you're not Gabriel Chavez, you don't have this at $230. Matthew Sherrick has Priest for $35, Stripers at $32. I'm going to go ahead and get started with a new arrival best offer crate. We need to go ahead and put up Parliament. That's been probably the next most requested, and then I'll have a Beatles auction one after another after that, okay? There'll be one after another on the Beatles monos, because I know there's people waiting for those right now. But first, here's Parliament Mothership Connection with We've Got the Funk. This is a 76 Terre Haute repress. It's a club edition from Terre Haute. It's on Casablanca, of course. EX condition, a VG jacket. Does have quite a bit of cover wear along the top. $25 start, but always a desirable. And it's not bad. It's EX, okay? Stripers at $32 with Nick Bargeron. Priest is at $40. AC/DC's at $240. Tres Hombres by ZZ Top. Gatefold jacket, Blue London, which is the original label. I see Terre Haute markings. Tres Hombres is $34.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Staff Karpenborg's Electric Corona. Fantastic Party, heavy noodles. A 2008 German press on white vinyl, $39.99. No idea on that one. The original soundtrack to Bolero, music by Peter Bernstein, supervised and conducted by Elmer Bernstein. No condition notes. That is $19.99. Go Rat Go, John Whiteleather. And this is a 92 German rockabilly album, $14.99. John Whiteleather, Tequila Hangover, a 93 German press rockabilly. One more reminder, if I say a country, that was the year, that was where it was made, not the music origin. And the year I say is not the year of the music, it's the year the record was made. That's rockabilly, $12.99. AC/DC, Gabriel Chavez, $240. One of the last bidders Brent has set out, so we're about to sell that. Stripers at $37 with Nick Bargeron. Priest is still getting bids. Parliament has one bid for $40. Final call. $40. Parliament, final call to Lothel. That's about to sell. Only one bid on Parliament for $40. There's a new bid on AC/DC for $250. Dotson's Dogs, Billy Childish presents. Garage from 1999, a UK copy, $29.99. Gregory has AC/DC at $250. Also, we have, I have no idea, Chubuku, Novo Mundo. That is a 2006 German psychobilly, $19.99. Wow, look at that. Tribute to Batman. How cool is that? $99.99. Holy Bat Music, a tribute to Batman. What a cool looking picture this. Never seen anything like that. It's marked at $99.99. $99.99. Sean Holford on the Bolero soundtrack. That's sold to Sean Holford. Parliament got one bid with Matt Parsons, and that's sold for $40. Let's put that away. AC/DC $260, now $275. Let's sell the two Striper cassettes to Nick Bargeron. He gets those for $37. And we have Judas Priest. The last bid on Judas Priest is right here. Steve McGee, $45. Next is, let me figure this out. First thing I'm going to figure out is where we got Fred Carnell on Chubuku. That's sold to Fred Carnell. And let's also go ahead and put up another auction. Also just seen where Fred Carnell said P-Funk Info, but I've already sold it. Fred, I don't even know if that was on my screen in time or not. I have no idea, honestly. But Matt was sitting on the final bid for about the last 10 minutes, so I've already sold it to him. There was a request for a ZZ Top right here, La Futura. ZZ Top is a 2012 USOG, and this is EX edition, a $50 start on that one, okay? Now, let's go over here. I must have missed an offer or something. Okay, so there's ZZ Top, Striper out. Slicker Van Slyke put Rockabilly. Okay, I also missed that. Slicker put Rockabilly. And then Patrick Lear says 15 for the two Rockabilly. Now, Patrick Lear, I feel like I've said Rockabilly about 5 times, so let me go through here and see what's available. There's Rockabilly and Rockabilly from Germany, okay? These two here. So $14.99 and $12.99. I'm assuming, Slicker, you want both of those. If so, you've got first dibs. Sean Holford got Bolero. AC/DC $260, AC/DC $275. Fred Carnell got Chubuku. And then Tony put BM for $50. I think that's an offer for the Batman picture disc. So Tony offered $50. Paul Brothers has offered $75. Judas Priest is still getting bids at $47. Is that live in Atlanta? Judas Priest, it is. Request for Jane's Addiction. Did you see my rat claim? Fred Cardinal says rat claim. Fred Cardinal, rat claim. Was that for Chibuku? Otherwise, I don't know if that's in here or not. Hold on a second. These are confusing. King of the Rats. This here, I don't know if that, let's see here. I got you down for Chibuku. I think first dibs on these two rockabillys are with Slicker Van Slyke, okay? And if he wants those, they're his. If not, I got to go back to whatever's on my screen. So let me just pretend those aren't in the crate. Judas Priest is still getting bids, and so is, of course, ZZ Top just got introduced. So let's take a look at Judas Priest here. This is live in Atlanta, 1982. It's a Record Store Day essential on red vinyl, limited to 6,400 copies. Okay? This has a high bid with Steve McGee at $50. ZZ Top's at $55, and then AC/DC is up to Gregory, who's out. Gabriel Chavez has it for $280. Now, the next thing I'm going to do, Fred Cardinal says before Chibuku, he made a claim for a rat. Okay, that never did come through. Okay, the first claim for anything in here was Slicker Van Slyke put Rockabilly. Okay, then you put P-Funk Info, which I had just sold it when that was coming in. Sean Holford got Bolero, and then you put Chibuku. So there's no rat. Evidently, that didn't make it to Restream. Or maybe you thought you did, but you didn't. Okay, Jane's Addiction's on deck. There is a lot of people standing by for that. Once again, that's why I put it in the hot post. Another insane auction lineup tonight. Just about everything over here in this bin, everybody's waiting on to bid right now. It's another insane auction lineup night. Everything over here in this bin, there's at least one or two people waiting to bid on. These other auctions, when I put them up, I find out even more people's wanting to bid on them because they get 20, 30, 50, 100 bids, and they're up for about a half hour. So bear with me. They will be going up soon, I promise. Now, Slicker said he wants the Tequila Hangover. Okay, so technically next is this. Technically, Patrick Lear, you were next on my screen if you want this. If not, then it would be at Sticker. If not, it goes to Fred Cardinal. Go, rat, go. Okay? If not, it goes to Fred Cardinal at Sticker. Now, the next thing I have is the following. ZZ 50, 52, 55, 56, and two more. So there is about 5 people on ZZ Top within $1 of each other. And let's look at it again, because 2 people want to know the condition. EX. Some of these have sold for over $100 sealed before. $129 to be exact. Right now, Cosmo Kramer has it at $56. There are like 4 other people at $55. Somebody needs to go ahead and bid $75. That will probably put you way at the top. Fred Cardinal, you get go, rat, go. Judas Priest is still getting bids. Matthew Sherrick has it for $55. Steve McGee, you've been outbid. AC/DC is sold to Gabriel Chavez. This is sold, and we still got more of these to do as well. $280. And guess what? We're not done with offers in this crate. We're not done. So there are 2 offers on Batman. $50 and $75. I've never seen this before. I think it's absolutely fantastic. I will take $85 for it. If Tony McDaniel doesn't want it, then Paul Brothers can have it, okay? Rod Bryan, I have not seen you on the screen in the last 10 minutes. And all the rats are gone. So the only thing left right now in this crate, I'm only 7 records into it, is ZZ Top, the Staff Carpetborgs, and Billy Childers predicts Dogson's Dogs. That's it. Okay? So we got 2 pending offers on Batman. There's Priest. It's up to Steve McGee. And over here is ZZ Top, which is now at $65. Okay. Let's put up another auction. Yeah, people's been asking for Kicks. People's been asking for Skid Row. There's the Ramones everybody's been asking for. There's the Zeppelin. There's the Rat. And I'm not talking about the Rat in the Crate. I'm talking about Detonator. There's Jane's Addiction. There's the GNR. There's the Clapton. There's the other Judas Priest. There's the other AC/DCs. We got a lot to get to. And then, yeah, there's all the Beatles mono. I promised everybody we'd keep those going one at a time, and they're 0 up right now. Holy moly. Here's Jane's Addiction. This could get into extended bidding. We never get these in. It's an 88 Canadian OG. No condition notes. It's called Nothing Shocking. It is near mint minus. It's a Canadian press OG. Very low production on vinyl for this album in 88. We just never get these in. The grade is extremely high. EX++ near mint minus. There's the inner sleeve. And there's the cover, which is also nice. $95 start on Jane's Addiction. That's now up for bid. Okay, so Batman is up to 2 people. Tony McDaniel can have it for $85. I think Paul Brothers is waiting for him to say sold or pass. If he passes, then it goes to Paul Brothers for $85. Paul said he would take it. Okay? It was marked 100. It's sold. We're just waiting for Tony McDaniel. Let's get back to this crate. This could be a pretty crazy crate. The Dirties, a 1990 French garage press, $14.99. The Dirties, garage, manufactured in 1990 in France, $14.99. The Glorias, Gloriism, an 89 Switzerland garage record, $29.99. The Jet Black Berry Sundown on Venus, 1984, New Wave, $19.99. ZZ Top is at $78 of Cosmo Kramer. That's the most recent bid that came in about 5 seconds ago. Judas Priest is at $57 with Steve McGee. They're still bidding on this. Matthew Sherrick, you've been outbid. Jane's Addiction has 1 bid for $95. Fred Carnell on The Dirties. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Autumn Betts was second. Fred on Jet Black Berries. Pickles back in on ZZ Top at 80. I've lost Tony McDaniel. This is sold to Paul Brothers for $85. Tribute to Batman picture disc. I can't even see what the back looks like because of that document, but I'm very curious. And if I had pre-scanned that crate, I might have pulled that out. So you're lucky, Paul. Now, earlier, some people asked about Spinal Tap. These are the new reissues of Spinal Tap. These have never been reissued. They've been out of print. This has never been pressed on vinyl. I've got 4 copies left of Break Like the Wind, $36.99. And then the self-titled one, or This Is Spinal Tap, I've got those still in stock at $36.99. That's a new release that comes out Friday. They're putting out a new movie, and they're reissuing everything. There's also a new album that I hadn't ordered yet, okay? Let's keep going in here. Nat King Cole, Cat Ballou. Nat King Cole is $9.99. We have Jan and Dean's Golden Hits, $9.99. Now, Jane's Addiction just got a bid for $50. That is way out of order. Jane's Addiction's at $95, and there's only been 1 bid. I haven't heard back from anybody else. We're about to sell it. ZZ Top is at $90 with Cosmo Kramer. And then over here, Judas Priest got another new bid from Matthew Sherrick at $60. Steve McGee, you've been outbid again. Melanie Jennings on the Nat King Cole. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you on that. Jane's Addiction has a new bid for $100. And whoever asked about the Spinal Taps, I've got them in stock. The Mushroom River Band, this is called Sismalazabum. This is a 2002 stoner rock. Okay? Stoner rock. $29.99 for the Mushroom River Band. Nick and Nick and the Psychotic Drivers. 1988 Italian press, $19.99. The Rolling Stones Made in the Shade. Shrink with the original price tag. Nice copy, $34.99. Judas Priest is at $60 with Matthew Sherrick. Steve McGee is out. This is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $60. That was a battle, okay? Over here, we have ZZ Top has hit $96 with Cosmo Kramer. Jane's Addiction has hit $110 with Chase Arnold. All of a sudden, it is getting new bids at this moment. It's getting bids. Fred Cardinal gets Mushroom. That is sold to Fred Cardinal. Slicker Van Slyke was second. Autumn Betts was after that. Yes. Okay. First is Jan and Dean in mono. Let's go back to that a couple records. Visual Sound Stereo. Chuck, if you pass, it's sold to Samuel Kopich. Okay? Over here, we got ZZ Top has hit 100. Empire of the Sun soundtrack. Music by John Williams. 1999. That's a John Williams soundtrack. Empire of the Sun. A Joe Walsh album, Barnstorm. Great album here. 1999. I Want Nick and Nick. Oh, that's right. So there was Mushroom and then Nick and Nick. That's sold to Autumn Betts. Gotcha. Okay, let's put up another Beatles. Sorry, we've took such a dramatic pause on those. Oh, wow. Okay, I hadn't flipped it over yet. I was very curious. Even I was curious about this one. When I flipped it over, I was like, man, I wonder what edition this is. Because as y'all know, this album can range from $5 broken in half to $2,000 or $3,000, depending on what pressing it is. And we're talking about the 1963. So this is technically OG, but not the first print. The first print's on a really fancy gold-looking Parlophone label, which can get extremely valuable. Laura believes she's looked over it and says this is the 5th pressing. It probably took 20 minutes to go through all the photos and matrix and variants to figure out what this is. It's a 63 UK OG. This was being made in the UK in 1963. That's pretty significant. It is a 63 pressing, a 5th pressing, okay? It's been pressed since then about 500 other times in different variants. It's in mono. That's the next best thing. I was just reading about this album the other night. A lot of people don't realize this. They recorded this entire album in about one day. It took about 12 hours. They recorded this entire album at Abbey Road Studios with George Martin. That's why Twist and Shout, they only took about a couple takes and it sounds like it's live, right? You ever heard Twist and Shout? It sounds like it's at a live concert. That's about as live as it can get. I think they used the 2nd or 3rd take and you can hear John Lennon's voice. It's almost gone, where he's been singing all day recording all these songs. Pretty amazing. So this is the mono 63 5th pressing. There's variants down here. There's variants here. There's variants in this. There's variants over here. There's variants on the label. $45 start. VG condition. Just a $45 start. Not bad for a 63. Chuck Haley gets Jan and Dean. Robert Barnett gets Empire for $10. And Please Please Me is a $45 start. Let's update these other two auctions before I show another record. ZZ Top is at 101. ZZ Top is at 101. Jane's Addiction is a final call. I've got Chase Arnold at 110 and everybody else is out. We're about to sell this for 101, this for 115, and the Beatles is at 47. That's now up for bid. Please Please Me. Amazing. Recorded in a single day. Now sometimes it takes people months or years to work on an album. Tool worked on an album for 13 years. The Beatles went there and knocked that out in one day. Songs in the Key of Life, Stevie Wonder. Nice. At just $34.99, you get the book and the bonus 45. $34.99 for Stevie Wonder. Songs in the Key of Life. Cream of the Cats, Volume 4. A Belgian press, $19.99. Please Please Me's at $48. A 63 UK and Laura believes it's the 5th pressing. So whenever you get it, you might go down in the weeds yourself and try to figure out what's going on. The cover's VG, and the vinyl's VG. The cover's probably VG as well. It's got some edge wear over here, just FYI. But typically, once again, these things are usually destroyed, and also finding one from 63 is pretty significant. Usually it's some sort of later repress, but for that to be a 63 on the first run, that's pretty amazing. Autumn Betts gets Cats. That's so to Autumn Betts. We have Bob and Doug McKenzie. And this, of course, has Geddy Lee from Rush on it, 1999. It's called Great White North, Bob and Doug McKenzie, 1999 on that. Also, Camper Van Beethoven, Pictures of Matchstick Men. This is a 12-inch single from 1989, $9.99. What is the ZZ Top? This is a 2012 USOG pressing of La Futura. The most recent bid is Cosmo Kramer at $105, okay? And then Jane's Addiction over here. Jane's Addiction, nobody else bid. Paul Catrich bid $115. There's one problem with that. No, there's not. Chase had it for $110, so now that's a new bid, $115. Chase Arnold, you've been outbid. We have an offer of $25 on Stevie Wonder. I figured somebody would just go ahead and buy it. I will take $30 for Stevie Wonder. What a great price on that, complete with the book and 45 with no condition notes. Bob and Doug McKenzie, we have an offer, a claim, an offer, a claim, an offer. Okay, so who was first? John McPatriot. This is yours without a doubt, but it will be also without a doubt sticker price. John McPatriot, that's up to you. Matt said he would take Joe Walsh for $15. Sell that to Matt for $15. Next is Nick on Great White North if John McPatriot passes. The Beatles has a new bid for $50. Ivan R. gets Camper Van Beethoven. Matthew Sherrick, third on Bob and Doug McKenzie. Tracy, second on Camper. Chris Maggie, third on Camper. ZZ Top's at $110. The Beatles at $50. The Beatles at $55. Chase Arnold is out on Jane's Addiction. Kathy, fifth on Bob and Doug McKenzie. ZZ Top at $111. The Beatles $50. The Beatles $55. What are the Spinal Taps? Brian Stern said he would take Stevie Wonder for $30. All right, so that's up to Kristen Start if he wants it for $30. Okay, so we'll lay that right there. Bob and Doug McKenzie is sold to John McPatriot. Kristen Start said he will take Stevie for $30. Paul Catrich has the Jane's Addiction for $115. We're about to sell it. It's an OG Canadian press near mint minus. An OG Canadian press near mint minus. I'm not surprised, but ZZ Top is still getting bids, and so is the Beatles. 63 UK. Laura believes it's the 5th pressing, okay? I can promise you it's not OG. It doesn't have the right label, but it is 63 UK. It's a lot of different. There have been people dissect this record probably just about as much as they have any other record in history. The next one would probably be Dark Side of the Moon. The next one would probably be something like Abbey Road or Sgt. Pepper's or Rumors or something else with a bazillion pressings. But because it's the Beatles, there's been people examining these and figuring out variants for decades. We believe that's a 5th pressing. There's probably so many other albums out there that have so many other variants that people haven't really even looked into. But just because it's the Beatles, and ever since literally probably the mid-60s, people's been examining those and cataloging them and collecting them. It's been a science of figuring out exactly what you have. Snoopy for President. Wow, look at that. I've never seen that one before. The Royal Guardsman, $19.99 for Snoopy. We have Jimmy Cliff, Hanging Fire. Jimmy Cliff is an 88 Carrollton press at $19.99. And we have Royal Crown Cola and Moon Pie. Wow, what is this? That made me hungry. NRBQ, RC Cola, and a Moon Pie. That is a 1986 pressing, $26.99. Snoopy, sold quickly to Kelly, then Brent Robley, then Paul Brothers, then Chris Frazier, then Tracy Songer, then Robert Barnett, then Stacy Metternich, then Samuel Kopich. All right, Paul Catrich, you get Jane's Addiction for $115. I made sure everybody was done bidding on that one because it was asked about a lot. It was asked about a lot. But we're done. $115. Kelly Wlodarczyk wants to pay for the Snoopy record and send it to the Barnett family. Are we done on ZZ Top? The most recent bid is Stan McNessie at $112. If you're not Stan, then you don't have the high bid, and that's a final call. The Beatles is a final call. The Beatles is with John Kaiser. Brent Robley bid first at $75. Todd Doris, you're out. John Kaiser, you're out. Preston gets RC Cola and a moon pie for $22. Fred Carnell wants to know what the Jimmy Cliff is. Jimmy Cliff is an 88 Carrollton press. It is called Hangin' Fire, $19.99, no conditionals. Y'all are about to buy everything in a John crate. But I knew this one was special when I flipped through it earlier. So many interesting records. And speaking of interesting records, boy, do we have some crazy stuff still to auction. Holy moly. Here's Kix, Blow My Fuse. An 88 U.S. Specialty OG. Super clean, near mint minus. A $95 start for Kix. You heard me correctly. A $95 start. Original inner sleeve. Super clean, OG retail copy. All right. Thank you, Kelly. Beatles 80, Beatles 85. ZZ Top, The Hammer's Up. The Makers, Rockstar God. From 2000, considered glam rock, $24.99. Fred Carnell, there's two offers on Jimmy Cliff, 14 and 15. You offered 14. If you wanted, it's 15. Spinal Tap, first time ever on vinyl. Who would like to buy an OG Spinal Tap record? Break Like the Wind, brand new and sealed, comes out Friday, $36.99. Or a reissue of their other album, Spinal Tap, $36.99. That's why I put these over here. They've been asked about. We got to sell some before the end of the night. They're going to be asked about for the next several hours. That's something you just don't normally see in a bin, Spinal Tap. Why? This has never been pressed on vinyl. This you never see OGs of, and they've never been in print before. So all of a sudden people get on, they're like, wait a minute, Spinal Tap, I haven't seen that on vinyl in years. That's never been offered before. Why don't I have that in my order right now? Chad, please, for the love of God, give me a Spinal Tap. And I'll be like, okay, sold to you. All you got to do is claim it, though. Fred Carnell gets Jimmy Cliff for $15. Diego, you were second then. The Beatles has a new bid for $90. The Beatles has another bid for $95. Matt Parsons wants one each of the Spinal Taps. So do Matt Parsons, and so do Matt Parsons. Next over here is what is the Kix, and then somebody also commented more details on Kix. Over here, this is a knotless half-speed master of the Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. Audiophile pressing of the Doobie Brothers, $49.99. The Tubes, special 12-inch single, a 1977 UK, $16.99. Grumpy Moose Gaming says he'll take one each of the Spinal Taps. These are brand new that come out on Friday. Brand new that come out on Friday. Grumpy Moose Gaming says give me one of each. There you go. Also, we have the exotic music of the Belly Dancer. There it is. Your nightly belly dancing record, $19.99. And we have Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Against the Wind. This is $19.99. Fred Carnell says he'll take both Spinal Taps. Spinal Tap sold, Spinal Tap sold. Those are gone and gone. Alex Kane on the Tubes. That is sold to Alex Kane. Next thing is the Beatles at $105. Autumn Betts wants the belly dancing music. And I think we're done on ZZ Top. I have just filled up a whole crate quickly. Spinal Taps are 36 and 36. Spinal Taps are 36 and 36. I've had two people tell me that Break Like the Wind album, two people have told me it's never been pressed on vinyl. Two people have told me it was pressed on vinyl. So we have a tie. Two people tonight have said that's never been pressed on vinyl. Two people have told me it has been pressed on vinyl. So I guess we're in a matrix. It's a simulation where people have alternate dimensions and they're getting different information from the same website. Over here, Samuel Kopich gets Belly Dancing, not Autumn Betts. The Belly Dancing record goes to Samuel Kopich, okay? Let's go back over here to ZZ Top. I already set a final call, and when I come back, if it doesn't have another bid, I'm selling it. The last bid was Stan McNessie 7 minutes ago for $112. The reason I've drug that out for so long, 7 minutes ago, there was a bunch of bidders and no one set out. No one set out. So this is sold to Stan McNessie for $112. $112, the Mandela effect. There'll be somebody say, yeah, Chad, I remember buying this in 1992. And then they'll get on Discogs and find out that it never was pressed on vinyl. They're like, no, there's no way. I have that happen a lot. People's like, I know I bought an OG copy of that when it came out. I know I did. And then we'll tell them, no, it never was pressed on vinyl. And then there's the people's like, their minds are blown. They're like, I know, I went to a store and bought one. So it's either alternate dimensions or they're just confused. Over here, we have the Beatles. This is Please Please Me. This is a 63 UK original, a 5th pressing. The most recent bid on the Beatles is Todd Doris at $105. Okay, $105, VG condition, Please Please Me. Kicks Blow My Fuse, an OG copy from 1988, near mint minus, not a club, an original retail copy. Angela Ledbetter is the only bidder at $95. The Spinal Taps are $36.99 each. Break Like the Wind, and this is Spinal Tap. They're $36.99 each. Now we're down to 2 of that one and 4 of the Black Album. Okay. Now, there's 2 Spinal Taps we're talking about. The first one is Break Like the Wind. Okay? Break Like the Wind. 1992 is when this originally came out. Maybe it was never pressed in the United States. That is what they put on a lot of hop stickers now. A lot of these hop stickers will be misleading for me. They'll say, first time on vinyl, first time on vinyl. That's what these hop stickers, and I'll read that. And then the comment section will light up, Chad, that was pressed on vinyl. And I'm like, oh, well, they mean in the United States. And that's how a lot of these 90s albums are. Either way, Beatles at 110, 95 on that. Now, everybody said they were out on ZZ Top. Well, after his bid came in, y'all must have got glitched because there was no other outs on ZZ Top after his bid came in. But either way, it's gone. Beatles at 110. And then over here, Kicks is at 95. Now, Belly Dancing, make sure that goes to Samuel Kopich. Autumn Betts was next. We have 2 offers on Bob Seger. John McPatriot was first. He gets it for $15. Brian Stern was second. Okay? And now we're ready to finish this crate. We have Just Once in My Life, The Righteous Brothers, $9.99. The Righteous Brothers, $9.99. Joe Jackson, I'm the Man, $19.99 for Joe Jackson. And Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, $34.99. And Jimmy Cliff, Follow My Mind. Jimmy Cliff is $19.99. Here's one right here. Van Halen Balance, look at this new hop sticker. The complete 1995 album on vinyl for the first time. That is 100% false. But I think they put that sometimes because essentially those 90s pressings, they were available on vinyl, but you couldn't even really get them back then. Like stores wasn't really stocking Van Halen Balance in 1995. It was probably, I've told y'all before, if you could take a time machine to the new vinyl release day of that album and you went to a lot of stores in a big city, you probably couldn't find it back then. Probably been tough back then. Over here, the Beatles at 115. Jimmy Cliff, Fred Cardinale gets this for $14. The details on the Kicks. Angela Ledbetter has it for $95. Angela Ledbetter for $95. It's an 88 U.S. Specialty OG. It has the original inner sleeve. I'm waiting for somebody to bid. If not, we're about to sell it. A lot of people asked for this. They probably didn't realize it's like a $100 record. It is when it gets really high grade. I've sold them for a lot more than $95. We're about to sell it. There's only been one bid for $95. $95. It's a near mint minus OG first pressing. They're still bidding on the Beatles, which is a 63 OG mono 5th pressing. It's at $120 with John Kaiser. The Spinal Taps are $36.99. I have both of them. Break Like the Wind, and This Is Spinal Tap. Now this one, which was technically the soundtrack to the movie, I know these exist. It came out in 1984. It's just the black album cover there. That's that one, okay? I would love to sell out of them. Now, here we go. Next auction. Yeah, 92, 91. If you walked in, if you could take a time machine, some of y'all may remember, but if you could take a time machine on release day for a lot of those 90s albums, you could have walked in some big stores. Maybe Tower. If you went into a Tower Records, maybe, one of those mega Tower superstores. But a lot of places probably wouldn't even had that stuff. You'd have been trying to hunt it down like you are in 2025 for it. Here's the Ramones. Adios, amigos. The Ramones is an unofficial. The OG copies from 95 sell from between 150 all the way to 400. So this is a bootleg unofficial of a very scarce Ramones album called Adios, amigos. And it's going to go up. It's a bootleg copy, a $25 start. That was an amazing junk right there. We've almost sold everything in there. Let's read through those one more time. All of a sudden, Kix has awoken. It's gotten 3 or 4 extra bids now from 3 or 4 different people. The Beatles are still getting bids. John Kaiser, you've been outbid. And the Ramones has bids for 25 and 30. OG copies have sold for as much as 400. Okay? Here we go. First thing in here is this. Tres Hombres ZZ Top. It is a Blue London label, Terre Haute Press, $34.99. No condition notes on the vinyl, a VG cover. Staff Carpetborg's Electric Corona, Fantastic Party, Heavy Noodles. I don't know what genre, but it's pressed in Germany in 2008 on white vinyl, $39.99. Dodson's Dogs, Billy Childers presents, a 99 UK Garage, $29.99. The Beatles is at 135 with John Kaiser. The Ramones is at 35, and now Kix is at 105 with Jeff Brindley. Kristen Driscoll, you're out. Angela Ledbetter, you're out. Over here is the Glorias, Gloriism, an 89 garage album pressed in Switzerland, $29.99. The Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade, a nice copy in shrink, $34.99. The Makers, Rockstar God, Glam Rock from 2000, $24.99. The Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, a Knotless Half-Speed Master, $49.99. Just Once in My Life, The Righteous Brothers, $9.99. Joe Jackson, I'm the Man for $19.99. And Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. This has the lyric poster with it. This is complete, and it's OG. Let me see what else is down in here. I feel something else. John's put it in a plastic inner sleeve. Oh, I think it was just where it was furrowed there. It's kind of wrinkled. No, there is something else in here. That's probably the original plastic sleeve, which makes me question if it's actually OG then. I know it's not a... yeah, I think this is probably like a later 70s press with that inner sleeve. But it does have the lyric poster. That's pretty cool. Super clean copy, though. This is probably a wrinkled up plastic inner sleeve, and it was probably replaced. Well, it says printed in Canada there on the inner sleeve. I don't know. That one could be misleading or confusing, not misleading. $34.99, okay? Let's go right into another crate. Looks like everything all of a sudden is getting new bids. Let's try to put up some more cassettes, too. I had somebody asked earlier. We're down to 2 of the second Spinal Tap and 4 of the first one after all that discussion. Long story short on the Spinal Taps, if you don't have it, the OGs aren't considerably rare, but I'll just put it this way. We never get them here. So it's not like we just have gobs come through every night and every week that we put it for auction. I don't think I've seen an OG Spinal Tap come in a couple years. So if you're on the fence about that one, here we go. I'm going to put up a few more to auction, like Tora Tora, and I'm going to slip in some buy it now cassettes when things slow down a little bit later, okay? Tora Tora, $10 start. Bundle price. Bundle price. Well, you told me the other day you didn't like them till they get down to $3 a piece. I can't do that on new arrivals like that. But if you want me to price them, I will. I will count them up and give you a price. But it'll probably be like across the board, like $5 off a piece. But there is some good stuff in there, like ZZ Top, Neil Young, and the Stones. Those three records collectively are $105. So, oh yeah, there's that. I wanted to auction this. I'm glad he marked it for me. I've got a Styx that I've never seen before. Well, let me rephrase that. I've got a Styx record that I've never seen this nice before. So I've seen thousands of them, and I'm going to put it up for auction right now. All right, yeah, y'all are going to like this crate too. This has some like classic rock stuff, and it has New Orleans type stuff. He said he'll take him if I do 25% off. Sold. Rest of the crate sold. Okay? So for an example, he's buying everything at 25% off here. So that means like those Stones and the Neil Young and stuff would be 26, 24, and whoever's tagging these, you can just times the price by 0.75, and that will give you the discount price. Sold to Lothel. That entire crate of John stuff is all gone. Sold out. Ron Burns. Chad offered 44 for DB. Let's go over here and figure out what he said. Ron Burns says DB $44. We have a correction, okay? Before you asked for the bundle, he offered 44 for the Doobie Brothers. I thought that was a bid coming in on something. Take this out of Matt's bundle and sell this for $44. Matt actually might like that because that brings down the price of his bundle quite a bit. So sell this to Ron Burns for $44. You got it. He was first on that one, okay? I've got to update all these auctions. By the way, if I hadn't said it, Tora Tora is a $10 start. Let me just go down here and see what's going on, okay? So the last thing I remember is Beatles at $150, Ramones $45, and then that might have been an offer on a Rolling Stones album by Brian Stern. Brian, is that an offer on the Rolling Stones album for $25? If so, then I need to pull that out and give that to you. I might have missed that too. Beatles 155, Kicks 115, Ramones 50, Ramones 60, Ramones 65. Then there's where Matt offered for the bundle. Beatles 170, Ramones 75, Ramones 80, Beatles 175, and then Brian. I thought your offer came in after, but actually he offered before. So Matt, I got to pull out another record. This is sold to him for $25. Made in the Shade. That's sold to Brian Stern for $25. Okay? And then we have Ramones out, Tora Tora, $10. Okay, so here's the deal. The most recent bid on the Beatles is John Kaiser at $175. That means Todd Doris is probably outbid. Todd, you're out. The last bid that came in on Kicks was Kristen Driscoll at $115. And as you can see, that was like 5 minutes ago. So that's a final call. They're still actively bidding on the Beatles. The last bid on the Ramones was George Jones about 3 minutes ago. We're about to sell that to him. And Tora Tora has one bid with Chris Frazier for $10. We're about to sell that for $10 to Chris Frazier. Y'all got a behind-the-scenes look at what my phone looks like all night. That's what I stare at overnight, all night, trying to figure out who has the high bids. Okay, so that's where we're at. Y'all know where we stand. We'll give a few minutes for lag, and then we'll sell them. It's really up to Todd Doris on the Beatles. This is all brand new arrivals, buy it now or best offer. Dr. Ross, the harmonica boss, 74 UK. These should have no condition notes on the vinyl. So everything in here should be really nice. EX Plus or better. $19.99 on Dr. Ross. Sir Psycho and his Monsters. Boy, look at that cover. Sir Psycho and his Monsters. Psychobilly, a 2014 German press, $44.99. Underbon Vibrations Volume 2. Psychedelic hard rock from Spain, 70 to 78. Boy, I bet that sounds cool. A 2006 press, $44.99. Psychedelic hard rock from Spain, $44.99. What's the scoop on the Beatles? What's the bid on the Ramones right now? Chris Frazier gets Tora Tora for $10. Kicks is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $115. Now, the only thing that's going to be extended is the Beatles and the Ramones because there's new questions. The Beatles is a 63 UK OG. It's a 5th pressing. In mono, VG jacket, VG vinyl. The timer's up. 60 seconds. I'm selling to the John Kaiser for $175. The Ramones is an unofficial. The OGs of these are rare and pretty tough to come by. George Jones has it for $80. Okay? Now, Psycho is sold to Fred Cardinale for $39. That's sold to Fred Cardinale. And we still got some insane stuff still to auction. Skid Row, Ramones, Led Zeppelin, Rat, AC/DC, Guns N' Roses, Judas Priest, Japanese. All kinds of AC/DC. George Straits. Man, look at all these Beatles monos. Modest Mouse, Armageddon, Chinese Democracy. Let's go ahead and knock out the other AC/DC. This is a 1980 Australian repress of TNT. A 1980 Australian repress. Folks, I've yet to maybe ever have but 1 or 2 of the true OGs, Australians of these. They are so hard to get. I think they have a kangaroo on the label. Those are so tough to get. These are still demanding really good money because they have alternate covers, and they're from Australia. AC/DC's country of origin. Gatefold jacket, VG Plus, a $50 start. AC/DC's a $50 start. Jesse Ryan, it's up for bid right now, okay? Over here, this is Gone with the Wind, $19.99. The soundtrack to Gone with the Wind, super clean, $19.99. And then over here, we have The Ventures, Knock Me Out. The Ventures is $9.99. Okay, timer's up. Ramones is sold to George Jones for $80. John Kaiser gets the Beatles. I told all the Beatles bidders we'd probably have 1 mono pressing up for the rest of the night. It's kind of like how we do Kiss records, 1 at a time, all night. John Kaiser gets this one for $175. Please, please me. Very cool. 1963. A game changer. There's AC/DC. Aaron Andrus is already in at $100. All right, I'm very curious what pressing this is because this is one of my favorite albums and one of the greatest albums ever. This is a 66 UK. Let me take a look at these notes here as I'm examining from Laura. A 66 UK copy, OG, a 2nd press. So it is from 66 UK. Track B4 is listed as Dr. Robert on the jacket, but Dr. Robert spelt out on the label. So on the label, they spell out Dr. Robert and don't abbreviate it. That's how you know it's a 2nd press. Okay. Made in Great Britain, in mono, Revolver. This could get into some serious bidding here. A $45 start. That's the original inner sleeve. Flip back cover from the UK. And plus, this has extra tracks on it that the US doesn't. This has extra tracks on it that the US doesn't. Man, that's not bad whatsoever for a 66 mono. VG condition, a $45 start. Good luck bidding on that one. Mono. Wow. There is no telling how many times I've played that album. It's got to be one of my most listened to of all time. Any time of the day. I'll stop the show right now to go listen to it. Don't make me stop the show to go listen to it. The Ventures 5. I'll do the Ventures for $7. Okay, I'll do the Ventures for $7. Merle Haggard, Big City, $14.99 in shrink. John Lee Hooker, Never Get Out of These Blues Alive with 4 bonus tracks. It's an 87 UK with bonus tracks. No condition notes on the vinyl. John Lee Hooker, $14.99. The Ventures is sold to Robert Barnett for $7. Styx 2 is $19.99. That is on the wood nickel first label, $19.99. Revolver has bids for $45 and now $50. AC/DC's at $160. Okay? Well, if we're going to put up a Beatles album, we might as well go ahead and put up a Led Zeppelin album too. So I talk all the time about Led Zeppelin compilations, how there's pretty much never been a Led Zeppelin greatest hits. There's really only been a couple things that they've ever released. They put this out in the year 2000. It's called Later Days and Early Days. It was a compilation, Later Days and Early Days. And then, of course, y'all know about Mothership. And then they did that Crop Circle box set as well. But these are pretty scarce. We don't get these too often at all. It's an official Led Zeppelin compilation, official, that they released in 2000. It's OG with all the inserts, and it's in shrink and hype. It's a double LP, $125 start. $125 start. Featuring songs from the world's most renowned rock band, Led Zeppelin, Later Days, the best of Led Zeppelin. It has 2 inserts with photos and information, and it's in shrink. And there's also another one called Early Days. We don't have that one tonight, but that is pretty cool. That's an official press too. Okay, so first on John Lee Hooker was Chris Frazier. You made an offer, but then Garrett claimed it. So, Chris, it's yours, but it would be sticker price at $14.99. If not, it goes to Garrett. Rod Bryan was third. Next over here is Christina Curtis getting Merle Haggard as sticker. AC/DC has a bid for $2.25. The Beatles has a new bid for $55. Another bid for $55 of Matthew Sherrick. Gabe came in first. Matthew Sherrick also wants the sticks. AC/DC has a new bid for $240. Zeppelin has a bid for $125. And we have, this is Near Mint. Yeah, it's Near Mint minus and shrink. Near Mint minus and shrink. Chris passes on John Lee Hooker, so Garrett, that does go to you. Jay Nutra has threw a challenge flag. Jay Nutra has threw a challenge flag. He put S15. Okay, that was for sticks. So if you want sticks, it's yours, but it will be sticker price, okay? Let me pull that back out, and Matthew Sherrick came in second, okay? There we have it. So Led Zeppelin, yeah, it's Near Mint minus and shrink. Super nice copy. All right, back to the John Crate. This has been pretty epic. Taken by Force, Fury Records, an 88 UK Rockabilly, $24.99. Jay Nutra does take sticks at sticker price, okay? There's that. So that is not sold to Matthew. Make sure that goes to Jay Nutra. 10 years after. Boy, this cover looks different. It must be UK or foreign. It is an 83. It's just a reissue. It's from 1983. $29.99, 10 years after. Wow, I've never seen that. That's a late reissue for that album I've never seen before. $29.99, 10 years after. Okay? Also, we have the Elvis Brothers moving up. That's $9.99. And Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams, $9.99. She's Just Rockin'. Really cool cover on that one with the upright basses and the back of that car. And 87 UK Psychobilly, $19.99. So quick update on the auctions. AC/DC, $260. Beatles 70 with Todd Doris, Zeppelin 126, then 130, Beatles 58. Todd Doris has already bid 70 though. Zeppelin's at 133, Zeppelin 135. Fred Cardinal said Taken 15. Taken was this one right here, Taken by Force. That is sold to Fred Cardinal for $15. The Beatles is at 75 with Bob Panasniak. And the Red Shots, the Wild Bunch, that is $19.99. Taken by Ford, that's the one Fred just got. Dang, that was marked $24.99. My bad, I took Fred's offer. I thought that was $19. Fred, I just shot myself in the foot over $5. We'll have to make up for that later. My bad. Robert had offered $5. I was like, what did I have that price for? I got to slow down on the offers taken. I do that all the time. I'll be like, sold. And I'm like, holy crap. Next thing is James Brown, I'm Real, $14.99. Folks, that won't be the first time I shoot myself in the foot over $5. I have to shoot myself over and over. The other night, I almost ran out of ammunition. I started having to drop concrete blocks on my foot instead. The Paul Desmond Quartet, an 84 cool jazz album, Not just cool, it's cool, okay? It's also cool, but it's cool jazz. $24.99. And Synanon soundtrack, $14.99. That's a soundtrack. That's a movie from about the mid-'60s, I believe. $14.99 on that. Holy moly, what's going on over here? So AC/DC has hit 280 with Gabriel Chavez. 280 on that. The Beatles in mono, Revolver. It's a second press, but it is a 66 UK. $80 on that. And Zeppelin has hit $1.45. $1.45. That's where we're at. Wow, look at that auction lineup. AC/DC Australian cover, Beatles mono Revolver, and Led Zeppelin Later Day. Some pretty collectible stuff there. I wish I had gobs of that. We do kind of in the back, and we sell it every night here at auction. So if you're new to Colectco and you're like, good gosh, look at all this stuff they're selling, you've been missing out for years. We do this every night for the last years. I'm here every night doing this. Over here, first thing is Diego Sanchez on James Brown. That's sold to Diego. Christina, you were second. Fred Cardinal on Paul Desmond for $19. That's sold to Fred Cardinal for $19. Zeppelin's at $148. AC/DC $310. Zeppelin $149. Zeppelin $150. Todd's out on the Beatles, and I think that means Brent has it for $80. So that's going once, going twice. Next is Lake of Light by Linda Cohen. That is a 1973 Terre Haute pressing, $19.99. And we have Ian Dury and the Blockheads, Laughter, $12.99 on Ian Dury and the Blockheads. And the what? The who? The Gears. The Gears, rocking at Ground Zero. Somebody wrote LA Punk at one time. Punk from Los Angeles, $19.99. It's $19.99. Any cassettes? Yeah, I'm trying to mix those in when I can. The rest of them I got to start digging out because we're on a different... there's going to be some great buy it nows later. Let me see how many more, quote, metal or glam I have left. We just did Tora Tora. There's some great... Ooh, what is this? How about Megadeth? Oh my gosh, didn't even see this one. Megadeth Risk. Megadeth, it's a $10 start. Why does this have, I think they put a couple pieces of tape to maybe keep it together. I'm not for sure, but it's fine. Got a nice pad. It's good to go. Very clean too. Megadeth is a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. What's the Led Zeppelin? Accept is gone. Kelly Wlodarczyk on the Gears. Beatles is at 88, and Diego got Ian Dury. Okay, so one of the big bidders on AC/DC is done. So this is a final call. Now, this is AC/DC. Gabriel Chavez at $310. $310. You do that to record over the tape. Okay. So what y'all are saying is there's a good chance this doesn't actually have Megadeth over it, and they used it to re-record over something. Who would re-record over a Megadeth tape? Okay, so AC/DC, this is a final call to Gabriel Chavez for $310, and I was mid-stride explaining what that was. That's a 1980 Australian repress. A 1980 Australian repress, okay? That's a 1980 Australian repress. VG Plus condition, $310. The Beatles is a 66 UK mono, also VG, and that's at Bob Panozniak at 100, okay? Megadeth. What I'll do is I'll still put this up for auction, and if they re-record it over it, I'll give you your money back. I have no way to tell right now. But buyer beware, okay? Buyer beware. And then over here, Led Zeppelin, Later Days. This is a official compilation from 2000. It's Volume 2, The Later Days, which, by the way, has an insane track listing on it. The song remains the same. No Quarter. House of the Holy, Trampled Underfoot, Kashmir, 10 Years Gone, Achilles' Last Stand, Nobody's Fault But Mine, All of My Love, and In the Evening. Good gosh. The Later Days, a 2 LP. Goodness gracious. Can I stop the show and go put that on and listen to it right quick? Roxy's out. The last bid on Led Zeppelin was Josh M. Effer Jones at $153. We sold Gears. We sold Deary. And the Beatles is still getting bids. It's at 105, and we're down near the bottom. And Led Zeppelin at 155, okay? Brian Reynolds wants a pack of inner sleeves. Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon. Brewer and Shipley is $9.99. And we have the Screaming Memes. Wow. Live from the Basement, 75 to 96, $14.99 for the Screaming Memes. People ask for them a lot. Over here is Styx, Paradise Theater. And of course, if it should, like almost all of them, have an etching on the B-side. Very cool. Laser etching, $19.99 on that. Kelly Vlodarchek on the Screaming Memes for $14.99. That is sold. And over here, we have Zager and Evans in the year 2525. That is a German press, very heavyweight vinyl. Feels almost like 180 gram, $19.99. And Harlow Wilcox and the Okies, Groovy Grubworm and Other Golden Guitar Greats, $14.99. Gabriel Chavez, this is sold to you for $310. Thank you. If anybody wants to take a chance on the Megadeth, $10. And like I said, if it's not Megadeth, just let Ed know. He'll give you your money back. Hopefully you're very honest and it won't be Megadeth. $10 on that. And the Beatles is a final call. Bob Panaziek's out. Brent has it for 105. All of a sudden, Zeppelin has gone to a new level. New bidders, and now it's at 165. Autumn, you were second on the Screaming Memes. And then Michael Jacob, do you want Seventh Son or do you want the Trooper? Okay. I've got two. We already sold a Fear of the Dark. I replaced it with Rod the Lightning. Do you want Seventh Son or the Trooper puzzle? Those are $24.99. Jeff Brindley's going to take a chance on Megadeth. Jeff, if you play that and it's not Megadeth, just let Ed know. He'll refund you $10, okay? Next is Best Of. And please let us know. Keep us updated. In about a week, he'll let us know what the outcome of what happened with that one. Best of the Les Sultans. A 2002 Garage, $19.99 on that. And rolling down the line with the Rhythm Reel combo, $39.99. Okay, Michael Jacob wants the Trooper puzzle. That's sold to him for $24.99. I think I have more if anybody else wants one. $24.99. Zeppelin 170, Zeppelin 130. Zager and Evans, Robin Glenn wants that for $15 sold. And we have the Cellophane Suckers, a 98 German Garage, the Cellophane Suckers, $19.99. Brent, let me make sure everybody went out. It's really up to Bob Panozniak. He went out too. This is sold to Brent for $105. All right, yeah, we still got Beatles Mono. Let me read y'all what we still have left in Beatles Mono, okay? And Led Zeppelin is still getting bids. Josh Jones has it for $173. Let's move that over. Okay, here's what's left in my auction bin. Twilight Zone, With the Beatles, Rubber Soul, Beatles for Sale, Help, Sgt. Pepper's, and then this Twist and Shout album. No, this is not Meat Puppets. This is Minutemen, Van Halen, Grateful Dead, Little Walter Jacobs, Armageddon, Mirrorball. Is this a bootleg? Yeah, it's an unofficial. Pearl Jam and Neil Young, Mirrorball. It's a bootleg, though. I was about to say, she had it at a $35 start. I was like, that's got to be a bootleg. Guns N' Roses, Chinese Democracy, Skid Row, The Ramones, Rat Detonator, GNR Lies, an OG, Clapton, Judas Priest Firepower, AC/DC, Van Halen, Little Walter, George Strait, and Little Walter. And that doesn't even get me to all of the bonus stuff over here. Let's go ahead and knock out. Somebody just asked, could I run this one next? This is a 63 UKOG. A 63 UKOG of With the Beatles. Nice. Take a look at this. It is a second press. It is from 63, and it's in mono. Track B3 was corrected on the label and jacket. Track B3. What is B3? Track B3 over here. Roll over Beethoven. You really got a hold on me. It probably was for credits. You really gotta hold on me. Wow. VG Condition, a $45 start. That would be the original inner sleeve. The cover's also VG, maybe VG minus. An original 63 mono second press with corrected lyrics. You've really got to hold on me. I wonder what they corrected. Robinson. You really? Maybe it was you've really. You really? You've really got to. I can't remember on that one. All right, that's up for bid though. Let the bidding begin. Armageddon is the band. Armageddon's the band. Okay, let's finish up this crate. I'm going to add another auction in just a second. I have Nikki and the Corvettes, a 1999 New Wave, $39.99. Also, this is Vermilion Sands, a 2010 German Swamp Pop. What about that genre? Swamp Pop, $19.99. And we have Velcro Lewis and his 100 proof band, a 2004, $12.99. Michael Jacob also wants the other Iron Maiden. I got puzzles to replenish then. All right, let me make sure I hadn't missed anything. The first thing that was new on my feed was the following. The other Ramones. I'll put it up in just a second. Okay? Next is a request for Twilight Zone. Mark Fallon is dying to bid on the Help. Gabe had already asked for With the Beatles, though, so that one was next. Okay, next thing is Mark Fallon wants to see the condition of Help. Michael Thrower requested Guns N' Roses. Johnny Hancock requested Guns N' Roses. The Beatles has a bid for $45. Mark Fallon says, what is the condition of the Help? Wayne Davis is waiting for Rat. Michael Jacob got the other Iron Maiden puzzle. I've already done that. The condition of the Beatles is VG. Bob Panozniak bid 60. The title B3, you really got, instead of you really got a. Gotta. Okay, yeah. I knew it was some kind of contraction or something. You've or you gotta instead of got a. So they really wanted to call it You Gotta Hold on Me. Armageddon is the name of the band. Okay. And then next question is, do you ever get any Terrence Trent D'Arby? Yes. And then over here, we have who was the Swamp Pop. The name of the Swamp Pop was Vermilion Sands. Mark Fallon is dying to know the condition of Help. And we have Beatles at $90, Beatles at $65. Okay, Led Zeppelin's gone. And we're about to put up 2 new auctions right now. The Beatles, the Led Zeppelin is sold. And that was up here to Josh M.F.er Jones almost 7 minutes ago now. He gets this for $173. Thank you, Josh M.F.er Jones. 173 on this. Okay. The Beatles is a second press, just a corrected jacket and label. Possibly the same mastering as the OG first run. They just had to start changing labels. They had changing jackets. I've told you all these albums have been looked at underneath a microscope for years. People trying to figure out variants and different pressings. That is a 63 UK mono second press. It's at $65. That one should bring close to 100 as well. If not, Chad might get a little disappointed. And then Chad's going to get angry. Then he's going to have to go eat a bunch of Oreos. So it's totally up to y'all. Let's replenish our puzzles, okay? Our puzzles are being replenished. We can't have the back there that bland. Let's put another trooper back there. This time I'm going to put them over here, okay? There's the trooper. Get the glare off of them. And then there is piece sales. $24.99. Those are 500-piece jigsaw puzzles. Let's put up new auctions. Gabe has the Beatles at $65. Okay? There's that. Next is the Ramones and Guns N' Roses. 2 big dogs here. The Ramones is Mondo Bizarro. A 1992 USOG Gold Stamp promo. No white label promo of this album exists. So this is the closest you're going to get. It's a gold stamp promo over the barcode. Some of these in near mint condition have sold for over $300 on Discogs. This one's VG++/EX. It's a pretty dang nice copy. $150 start. $150 start. Ramones, Mondo Bizarro. It also has a censorship as un-American sticker and a hop sticker advertising the song Censorship. The Ramones is $150 start. Guns N' Roses, Lies. This is an original uncensored cover. Wife beating, ladies welcome to the dark ages, an 88 US specialty OG. Another nice one, VG++/EX, a $75 start. Original inner sleeve is included, $75 start. Back to this John Crate, which has been pretty awesome. Waxmer, Feudal Throne, a 2005 Italian, $24.99. The Stump Wizards, Half Shot at Sunrise, a 1989 Australian Garage, $9.99. The Electric Kisses, a 2006 punk record, $14.99. The Brats, Criminal Guitar, a 2002 Italian press, a glam album, $36.99. Ike and the Capers, I'm Not Shy to Do, a 77 French rockabilly, $14.99. The Ramones has opened at $200. Guns N' Roses is at $90, $75, $125, $125, $90, and $75. The Beatles is sold to Gabe. Gabe, this is sold to you for $65. Thank you. All right. Let's put this in here. Now let's put up Beatles Help. Somewhere Mark Fallon just took a deep breath of relief. The GNR looks censored. This is in fact an uncensored. You probably saw the inner sleeve with the nudity, right? Those are all censored. You're probably talking about this right here, right? These are all censored. When they talk about uncensored cover, they're talking about the wife beating and the sex, and the ladies. That is what they censored later. These all have the bar over her body parts. First thing is Alex Kane on the Brats. That's sold to Alex Kane. Pam Murray offered 10 on the Electric Kisses. Aaron offered 11. If you want this, Pam, it's sold to you for $11. Carol's out on GNR. GNR out. What is the Ramones? Condition on the Ramones. Okay? On the U.S. original pressings, the inner sleeve is always censored. There is no uncensored U.S. original inner sleeve. Those do not exist. On the U.S. original vinyl pressings, all the inner sleeves are censored. They are uncensored on other items. I think the UK may be uncensored, some foreign presses, and maybe somebody just said the CD. But on the U.S. original first pressing, the original U.S. OG first pressing, the inner sleeve is censored. Okay? There are foreign copies and other variants where they do not cover her up. Here we go. This is a 1965 UK mono of the Beatles Help. It's in VG condition. The starting bid is going to be $45. And this is OG, not a second press, not a second variant. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG condition in mono. This is going to go up for a $45 start. Help. VG cover, VG vinyl, $45 start. I don't know if I've ever seen one much higher than VG Plus. That's kind of like finding blues albums in high grade. Very, very difficult. The Electric Kisses is sold to Pam Murray for $11. Okay? Now, there's that. There's the Ramones, and there's Help. We had somebody want to know the information on the Ramones. Mondo Bizarro is a 1992 US gold stamp promo VG++EX that all of a sudden is getting new bids. The Riverside Trio Flat Broke is an 85 UK Rockabilly, $29.99. The Shame Idols, what a cool cover. Rocket Cat. The Shame Idols is alternate rock from 1996, $34.99. The Cowslingers, Americana A Go-Go. Stoner Rock, a 2002 German press, $19.99. Columbia Neckties, Why Change Your Moves, a 2002 German garage, $19.99. Chronics, suggested for mature audiences, Belgium, a punk record, $14.99. The Mannequins, this is a 2004 German garage on red vinyl, $19.99. And Keck 66 on the outside looking in, $19.99. Fred Cardinal, you should just do a bundle deal for everything in here. You should just say, Chad, just give me a bundle deal for everything. First thing up here at the top is the following. I remember saying the Ramones got a new bid for $205. Help got a bid for $50. Help got a bid for $51. Help got a bid for $55. Help got a bid for $50. The Ramones got a bid for $225. Help got a bid for $56. Help got a bid for $65. Help got another bid for $65. Help got a bid for $75. Help got a bid for $66. What is the Guns N' Roses? Help got a bid for $58. Fred Cardinal offered $14 for Cow. The Cowslingers. Sell that to Fred Cardinal for $14. The Beatles got a bid for $80. The Beatles got a bid for $76. The Ramones got a bid for $230. The Beatles got a bid for $81. Chris Knapp wants the Chronics, Mannequins, and Keck 66. He got the last three. You, Chris, and Fred definitely want to pay attention to this recap. So out of all that, I hadn't seen a bid on Guns N' Roses in almost 5 minutes. Nick Bargeron went out. This is a high bid right now with Michael Jacob at $150. It is an OG uncensored VG++ EX copy. It's at $150 with Michael Jacob. Michael Jacob. The Ramones is at $230, another tough to get OG. And the Beatles is at $81 with Mark Fallon. Okay, Alex Kane says he's done. Ramones is at $250. French Rockabilly for $10. Do you remember what the title was? Otherwise, I'll have to just wait on the recap. I have no idea. All right, so let's go ahead and start recapping this crate. Rod, I'll be on the lookout for it. Dr. Ross, the Harmonica Boss. This is a 74 UK, $19.99. This one is psychedelic hard rock from Spain, 1970 to 78, $44.99. It's called Underground Vibrations, Volume 2. Rad is coming very, very soon. About the most I can handle is 3 auctions like this. Otherwise, I would have to stop the show and just call out bids all night. Hiram offered $37 for this, sold. GNR, Michael Jacobs out, so there must have been a new bid. There was $155. We have a bid on the Beatles for $83 with Mark Fallon. Philip Holt bid $82. Somebody wants to know what the Beatles is. This is an OG first pressing, a 65 UK mono of the Beatles Help. 65 mono, VG cover, VG vinyl. With so many great tracks. Oh, The Night Before. One of my favorites here. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. John Lennon. I Need You. George Harrison. You're Gonna Lose That Girl. And then Bookend are some of their biggest hits. Help and The Ticket to Ride. You Like Me Too Much. Another George Harrison. Tell Me What You See. That is a great one. And of course, Yesterday, I've Just Seen a Face. Ringo's Act Naturally. It's Only Love. Wow. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. That is a good one. Dr. Ross, next thing over here is Gone with the Wind, $19.99. Christina Curtis offered $27 for the Shame Girls. I almost forgot about that one. This is sold to Christina Curtis for $27, okay? Help is at $100. The Ramones is still getting bids at $275. We may be done. We may be done. We may be done over here at $155. $155. Next is 10 Years After, A Space and Time, 1983, $29.99. Moving up, the Elvis Brothers, $9.99. And Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams, $9.99. So it must have been fate for Paul to pull out all these Beatles albums and Laura to tag them. I just bought, right before I went live, I got a notification that a really cheap Paul McCartney ticket had been listed, and I went ahead and bought it for Nashville for, I guess, November. So I've got that out of the way. I have secured a Paul McCartney ticket for Nashville. I'll be there. And I'm thinking about going there that morning and being at the door, because it is general admission. For what I paid for it, if I can get close to the front row, I think it'll be worth every penny of it. So I might hang out in Nashville all that day to try to get up there as close as possible to the front row if it's truly general admission, which evidently it is. She's Just Rockin', an 87 UK Psychobilly, $19.99. She's Just Rockin', $19.99. The Red Shots, The Wild Bunch, Rockabilly, 1991 Holland, $19.99. And Synanon. Synanon is $14.99. And Lake of Light, Linda Cohen, $19.99. GNR, nobody else bid since Travis Woods, right? This is sold for $155 to Travis Woods. Pretty insane auction lineup tonight, and we still got a lot to get to. The next over here is the following. This is the Ramones, and this is at $280 with George Jones. $280 with George Jones. That's still getting bids. The Beatles Help in mono. I could listen to this any time of the day. Philip Holt has it for $106. Fred Carnell on Red Shots for $14. That is sold. And it's a really small venue. That's what everybody told me. I mean, it may be like, well, I guess there's going to be less than, what, a few thousand people in there? Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon, $9.99. The Ramones is hit $300. The Beatles is at $108. Let's go ahead and put up Judas Priest. This is a 2018 OG Japanese pressing of Firepower. OG Japanese pressing of Firepower from 2018, a $55 start. That's now up for bid. Styx, $19.99. Harlow Wilcox and the Okies, Groovy Grubworm, $14.99. Help has a new bidder for $125, Aaron Andrus. The Ramones is at $300 of Aaron Andrus. The Best of the Les Sultans, $19.99. Rolling down the line with the Rhythm Wheel Combo, $39.99. The Cellophane Suckers, a German Garage, $19.98. That's $19.99. What was the name of the Styx? Paradise Theater, $19.99. Nikki and the Corvettes, $39.99. Fred Carnell, did you see my offer for Rockin' for $15? I got Red Shot for $14. I didn't see Rockin' for $15. Rockin', this one right here. Sell that to Fred Carnell for $15. Okay, Chris Knapp on Sultan for $15. That was right back here. Sell that to Chris Knapp for $15. Jay Neutral on Styx for $15. That is sold. Small venues. I know, I couldn't believe it. I was like, Paul McCartney playing at the Pinnacle in Nashville, somewhere that holds less than 3,000 people. I was like, what is going on? Then he's playing like back-to-back at Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta and to, you know, a stadium I was just in over the weekend. And I told Seth, I was like, man, Paul's going to have this filled up back-to-back nights. And then a couple weeks before, he's going to be playing in a little tiny club almost in Nashville. Cellophane is sold for $14 to Fred Carnell. Judas Priest has bids for $55 and $60. Velcro Lewis and his 100 Proof Band, a 2004 pressing, $12.99. Vermilion Sands. Vermilion Sands is a 2010 Swap Pop, $19.99. And the Wixmer Feudal Throne, 2005 Italian. All right, so Aaron Andrus, you're out on help. Mark Fallon called it barf, and he bid $126. Now, also, the Ramones album is at $300 with Aaron Andrus. George Jones, it's up to you, okay? And he just said he's out. Judas Priest just got a bid for $65 of John Kaiser. The Stump Wizards, Half Shot at Sunrise. Australian Garage, that is $9.99. Ike and the Capers is $14.99. Razman on the Wixmer. And then over here, we have the Riverside Trio at $29.99, and Columbia Neckties is a 2002 German Garage, $19.99. Boy, these John crates have been oblivious. Everything sold in the last one, and that's all that's left in that one. Just a handful of oddities right there. Oddities right there. Whew, unbelievable. And there's still stuff coming in. Help has got a new bid for $130. Help has got a new bid, $130. State Farm. Oh, I thought he's playing at Mercedes. Okay, so he's playing at where the basketball team plays. Okay, gotcha. I think I still might go to that one too. Paula on Gone with the Wind for $15. Sell this to Paula for $15. Chris Knapp on Stump. Chris Knapp gets Stump. Beatles at $130. And Alex Kane on Brewer and Shipley. Sold to Alex Kane. Thank you on that. Ike for $10. Chris Knapp. Ike and the Capers. Sell that Chris Knapp for $10. And Rod Brown says it was... Okay, so earlier Rod was wanting this one. So Rod, if that's the one you want, it's sold to you. Judas Priest is at $70. Help is at $131. Aaron Andrus, you get the Ramones for $300. Aaron Andrus, you get the Ramones for $300. Okay, I forgot we were still hunting for a record for Rod Bryan. So this is the one he claimed. Okay, so sell this to Rod Bryan. Okay, thank you on that. And now Help is at $131 with Mark Fallon. They're still bidding on this. It's up to John Kaiser. And then Judas Priest is at $70 with Jim Sedal. Anybody else on anything in that crate? Earlier, I did a bundle deal with somebody because there's so much unusual experimental type stuff. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. We can't do another Beatles because that one's still up. But let's go ahead and do this bootleg. This is a tough OG. And this is a tough OG to find. This is Neil Young with Pearl Jam. It's called Mirror Ball. This is a bootleg unofficial. It came out in 1995, and it's still not even been reissued. I have a feeling Neil Young's going to get to it. He has been repressing all of his 90s albums in box sets, and then he does them individually. But this is tough to get. A $35 start. A $35 start. Rats on deck. Yes, I'll go ahead and pull it to the front right now. Yes, Skid Row and Rat definitely need to get bumped because those are some pricey ones. Helps at $135. Priest is at $80. And we'll call this one whatever. Neil Young or Pearl Jam, $35. It's a bootleg. Okay? And then over here, we have... it's time for a new crate. Anybody else on anything in there? We need to move right into a new crate. Yeah, if I can get up where near the front, and when Paul McCartney kicks into Band on the Run, and they hit those first licks, I'll be like, this is worth every penny of it. When they hit those first few licks, run dun 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 dun. Live and Let Die. Wow. All right, these are new check condition record sticker price. New check condition record sticker price. Here we go. Just a short but sweet crate. It looks like it's empty. Just a handful in here at sticker price, okay? Pearl Jam's at $75. Judas Priest is at $85. And what about Help? This is went into extended bidding. John Kaiser at $135. Everybody else is out. Mark Fallon. Yeah, I'll be screaming and crying like a teenage girl in 1964. Ah! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Ah! I love you, Paul. Please come to my store. Ah! Ah! EMS have to show up and get me out of there. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm 5 yards away from you. It is pretty surreal. Y'all know that feeling when somebody of that caliber, like one of your favorite bands. I had the same feeling when I saw James Taylor for the first time. When he walked out on stage, I was like, wow, there he is. I've been looking at pictures of him and videos for years. And then all of a sudden, wow, there he is right in front of you. It's like, whoa, amazing. I can't believe it. He's actually here. It's even more surreal when it's a Beatle. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. He's out here right in front of us. Oh my gosh. No, I don't actually freak out like that. I'll just be really quiet, and I probably won't be moving a muscle. I'll just be staring. Judas Priest is at $90. Help is at $136. Help is at $136. Yeah, I had the same thing with the Stones too. First time I said they walked down on stage and asked, I was like, wow, there they are. I've been looking at their album jackets for years and years, and photos and YouTube videos, and then now here they are in front of me. Pearl Jam's at $100 for this bootleg unofficial. Oh, that was a great knee adjustment. Time to pop some bones. All three auctions are still getting bids. Pearl Jam's at $100. Beatles is at $136. Aaron Andrus, you've been outbid. And over here, Judas Priest is at $90. Okay? Here we go. Okay. Next thing is the following. I bet you buckle when Seth walks through the door. No, usually I say, dude, why are you even here? We have a copy of Joni Mitchell Clouds, VG Plus, $24.99. Now, this cover has a unique story. There's some kind of alternate cover where the painting was cut off. You can kind of see a line going through it right here. Some kind of bizarre thing, but that's VG Plus, $24.99. Over here, this is Pearl Jam and Neil Young Mirror Ball. It's an unofficial pressing from 2012. The most recent high bid is Aaron Andrus at $100. It's Neil Young. It's Neil Young with Pearl Jam. It's credited as a Neil Young, and essentially Pearl Jam plays on it with them. Yeah, like if you look at the spine, it just says Neil Young Mirror Ball. But Pearl Jam was basically his backing band with this album. So it's never been reissued. OGs are rare. It's a bootleg though. Beatles at $140. Mark Fallon, you're out. Priest is a final call. Jim Sedal at $90. The other bidder was John Kaiser. John, I got to hear from you on Judas Priest too. These are sticker price new arrivals. Joni Mitchell, VG Plus, $24.99. Dreamboat Annie, Heart. Dreamboat Annie's VG Plus, $14.99. Johnny the Fox, a great album here by Thin Lizzy. VG Plus, $24.99. Johnny the Fox, Thin Lizzy. And we have Born in USA by Bruce Springsteen. VG Condition, $9.99. And Queen, News of the World. Queen is VG Plus, $24.99. We will rock you. Jay Nutra, these are sticker price. So Thin Lizzy would be VG Plus, $24.99. These are no more, no less. Paul Cruz Takes Heart. A classic album, Dreamboat Annie. These are check condition. I always do these at sticker price. Styx, Crystal Ball. EX, $17.99. Jay Nutra's in on Thin Lizzy. That is sold. Over here, we have the Moody Blues Octave. VG Plus, $9.99. And we have Elton John, Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Nice. Wow, just $14.99, even for a VG copy. Man, another surreal experience, seeing this man right here play Rocket Man live. Oh my gosh. I went into a different dimension. I felt like I was floating through the room. VG Condition, $14.99 for Elton John. Goodbye. He does that like long extended version. Whoa. Michael Jackson Thriller, VG Plus, $24.99. And the best, a ZZ Top, VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. Judas Priest still getting bids. An original Japanese pressing of Firepower, $98. What about the Beatles? The most recent bid is Mark Fallon at $141. $141. John Kaiser, you're out. Pearl Jam here is sold to Aaron Andres for $100. This is sold to Aaron Andres for $100. That is sold. That is sold. That is sold. Let's put that away. Priest is at 98. Alonzo put S. And S for Alonzo was for Styx. Scott Oman on Elton John. And then Jay Neutral on the best of ZZ Top. Speaking of Paul McCartney, Thriller. Speaking of Eddie Van Halen, Thriller. Doing the guitar on Beat It. Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney doing This Girl Is Mine. Beatles has a new bid for $145 with John Kaiser. And Priest has a new bid for $100 with Matthew Sherrick. It's time for a third auction. It's time for Rat Detonator. This is an OG Euro pressing from 1990. EX condition, a $95 start. Rat Detonator, OG Euro from 1990. Not bad at all, a $95 start. The Beatles has got a new bid for how much? $146. Priest has got a new bid for $100 with Matthew Sherrick. That is an OG Rat 1990 Euro, a $95 start. These are new arrival check condition records. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. Bad Company, that is their self-titled debut, just $9.99. It is in VG condition. Can't get enough of your love. Bad Company's on there. Bad Company, VG $9.99. I love this cover. Styx, Man of Miracles, VG Plus $17.99. And Bob Dylan, Shot of Love, VG Plus $14.99. Jay Neutral wants Bad Company. So right now, we're waiting for Mr. Kaiser on the Beatles. Mark Fallon bid $146. John Kaiser just bid $150. Mark, you've been outbid. Rat has a new bid for $98. And Judas Priest is still getting bids. It's at $105. Next is the Righteous Brothers, Some Blue-Eyed Soul, VG Plus $9.99. And Paul Simon, One Trick Pony, EX $17.99. And Hank Williams Jr., It's a Family Tradition, EX $19.99. Alonzo on S. And S was for the other Styx album. Rat has hit $100. Help is at $150 with John Kaiser. And Judas Priest, the most recent bid, was Jim Sedal, Matthew Sherrick, you've been outbid. Where's my water at? I need this water. I went to see Vanilla Ice in 2000. I said, wow, there he is. And I all right. I just finished off some water. First thing we're going to do is sell Judas Priest to Jim Sedal for $105. Rat is at $110, and right now Help is with John Kaiser at $150. Let's put up that Skid Row album. Man, we still got some great stuff to auction. This is an OG 89 US specialty press with the original inner sleeve. It's a club copy, but OG 89. Skid Row is a $95 start. These are new arrival check condition records. We still got Clouds by Joni Mitchell, VG Plus $24.99. Bruce Springsteen's VG $9.99. Queen, News of the World, VG Plus $24.99. Moody Blues Octave, VG Plus $9.99. Thriller is VG Plus $24.99. Hendrix is VG Plus $24.99. Dylan's VG Plus $14.99. The Righteous Brothers is VG Plus $9.99. Also, Paul Simon, EX $17.99, and Hank Williams Jr., It's a Family Tradition, EX $19.99. What is this crate right here? Rainbow, Cougar, Styx, Sinatra, Hall & Oates. I don't remember this crate. Is this stuff that they showed when I was gone? August 3rd. I bet it was. Styx. I probably got a great check and buy it now best offer crate we can go through here because I don't recognize any of those. All right, and then Michael Jacob wants JA. You can't go wrong with a copy of Hendrix. Plus, my crate's full, so the first thing I'm going to do is swap out crates. We're going to sell Help, and we're going to go right into another Beatles mono auction. And I think since we've done Revolver, Help, I think next in queue should be Rubber Soul. I think it should be Rubber Soul or Sgt. Pepper's. First thing we're going to do is this. We're going to sell Christina Curtis, Hank Williams Jr. We're going to sell Help to John Kaiser for $150. I need somebody. All right. Rat. Paul Catrich is out. Josh Jones at $117 on that one. Jeff Brindley's at $120. This is an 89 U.S. Specialty OG BMG Direct Club copy with the original inner sleeve, near mint minus. Skid Row is a $95 start. All right, well, I think we're about to go through a great buy now best offer crate. Not before I go ahead and put up the next Beatles mono, and that is Rubber Soul. 65 UK OG first press VG condition. This is going to go up for a $45 start. This is Rubber Soul. Rubber Soul, and 65 UK OG mono with the original inner sleeve. There is a name tag on the label. I don't know if we've tried to remove that. Looks like a stamp. Yeah. VG condition, a $45 start. This is when things started to change a little bit. This is when they started to change a little bit. $45 start, Rubber Soul. Amazing. That's now up for bid. Okay? Skid Row, Beatles, and Rat is still getting bids. Awesome. I do know Skid Row. Thanks to Mark Fallon, Sebastian Bach gave Coletco a shout-out one time. Sebastian Bach gave Coletco a shout-out one time. He knows Coletco. He might even watch and buy records under a fake name. One of these fake YouTube handles. You never know. Maybe other people that buy under fake YouTube handles that don't want to let people know who they are. Like Paul McCartney. Sure, Chad. I'll tune into Coletco tonight. I'll purchase some. You got any old blues records? That'd be something he's probably buying. Probably blues records. That's what those guys are always looking for. Robert Plant, blues records. All right, here we go. Let's go through these buy it now best offer. I think Laura's finishing up her crate. We've already sold 6 full crates of albums tonight. The new Slipknot came in. The restock of Ozzy came in. The new Fleetwood Mac is in. And the only thing we didn't sell out of is right here. The Spinal Taps. The restock of Black Sabbath. And that's it. We had 4 crates of new vinyl tonight. That's all that's left right there. Let's go down the lineup here. This is Rat, a 1990 Euro original pressing, an EX edition. Rat is with Josh Jones at 127. I think everybody's done. Final call to him. Skid Row is an 89 US Specialty OG pressing. Skid Row, it's a BMG Club Direct. Somebody wanted to see the label. There's the label for Skid Row. It is beautiful. It's near mint minus. It is a top copy of this one. Okay? And Skid Row, the last bid that came in was the only bid. Gregory at $95. 2 people have asked information, so they're currently doing research. They're punching this in. They're looking at labels. They're looking at matrices. They're looking at editions. They're reading about it. They're talking about it. They're thinking about it. But if you really want to own it, you've got to place a bid more than $95. Over here is a OG 65 UK mono Rubber Soul. The high bid is John Kaiser at $60. Okay? Most people prefer these UK monos. That's what they prefer. Okay, now, I don't think I've missed anything, so I can get started in this crate. Here we go. First thing is this. Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love. Marvin Gaye is $29.99. This is a German press of Marvin Gaye, $29.99. Everything in here you can go ahead and buy or make offer. Earth, Wind, and Fire, $24.99. It's a 2 LP. Cannonball Adderley Sextet, Jazz Workshop Revisited, $29.99. No condition notes. Richard Groove Holmes, Coming On Home, a 1971 press for Blue Note, $49.99. Over here, Joe Farrell, Canned Funk, Joe Beck, Herb Bushler, Jim Madison, Ray Mantella, a white label promo, $29.99. First thing over here is the following. We have Nobody Else Been on Rat. This is sold to Josh Jones at $127, a tough record. Gregory wants me to hammer his Skid Row. No bids came in, right? No bids came in. 0. That's sold for $95. $95 on that. And Kaysen just bid 96. Kaysen, you just missed it. Otherwise, Gregory would have kept bidding. Gregory held that high bid for almost, golly, when did he bid? He bid over 8 minutes ago, so he got that for $95. The Beatles is at $78 with Brent Robley right now. Brent Robley has this for $78. You have the matrix numbers on the Beatles. I can read them off to you right now. This is XEX 579-4. Over here on the right-hand side, like at 3 o'clock, it says RHT maybe. I do see a 4 and an 8 over here like at 8:30. A 4 and an 8 like over here at 8:30. At 6 o'clock at the bottom, it's XEX 579-4. Over here, first thing is Donna wants to know the title of Cannonball. Cannonball Adderley Sextet. It's called Jazz Workshop Revisited. $29.99. Where did I get to in here? Olivia Newton-John Physical. That's $9.99. And James Vandenberg and the Vandals First Offense, a Southern rock album, $19.99. Okay? Let's put up some new auctions. The next auction I have for you is the following. Clapton. This is called Clapton by Eric Clapton. A 2010 OG. Out of print, $55 start, near mint. Some sealed copies have sold for as much as $125. I don't see that one too often. Next is, well, there's a bunch of Beatles. Twilight Zone. I think Kelly asked for this like an hour ago. An 83 US OG with the original company in her sleeve, the Twilight Zone, $20 start. We got a $7 offer on Olivia and an $8 offer on Olivia. Alonzo, it's yours, but it would be $8. The Fifth Dimension Earthbound, $14.99. Firefall Luna Sea, $9.99. Wonderwall, a tough George Harrison album to get, a French copy, $36.99. Look at that. Beautiful too. Wonderwall music. Technically done before All Things Must Pass, but it's really trippy top music, okay? Don't expect that to sound anything like All Things Must Pass, but it is a pre-All Things Must Pass George Harrison post-Beatles album. Alonzo gets Olivia Newton-John for $8. The Rubber Soul is actually an original 65 UK mono. VG condition. It has a high bid right now for $90. Clapton's a $55 start, and Twilight Zone is with Kelly at $20. Kelly at $20. Okay? And first thing I'm going to do is show you Al Green, Have a Good Time, $24.99. Elvis, On Stage, February 1970, a 1970 Indianapolis press, $39.99. Atlantic Records promo for the Rascals Freedom Suite, $19.99. Look at that. Excerpts from Rascals Freedom Suite. There's a lot of Atlantic albums that do this. There's Zeppelin ones. There's like Aretha Franklin's. And some of them get really pricey for the huge artist. Okay, I'll put up a Little Walter next. Dave Edmunds, Tracks on Wax, because these two auctions in the middle is almost done. Dave Edmunds is $14.99. This is Chastity McCool. No, Christy McCool. Looks like Chastity at first glance. Christy McCool, $19.99. Beatles 100, Beatles 105. The Fabulous Poodles, a 79 New Wave, $9.99. And D Rangers, 5 Spanish Minutes, a 2005 German press, Garage, $19.99. Nice. Jimi Hendrix, Axe as Bold as Love. It's on a single tone, so it's not an OG. It's not an early 80s pressing, though. It's probably mid to late 70s. Very clean, though. $34.99. Twilight Zone, sold to Kelly Vlodacek for $20. Nobody bid on Clapton. This is a $55 buy it now. Okay, that's our first no bid of the night. Rubber Soul is still getting bids. It's at $105 with Brent Robley. Richard Yeager, it goes back to you. $105 on that. Next is the Beatles at $125. Pam Murray gets to George Harrison for $27. Okay, there's that. Did you saw the Kiss tracks? I still got all the Kiss 8 tracks. I do have something pretty cool over here. I'll slip in a quick novelty, but I think it's really cool. It's been laying right over here. It's got a good pad on it, too. It's not in bad condition. I've got a original 8-track here of Black Sabbath's Master of Reality. I think that's pretty cool. $10 start on that. Black Sabbath Master of Reality. Beatles, $125. Jimi Hendrix is $34.99. So let's go over here and visit these Little Walters. Beatles, Minutemen, Van Halen, Grateful Dead, Little Walter Jacobs. This is a 78 Canadian OG. It's a compilation of rare Little Walter tracks in shrink. It is called Volume 3, Blue Midnight. $20 start on that. $20 start. A bundle on the Kiss. I think I'll pass on that for right now, but maybe in the future. So Master of Reality has a bid for 10, 10, 10, 15, 15. Okay, there's that. And then Rubber Soul is going once, going twice to John Kaiser. It's up to Richard Yeager and Brent Robley, who has not set out yet. We're also right now in the middle of a buy it now or best offer crate. Okay, first thing is this. Gift, Blue Apple. This is a 2003 German Krautrock on blue vinyl, $39.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Everything in here is vintage or OG. Not many modern pressings in this bin. The Great 28 with Chuck Berry. That's a double LP, $29.99. Black Sabbath at $25 and now $30. The Beatles at $128 and Little Walter is at $20 with Rod Bryan. CCR Revival, $34.99. This is on the Blue Fantasy label, $34.99. And Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, Joe Walsh with Life's Been Good, $19.99. $19.99 for Joe Walsh. Also, we have Eric Clapton Was Here. This is $34.99. I think it's a German press. It's a UK edition. It's a UK edition. Eric Clapton Was Here, $34.99. Tom McEwen on Joe Walsh. My Maserati does $185. We have Black Sabbath 8-track at $32 with Joe Ives. Okay, and then Rubber Soul did get a new bid. John Kaiser is back in at $135. Little Walter has one bid with Ron Bryan for $20. Going once, going twice. Info on Gift. Gift is called Blue Apple. It's a 2003 German press. It's Krautrock. Now, this looks like something that came out originally in 1974. A lot of these New Orleans records have records like this, and I guarantee this OG is probably pretty tough to get. Let's see if we can find out here. See all versions. The 1974 German press sells for for a couple $100s. So this is a reissue of an album from Germany from 1974 that would typically run well over 100. Some have sold for as much as 411. This is the 2003 reissue on blue vinyl. Usually, if these don't sell before I start discounting a lot of these heavily, like before they end up half off or anything, I always start figuring out exactly what they are. There are so many reissues of rare albums in this New Orleans. I think y'all have seen me look some of them up. I'm like, yeah, this is $39.99. That's what the reissue sells for. But the OG is a reissue of a rare pressing pressed one time in France that sells for $3,000. That is sometimes the situation on a lot of these. Johnny Winter, White Hot and Blue. Johnny Winter is $17.99. Hall & Oates, this one's called Whole Oats by Hall & Oates. That is a 74 PRC Richmond, $19.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. These are here to sell. The Black Sabbath 8-track is at $40. Little Walter has a new bid for $25. And the Beatles, John Kaiser, you have that at $135. I'm about to sell it. On deck is Sgt. Pepper's. But let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that other auction is going to be Guns N' Roses' Chinese Democracy. And this is an original OG pressing of Chinese Democracy, a 2008 USOG. It's in EX condition, and it's going to go up for a $35 start, Chinese Democracy. The Best of Conway and Loretta. I've never seen this before. It's a 2LP 1987 compilation, $14.99. Nice. Not an easy Marvin Gaye album to get. A 1969 press in $39.99. It's got some great songs on it. Too Busy Thinking About My Baby. That's the Way Love Is. $39.99. The cover has quite a bit of wear. Not bad, though, for the vinyl. Clean, $39.99. Guns N' Roses, $35, $37.40. I think we're done on Black Sabbath. It's up to Joe Ives. He's out. And I think we're done on Rubber Soul. Jimmy Witherspoon, the best of Jimmy Witherspoon, $19.99 on that. And Frank Sinatra, romantic songs from the early years, $14.99. Sinatra. Gift was marked at $39.99. Blue vinyl. John Mayall, Memories. That is $26.99. And Jimi Hendrix soundtrack recordings from the film. It does have a little bit of a clip corner there. $32.99. Grumpy Moose Gaming on Hall & Oates for $14. That is sold. Tommy Hewen on Frank Sinatra for $10. That is sold. Black Sabbath is sold for $40 to Jeff Brindley. And we have Rubber Soul sold to John Kaiser for $135. All righty. All righty. Here we go. Here we go. Let's put this right in here. And we have $25 for the Jimmy and then a claim for Jimmy. Well, it would be yours, but it would be sticker price. Guns N' Roses, $51. And Little Walter, who had the high bid on this? Rod Bryan at $26. Danny Thomason, that's up to you, by the way. Okay? You did get outbid on that. The next one I have here is Sgt. Pepper's. Now, this one can get pretty significant, okay? A 67 mono Sgt. Pepper's. The sticker on Hendrix was $32.99, I believe. This is a 67 mono OG with the Sgt. Pepper insert. We're also going to start this one at $45. Pretty cool here. A mono copy of Sgt. Pepper's from 67. So it's a gatefold jacket. Laminated just like the UK. There is some writing right up here. There's a little bit of chipping on the edge of the jacket. It has the original inner sleeve. How cool is that? And it has the Sgt. Pepper's inserts with the mustache and the sergeant stripes. And that's going to go up for a $45 start. A 67 mono Sgt. Pepper's. A really cool listening experience there. Hendrix is sold to Michael Jacob. Okay, that's sold to Michael Jacob. Now over here is the Beatles, and this is a high bid of It's already taken off. Did Danny go out on this? The high bid was $30 to $26. I lost Danny Thomason. This is sold for $26. Sergeant Pepper's. The screen is lit up with bids. And then GNR, the last bid on GNR was the following. $62. Now $75. Okay. So $75. Right now, both auctions are at $75. Now $85 on Sergeant Pepper's. Okay. First thing is... I don't have any. Do I ever see Yellow Submarine? Yes. But for some reason, they don't come through as often. Sergeant Pepper's is in VG condition. Every one of these Beatles monos have been VG. VG. They've all been VG. Okay, there's that. There's that. Next auction. We're going to go 3 wide. And the next is AC/DC. Rock and Roll Ain't Noise Pollution and Hell's Bells. Rock and Roll Ain't Noise Pollution and Hell's Bells. It's a 1980 UK original kind of maxi single here deal. I'm going to say VG plus on the vinyl and a VG minus cover with Wear up here at the top. Yes, there is a name written right here on the top. And there's a sticker on the label. There's like a postage stamp sticker on the label. Use zip code. Okay. AC/DC's a $10 start. Moving right along with this Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Gene Vincent Rocks. Gene Vincent and the Blue Caps. A 76 French pressing. $19.99. Screamin' Jungle. Revelation Rock. $14.99. $14.99. Rod Bryan, You Got Little Walter at $26. Yes, I lost Danny Thomason somewhere. This is the something. $19.99. This is the Screepers. Looks like SKREPPER. Screepers. The Screepers is $19.99. Brent Robley on Gene Vincent. Sold to Brent. AC/DC's at $20 with Alex Kane. Tom Kelly is out. Kristen Starr, it's up to you. GNR is at $80 with Michael Thrower, which is a final call. Sergeant Pepper's is at $105 with Joe Ives. He's about to get it. The Rockin' Dead, P. Paul Finch, maybe. Psychobilly, 1992, $64.99. The Green Pajamas, 7 Fathoms Down and Falling, a 99 UK, not $34.99. The Green Pajamas. Deep Purple, Deepest Purple, the very best of Deep Purple, $29.99. True Believers. This is $19.99. Did you get my $30 offer for gift? I did not. Sell that to Chris Knapp for $30. Bobby Lyle, The Genie, a 77 Fusion record, $29.99. Ivan R. on GP. GP was for Green Pajamas. Sold to Ivan R. Chris Knapp on Screepers for $15. Sold. The Beatles has a new bid for $115 of Todd Doris. Guns N' Roses at $85. Now Michael Thrower's out. Now AC/DC's at $25. Alex Kane, it goes back to you. Joe Ives, you've been bumped by Todd Doris, who I think has bid on almost every one of these Beatles mono pressings. Soul, Spirit, and Song, Clarence Fountain, a 74 funk gospel album, $14.99 on that. Frenzy, Dirty Little Devils. Frenzy, 2002 German Psychobilly, $24.99. We've got Chris Knapp on True Believers. That's sold for $15. Next is the Ugly Beats, Bring On the Beats. A 2004 Garage, $19.99. Deep Purple has no condition notes. It actually feels like it may be a foreign copy.
Oh, it's very nice, though. $29.99. My best price on this would be $25, Scott Arnold. Next is Dwayne Caldwell on Soul Gospel for $9. This here, $9. Todd Doris has the Beatles at $115. Joe Ives, it's up to you. Guns N' Roses is sold to Chris Ligero for $85. AC/DC just got a new bid for $30. We have Les Sequels, Test Chance and Cruels, a 2005 Surf, $19.99. Styx, Caught in the Act, $34.99, a double LP live. Sig, you've been outbid on AC/DC. Joe Ives, let me know where you want to be at on the Beatles. Next is the Grateful Dead, In the Dark. The Grateful Dead is an 87 U.S. Hauppauge OG with the original inner sleeve. Grateful Dead, In the Dark with Touch of Grey. Nice copy, $35 start on that. AC/DC's at $30. Beatles cover has some writing. There is a name written on the top right-hand corner. It says John Lennon. No, I'm joking. It says J. Donage. But yes, there's a name written on there. It says Paul McCartney. This copy was owned by George Harrison. AC/DC at $30. Grateful Dead, $35. Chris Christopherson, Border Lord, $14.99. While we got all these Beatles buyers on, shouldn't I bring out my Beatles autographs? Maybe we can find a buyer for those tonight. You know, I do have a set of 4 Beatles autographs, and I've still got that one sheet signed by Harrison, and Starr. I still got that. I still got a cut signature signed by Harrison and Starr, and I still got the set of 4 Beatles. Who needs them? Who needs them? Deep Purple, The House of Blue Light, $29.99 for Deep Purple. The Last Men on Earth, a 2003 German white vinyl, $44.99. Lost Sounds, Block Static, a 2011 Lo-Fi, $19.99. Jethro Tull Aqualung, VG Plus, $14.99. Jethro Tull Aqualung. Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, VG Plus, $9.99. Are we done on the Beatles? The last bid on the Beatles was Todd Doris at $115. I was mostly waiting for Joe Ives to bid again or say out. And if you did say out, Joe Ives, I never did see it. So this is at $115 with Todd Doris. I'm about to sell it. He's had it for a while. AC/DC is sold to Alex Kane for $30. That's sold to Alex Kane for $30. Grateful Dead has one bid for $35. Brian Call gets Jethro Tull. Michael Jacob was what? A second. Joe Ives didn't even realize he'd been outbid. You almost lost it. Todd Doris has had it for about 5 minutes at $115. Yeah. Todd Doris, you've been outbid. Next auction is Minutemen. I've got it right here. The Punchline. Minutemen is an 89 USOG, a $25 start, now up for bid. Chris Knapp on Lost Sounds for $15. Sell that to Chris Knapp. John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did, VG $9.99. Nazareth, Close Enough for Rock and Roll on Vertigo, cool. EX Condition, $17.99. It's on the Vertigo label. Nazareth, $17.99. Now, Todd, the Beatles goes back to you. We have In the Eye of the Storm, The Outlaws, EX $17.99. Footloose, EX $17.99. Rick Derringer, All-American Boy. Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo, VG $9.99. James Gang, Live in Concert, VG Plus $12.99. Walk Away. New bid on the Beatles, $130 with Todd Doris. Joe Ives, you've been outbid. Brian Call first on Nazareth, sold. Todd Doris on the Beatles for $130. Minutemen's at $30. Jay Neutra gets the Outlaws for $12. Derringer gets Robin Glenn. Todd isn't in my feed. He is bidding over on YouTube. So it's on the screen right now. See where my finger is going up and down? He's on YouTube. So if you're just looking at your Facebook chat, you're going to miss bids. Don't ever look at your Facebook chat. because if you're checking there to see if you've been outbid, you're going to miss 2/3 of the content tonight. There's people bidding on Twitch. There's people bidding on YouTube, and there's some people now watching on X. Yeah, there's a few people watching on X right now. Brian Call gets James Gang. And Kristen said JG and RD 15. I think those have already been sold. RD and JG, I think those have already been sold. Minutemen's at 37. Patrick Lear said he would do 45 on the Clapton. Sold. Grateful Dead is long gone. I should have sold that 10 minutes ago. Tom McEwen gets that for $35. And now the high bid on the Beatles is 140. A 67 mono. Now we have Minutemen at 40. There's that. Next auction is going up right now. AC/DC high voltage. A 77 Monarch repress with the original inner sleeve in shrink VG vinyl. It's a long way to the top. $15 start. Joni Mitchell. A 1970 Terre Haute of her debut album. VG 1999. The Best of the Animals, The House of the Rising Sun. We got to get out of this place. VG Plus, $14.99. Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees, Lido Shuffle. EX, $17.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Green River, VG Plus, $24.99. Bad Moon Rising, Lodi, Commotion, Green River, Tombstone Shadow, $24.99. And Rainbow, Been Out of Shape, EX $27.99. Joy Fino on the Animals. Todd Doris, Are You Back In on the Beatles? Joe Ives has it for $140. It's up to Todd Doris. Minutemen is at 40 with Michael Thrower. AC/DC has bids for 15 and 20. Samuel second on the Beatles. Michael Jacob third on the Beatles. Todd's out on the Beatles. So did Joe Ives for $140. So did Joe Ives for $140. But wait, there's more. That was a pretty solid crate there. Next auction is as follows. Beatles for sale. Beatles for sale. A 64 UK OG mono copy. A 64 UK OG mono copy. Gatefold jacket. First edition. $45 start. No reply. Their cover of Rock and Roll Music. I'll Follow the Sun. 8 Days of Wheat. Every Little Thing. That's What You're Doing. That might be my favorite on the album. What You're Doing. $45 start. Animals is gone. Boz Scaggs is sold for $12 to Grumpy Moose Gaming. Boz Scaggs is gone. See you later, Boz. Okay, there is a lot left in here. I just got to read these titles one more time. There's that Beatles, and there might even be more after that one. How many Beatles albums are in this building right now? 5,000 to 7,000 probably. There's a bunch. I only bring them out in rare occasions. Paul didn't even greenlight pulling these. He didn't even greenlight this with me. He just went ahead and pulled them. He's like, gosh, we got to get rid of some of these Beatles albums. We got to get rid. He's probably just like, God, don't tell Chad. I'm going to go ahead and photograph them. We got to get rid of some of these. We got to get these things out of here. Over here, CCR, $14. Michael, I will do that for $18 if you want it. I'll bump you $4. $25 on Sticks. You're talking about the double live album? Back here, sold for $25. That is sold to Alonzo. You've bought a lot of Sticks tonight. Let me go ahead and do this right here. It's in here somewhere, I think. Maybe it's further up. There it is. All right, sell that to Alonzo for $25. Sell this to Michael Snared for $18. Minutemen is sold to Michael Thrower for $40. The last bid on AC/DC was Scott Arnold at 22. This is a 77 Monarch repress. TNT. Beatles is a 64 UK mono. VG vinyl, VG cover, no writing. No bid yet. Now there's a bid for 45. Now there's a bid on AC/DC for 25. Here's the Styx record I was talking about earlier. This is going to be one of the nicest copies I've ever seen of this for a couple reasons. One, it's in shrink wrap of hop sticker. Two, there's no condition notes. Three, it still has the poster. John showed this to me in the back. I said, dang, you can go ahead and price it and clean it and sleeve it, but let's put this up for auction. This is an OG pressing of Grand Illusion with a hop sticker I don't think I've ever seen before. The vinyl is really clean. A $25 star, and it does have the poster. It does have the Grand Illusion poster here. OG and shrink and hop sticker. Poster is included, which the hop sticker advertises. A well-preserved copy. $25 start. It even has the old record bar tag on it. Very cool. All right. So now the Beatles at 48. Styx already has a bid. AC/DC has hit 30 all of a sudden. This is a buy it now best offer crate. I'm just going to read the titles because we've already gone through it once. I have a feeling Laura is finishing up a crate back there. I think as far as like brand new stuff, that will be the only thing left is whatever she brings us for tonight. However, this crate right here was basically new to me because it was shown the night I wasn't here. So it seemed like it was brand new stuff because I had never seen any of this. So I'm going to pop my knees back into place. I'm going to stretch. It's about time to go get a monster. Oh man, it's past 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is when I get a monster. And there is the soft side to Hatchet Ed, okay? Hatchet Ed did leave these on my desk. He says, don't forget your milk. He gave me some Stranger Things Chip Ahoy cookies. So here in a minute when I go grab my monster, I'm definitely going to crack into these Stranger Things cookies for my 10 o'clock pick-me-up. So I have enough energy to do the rest of this auction for the next 3 hours. Because we're going to be doing discount crates, $6.99, half off. And I'm going to try to show you a few crates of new vinyl too. Maybe from prior weeks. So here's what's left in here. If you want a price or you already know the price and you want to make an offer, now's the time. Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love, Earth, Wind and Fire, Cannonball Adderley Sextet, Jazz Workshop Revisited, Richard Groove Holmes, Coming on Home, Joe Farrell, Canned Funk, James Vandenberg, Vandals, why did I say it like that? Vandals, that was Southern Rock, The Fifth Dimension, Earthbound, Firefall, Luna Sea, Al Green, Have a Good Time, Elvis on Stage, February 1970, $39.99, Atlantic Records, The Rascals Freedom Suite, Dave Edmunds Tracks on Wax, Christy McCool, The Fabulous Poodles, D Rangers, and we'll pause at Jimi Hendrix Axis Bold as Love, which is $34.99. Over here is AC/DC. This got tapped out when Buddy Cordova bid 30 and the other two bidders went out. That sold to Buddy for $30. The Beatles had got up to 45 with Brent Robley. That was the opening bid. And then John Kaiser bid 48. Styx got a bid for 25 with Mark Pierce, and then 30 with John Kaiser. And then 35 with Mark Pierce. Then Brent bid 55 on the Beatles. Then Styx got a bid for 40 with Steve McGee. And then he got a bid for 45 with John Kaiser. And then a bid for 50 with Steve McGee. And then a $55 bid with Danzig. And then the first question is how much is Marvin Gaye and Al Green? This is actually an OG German pressing, $29.99. Al Green is $24.99. No condition notes on either. Styx got a new bid for 48. The high bid's already at 55. The Cannonball Adderley Quintet was right back here, and that was called Jazz Workshop Revisited with the sextet, $29.99. The Great 28 Chuck Berry, CCR Revival self-titled at 34, no condition notes. Eric Clapton Was Here was the UK edition. Johnny Winter, Conway and Loretta, another Marvin Gaye. Jimmy Witherspoon, John Mayall, Screamin' Jungle, The Rockin' Dead, Billy Lyle, Frenzy, The Ugly Beats, Deep Purple, and less sequels. Styx is at $55 with Danzig. The last bid that came in on the Beatles was Brent Robley at $55. John Kaiser, it's all up to you. The next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Van Halen. Their debut album. It's a 78 OG club copy. Unfortunately, though, it is VG minus. Some of these copies did get played to death. $10 on this. The Marvin Gaye, it's actually called, it's his initials, MPG. MPG. It is a VG cover, no condition notes on the vinyl, $39.99. This is a best offer crate, yes. Best offer crate. John was the lone person on the Beatles. He's came back in at 58. He's also bid 60 on the top copy Styx album. Van Halen's a $10 start. Chris Christopherson, Deep Purple, Five Horse Johnson, The Last Man on Earth, Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, John Cougar, Footloose, Joni Mitchell, and Rainbow. And 25 on Marvin Gaye. I will go ahead and sell that to you. I'll go ahead and sell that to you. This is sold for $25 to Kristen Start. I am not aware of the status of the Laura crate. The Beatles is at 60. Styx here is at 65 with Danzig. No bid on Van Halen. Looking for a $10 start. All right, first thing, let's go back over to the metal cassettes. And I'm now down here where I can start bundling some stuff together. And here is Savatage Gutter Ballet. And Savatage is going to go up for a $10 start. Savatage Gutter Ballet, $10 start on that one. Chris Christopherson was called Border Lord. Border Lord on the Christopherson, it is $14.99 in shrink. $14.99. Joe Sontag wants the Johnny Winter. Joe Sontag on the Johnny Winter. Now, I'm pretty sure Laura said she was marking New Orleans records, right? I think that's what she said. So it's going to be very similar to pretty much the last 4 crates we just went through, which has been a lot of mixed New Orleans stuff. I think that's what she said she's been working on. We did just buy like 5,000 of these kind of records, so very cool. We have sold a truckload of them tonight. The first couple ones John priced, we sold almost everything in there. All right, the Beatles at 60. John Kaiser, you're out on the Beatles and Styx. Savatage is a $10 start, and Van Halen is a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now. I don't spend much time if they don't get a bid right off the bat. All right, there's that. Here's this. Here's you. Here's me. Always curious, though. Always curious. All right, I got a couple rubber duckies to show you, too. Michael Jacob gets Van Halen for 10. And that's sold to Michael Jacob. All right, I think it's time for a monster. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All righty, let's show a Monster Energy drink on this camera. Let me go up here and get it. Holy moly. Look at this. I need to show y'all my painting. I got to show y'all the artistic side of Chad Williams. I'm fascinated by art. Absolutely fascinated. I got to show y'all the artistic side of Chad Williams. I got to get this home before I break it. I might hang it up somewhere in here so everybody can enjoy it, but I don't know if I can even get it on camera. That Sabotage Gutter Ballet, yes. $10 start. Christ on the Sea of Galilee, Rembrandt. Amazing. I think 1530, 1570. Of course, it's not real. it's not real. The real one was stolen in Boston in the 80s, and it's still never been found. Probably one of the most valuable items in the world right now that no one knows where it is. So that's a priceless piece of art that no one really knows where it is. 1633. 1633. Thank you. All right, let's go back over here. The Beatles is at 68 with John Kaiser. 68 with John Kaiser. And Styx is at 75. He's out. This is sold to Danzig 35 for $75. $75 on that. Okay. Yes. When I watched the Netflix documentary, I said two things. One, that's now my favorite painting. Two, I'm going to find the original someday. Sabotage is sold to Andy Lane for $10. You got it. All right, I'm going to go take this stack of sold stuff over here. And it's time for new auctions. Let me bring over a few miscellaneous things right quick. We'll get started with this. There's that stack. And there's this. Okay. Yeah, wherever that thing is, it would be worth, I don't know, 100 million maybe. That's what they say. I mean, that's kind of, they've got some pretty, I need to move some. I got to lay this back right here so I can move something. So let me lay it back right here right quick, carefully, and then let me move this so I can take it back up front very carefully. I got to wrap it back up and put it in my vehicle so I can get it home tonight. Yeah. Okay. Now, let me move this back out of the way so I can take this back up front. The Lord just delivered a crate. Great timing, okay? Let me get this back somewhere safe. So, yeah, the real one was hosted in the 80s, and I don't know if y'all realize this, but of course, art is used as huge bargaining chips. So basically, sometimes art is thefted, and people use it to get out of jail or get people out of jail. And that's what a lot of people do with high caliber thefts like that. That's stuff that is like priceless, like you can't, it's masterpieces. So a lot of it is thefted, and they use it for bargaining chips basically to, negotiate with. John Kaiser gets this Beatles at $68. Thank you, John Kaiser. Now the board's cleared. We're ready for the new Laura crate, and we're ready for all new stuff. Here we go. We're ready for all new stuff. Let's go ahead. I'm going to figure out where we're going to hide the Laura crate sticker. We're ready for new auctions. Oh, yeah, she's put out some interesting stuff here. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Let's figure out which one I want to put it on. This is going to be truly random. This will be truly random here. I'll put it on this one. Okay. Let me write that down. New auctions coming. Yeah, if y'all watch that on Netflix, it's amazing. I've watched it 2 or 3 times on Netflix. I've told you before, as a collectibles dealer, you know, art is just, you know, just incredible, because it's like, you look at something, and to me, it's just like, first of all, how did they paint this? Second of all, where the heck is that painting at? You're talking about something worth as much as just about any other physical item on the planet. And it's just somewhere. It's like Paul McCartney's bass that was missing for years. Where the heck is it? Just, does somebody know they have it? Does somebody don't know they have it? Does somebody own it and don't realize what they have? Could it be hanging in somebody's house? They just thought it was a cool painting, and they don't realize they're looking at a 1633 Rembrandt worth whatever. Of course, if it surfaces, you're going to get a call from the. You're not going to get a call from the FBI. They're going to show up at your house. Most of them are probably at. They're in probably, I don't know. So. I need to fix these crates back here. All right, next auctions. Right back to it. I'll take my monster break in just a second. We won't have any more delays in bids, because we got to put up the Beatles, Twist and Shout. The Beatles is a 74 Canadian reissue in mono. This is VG Plus condition. This is one I don't get too often. It's a Canadian. That's why you don't see that cover. It is an official pressing. $20 start on that. The Beatles, Twist and Shout. $20 start on that. Next thing over here is Little Walter, and this is quarter to 12. Little Walter is a UK reissue, unknown year in mono, $15 start. But that one I just got, it wasn't actually all that expensive, but I thought it was just amazing. Closest thing to probably I'll ever be able to have as far as a Rembrandt. The rest are in museums and priceless, so maybe one day I'll get lucky. You never know. In this business, you never know. Look at the Pawn Stars guy, Rick Harrison. People bring in Picassos and all kinds of stuff out there to him all the time. Rembrandt sketchings and stuff like that. All right, these are new arrival sticker price. Deja Voodoo, Swamp of Love. 86 Canadian Garage Psychobilly, sealed, $24.99. The Beatles has a bid for $20. Little Walter has a bid for $15. More cassettes coming. Probably do some buy it now cassettes during this crate. Subliminal Farms, a 1990 U.S. Private Press Psych folk album, sealed, $34.99. We have Bloodshot Bill, Shook Shake. This is a 2014 U.S. Rockabilly, sealed for $19.99. Dublo Zen, Los Negativos, a 2015 Psych album from Spain, sealed for $14.99. $14.99. All right, first thing I need to do, let me take. All right, so to basically get to the other cassette auctions, we got to do some cassette buy it nows. Otherwise, this crate is going to get really messy, and I won't be able to basically get to anything else. So let me go ahead and pull out an obvious auction, and let's do some soundtrack buy it nows. There's some cool cassette soundtracks in here. But here's an obvious auction. Take a look at this. Nirvana Incesticide. Looks like a BMG Club copy. Nirvana is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. The Beatles should be a 76 Canadian. 74 Canadian. All right, Nirvana Incesticide, $10 start. We have Little Walter at 15. We have the Beatles at 30 and now 40. And now Nirvana's at 10, okay? Also in here, we have Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, a sealed copy, just $34.99. That's like $10 off the original retail price. Brazilian Nuggets, Back from the Jungle, Volume 3, 2014 Portugal. It's a compilation of rare garage and punk albums, $24.99. So Stephen put DB. Did you mean division? You meant Pink Floyd, right? Just Pink Floyd, okay? So these cassettes here are one. How many do I grab? How many did I grab? I grabbed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, these are $6.99 each. The Urban Cowboy soundtrack, the Twister soundtrack, Over the Top soundtrack, Iron Eagle soundtrack, and Flashdance soundtrack. Those are all $6.99 each. Figures of Light, Smash Hits, that is sealed for $14.99. That's a garage punk compilation as well. Looks like 70s and 60s tracks. JK on Brazilian Nuggets. All these cassettes here are $6.99 each. Andy Lane got Over the Top. Still got Urban Cowboy. Iron Eagle is sold to Chris Gardner. Still got Urban Cowboy, Twister, and Flashdance. Chance R&B. Chance is sealed $14.99. Tom Kelly on Twister, $6.99. I was about to say, Twister has Van Halen on it, doesn't it? Yeah, right there. First thing, Van Halen. Stevie Nicks. Over the Top's already sold. Andy Lane, you were next on Iron Eagle. What is the Beatles? It's called Twist and Shout, which is a Canadian issue. It's a 74 Canadian. It has a high bid of $45. Nirvana has one bid for $10 to Joe Ives. Little Walter is at $16. The very first bidder on Little Walter was Patrick Lear. Patrick, you're out on Little Walter. Okay? Next, these are new arrivals, lower mark today. Sticker price. The White Man Made Me Do It. 2014 USOG, it's a funk album, sealed for $19.99. Easy Beats, Gonna Have a Good Time, sealed a 99 US compilation, $24.99. And Robbie the Werewolf, At the Wallback, I think is what that says, a 2006 Spain. It's a novelty horror rock album, sealed for $24.99. Mount Carmel, Get Pure, a 2014 US, it's hard rock, sealed, $9.99. Nirvana is sold to Joe Ives for $10. That's surprising. How about this one? Tales from the Crypt presents Demon Knight, Ministry, Megadeth, Sepultura, Melvins, Machine Head. Demon Knight soundtrack, $10 start on that. The Beatles, $45. The Beatles is at $50. Also, we have The Monsters. The Monsters is a 2011 Switzerland Garage, sealed for $14.99. Also, we have info on Robbie. Robbie the Werewolf is sealed, $24.99. A 2016 Spain reissue. Demon Knight is a $10 start, by the way. The Beatles is not a single. This is a full album. It's called Twist and Shout. It is a full album, originally released in Canada in the 60s. And this is a 74. So Canada had different covers than the US and the UK. That's how their copy of Meet the Beatles looks like, essentially. It says Beatlemania. This is a full album. It is called Twist and Shout. It's under a different title. It's got different tracks. It's a Canadian version, okay? That has a high bid of $50. $50 on that one. The Little Walter could be done because Patrick Lear's out. We're definitely about to sell that to Kristen then for $16. Demon Knight has bids for $10 and $10 and $10. Lost Tones, Psychotropic, 2014 Portugal. It's Garage, sealed for $24.99. And The Shimmies, Brunettes on the Rocks, a 2010 Garage album, Australian, sealed for $14.99. Let's do another handful of Buy It Now cassettes, and then I am ready to crack open this monster. I am extremely thirsty. All right, let's do these right here. $6.99 for these cassettes, okay? Some cool stuff right off the top here. Disney, Season of Song, Disney Christmas Collection, We Are the World, the full album. I think this is U2. U2 War, and then those really good gold and platinum collections. We actually have two. That's the same one. Yeah, gold and platinum. I have two of them. $6.99. We Are the World, Disney Christmas, U2 Golden Platinum, and I've got 2 Golden Platinums. Those are all $6.99. Demon Knights at $12. Also in this crate, we have Graham Day and the Forefathers, Good Things. Sealed, a 2014 UK Garage Sock, $19.99. Hiram gets U2 War at $6.99. And we have Handsome Jack, Do What Comes Naturally, 2014 US Blues Rock, $14.99. And Kelly Stoltz, Circulus Sounds, a 2008 US Indie Folk, $22.99 on that. The last bit on the Beatles was MT Lab at $50. John Kaiser, I was just going to wait for your word. Demon Knights at $13. And Little Walter is sold for $16, and that's sold to Kristen Start. Kelly gets Kelly. Kelly gets Handsome Jack. Demon Knights at $13. Beatles has a new bid for $55. Next auction is George Strait, Right or Wrong. George Strait's an 83 USOG RCA Club Edition, $25 start, VG Plus condition. Holy River Family Band, Welcome to River House, a 1998 US Psych album, $19.99. Okay, Chad's going to open up this monster. I'm also going to try one of these Stranger Thing cookies and give y'all an instant review, okay? And I'm going to open them and eat 2 so I can leave them up front for everybody else to eat. Ed did say eat only with milk, though, so Monster's the same as milk. Well, I started eating a cookie and the light started flickering here in the store. So, just FYI, that's what just started happening. All right, let's see what's going on now. That little pick-me-up helped me out a lot right there, folks. Unbelievable. Okay. Demon Knights at $16. Patty, you've been outbid. The Beatles is at $60. The Beatles is at $60. This is not really matched up with any other U.S. album. This is a pure Canadian release called Twist and Shout. It's a 74 Canadian reissue. So if you had the OG of this from Canada, it would be 1964. This was an album by the Beatles released in Canada in 1964 originally. It should be 64 or 63. Should be 64. This is a Canadian reissue from 1974 in mono. In mono, okay? John Kaiser has it for $60. George Strait's a $25 start. Now, Chris Bachek earlier claimed the Easy Beats. Did I pull that for you, Chris Bachek? I didn't. This is sold to Chris Bachek on the Easy Beats, okay? JK got Monsters. And I have a feeling that's still in here. It is. That was sold to JK on YouTube. Demon Knight 16. The Beatles at 60, and it's up to MIT Lab, okay? Right back over here. This is a psych album from Brazil. A Misterioso Luta de Reno de something, e something contra something something. 1999. Boozed. A 2005 German press. It's a rock album. Sealed at $9.99. Patty, it's up to you on the Demon Knight. It's at $16. Nothing But the Youth. Garage Beat album, a 2014 UK sealed. $14.99. The Beatles is sold to John Kaiser for $60. George Strait is a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants it. VG Plus condition. Demon Knight is sold to Red Cave Collections at $16. Thank you on that. George Strait, a $25 buy it now. VG Plus OG. Dan Melchior's Broke Review, a 2002 US Garage sealed, $24.99. Michael Freiberger gets the George Strait at $25. Next auction is going to be the Blues World of Little Walter. The Blues World of Little Walter is a Delmark compilation from '84. It's technically a reissue. EX edition, a $10 start. $10 start on that. And then we got Van Halen. Van Halen 2. A 79 US Winchester OG. Original under sleeve. EX condition, a $25 start. Seasick Steve and the Level Devils. A 2009 UK Blues Rock. Sealed, $14.99. The Cuts, 2/10. The Cuts is a 2002 US alternative garage album, sealed for $9.99. The Makers, Rockstar God, a glam album sealed from 2000, $14.99. I think we had one of those earlier. Flight, FLYTE, Dawn Dancer, 1984 South Korean reissue, $24.99. I think it's time for a handful of cassettes. We'll grab this one. We'll grab these two. And we'll grab this one. And we'll grab this one. Okay? These are all going to be $6.99. $6.99 on these. Each. First is Dennis Jackson on The Makers. No. Dennis Jackson on C6 Steve. Ron Duffield on The Makers. And JK was next. Also here we got Disney's Merry Christmas Carols. Disney's Merry Christmas Carols. The Beach Boys Christmas. Def Leppard Pyromania. The Beach Boys Fun Fun Fun. And AC/DC, Who Made Who? The Blues World of Little Walter. These are, okay, so it's Babyface Leroy Foster, JB Lanois, Sunnyland Slim doing the music of Little Walter. Nice catch there. So yeah, it's a compilation cover album, basically a tribute to Little Walter. $10 start on that one. Andy Lane on Def Leppard at $6.99. We have Wooden Ships. That is a 2007 US Stoner Psych, sealed at $24.99. AC/DC is sold to Red Cave Collections. Kristen Driscoll next on Def Leppard. Yellow number 5, Demon Crossing. A 2005 US alternate Southern psych rock, sealed at $14.99. And the Pretty Things Live. There is some cover damage right here. It is 1984 UK, $9.99. Nobody bid on Van Halen, a $25 buy it now. Little Walter can also be picked up for $10. Those are buy it nows. Real Eyes, an 81 US private press hard prog rock, sealed at $49.99. That looks interesting. and Sentence, Live M. Nast, Scheller and the Slow Propeller, Blues Rock, and 83 German Press, $9.99. I'm already back over here to the cassette box, and I'll tell you why. I see 1, 2 here that are always desirable on vinyl. So let me put these up for $10 start auctions. Okay, I think you're going to like these. Give me 1 second here. Try to get these old retail stickers off the front, make them look a little bit better. Peeled off pretty nicely. Okay, so I got Saigon Kick and Sea Hags. $10 start on these cassettes. Saigon Kick and Sea Hags. We'll put those up for $10 starts. There's, actually, let's lay them like this, because Patrick Lear gets Little Walter for 10. And continuing in this crate, Tailgaters, Tore Up, Texas Blues, Zydeco, $9.99. Pink Mountaintops, Get Back, 2014 U.S. Stoner Psych. Stoner. I hadn't yelled Stoner tonight like I normally do. I have had it 4 or 5 times, though. And then one of the last advertised LPs here is Armageddon, a 75 U.S. Pittman OG, EX edition, a hard rock, prog rock. Armageddon is a $30 start, okay? Saigon Kick has a bid for 11, and don't forget about Sea Hags there as well. Those are technically 3 active auctions. La Noche de los Hombres Lobo, sealed for $19.99, a Rockabilly Psycho album. Now, I'm not saying that's our last LP auction, because I do have this kind of bonus crate down here, and I'm going to try my best to start purging all of my other crates over here. I think there's some stuff kind of hidden, just buried over here that I really need to thin out and start trying to sell, just FYI, okay? Lobo is sold to Robert Warner. Thank you on that one. Kristen has Saigon for 11, and he's got Sea Hags for 12. It's me, Jimmy Lee. Jimmy Lee Maslon, 79 U.S. Rockabilly, sealed, $14.99. Okay. And I need to mute my mic to take a drink of this monster. Okay. Raw Cuts off Volume 4 Australian Nitro, an 87 UK compilation of Australian garage bands, $12.99. There's no more Beatles, no. No more that I have. I have 45s, you know. A long time ago when we were kind of really, really low on inventory as far as auction material, I had got Laura to tag all these Beatles 45s, and I have all these Tolly and Swan, and they've been over here forever next to me. Really cool. It's all from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Those have been sent over here for months, probably since, I don't know, there was a time there where we just hadn't bought a lot, and we were getting back into Dale stuff. We have reserves of auctions. We have, like, if we get really low, we still got Bruce Springsteen bootlegs. If we get really low, we still got Beatles bootlegs. I've got gobs of Beatles albums stashed for whenever we need them. But at the rate we've bought in the last year, we'll never really, you know, I got to start doing 10-hour shows to get through everything. So, I think Laura can confirm. I still think there's quite a bit of Bruce Springsteen bootlegs back there from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, and Beatles bootlegs from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Whoa! Demolition Girl, Sex Punk Action. Demolition Girl is $19.99. MFC Chicken, Solid Gravy. That made me hungry all of a sudden. 2014 Garage, sealed for $9.99. And Apache Dropout, Heavy Window. That is 2014 U.S. Garage. It's actually signed on the front, $14.99. Kristen, you get these 2 cassettes. You get Sea Hags for $12, and you get Saigon Kick for $11. All right, and then nobody bet on Armageddon. That's a $30 buy it now for Armageddon. Let's put that right there. Also, we have Nicotina, Greatest Hits, 18 Canciones Dictativas. It's a Mexico Press and Rockabilly, $14.99. Adam West, Power to the People, 2005 on purple vinyl. Garage Punk sealed, $14.99. Edwin Riviera on Armageddon. And then Brent Robley, Chris Knapp wants Apache. Apache is sold to Chris Knapp. And we have Minson, Oslo City, sealed for $14.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on Adam West. And we have Gito Hustler, Love and Roll. That is a 2006 U.S. Garage Rockabilly. It's a band from Japan, sealed for $19.99. Let's read through these again. I'll go ahead and tell you on the first read through. The Laura sticker was not claimed. The Laura sticker on this first read through was not claimed. All right. Here we go. Gene Brown wants Shimmies and Judito Hustler. What was the Shimmies? The Shimmies was back here some then. I'm sure some people are currently trying to research these. Is the Shimmies further back? I got your Judito Hustler here. What is the Shimmies? Let's see here. Okay, back to, I was about to say, I want to make sure it wasn't. There it is. Okay. Got it for Gene Brown. All right, let's do some more Buy It Now cassettes. I love it when a Laura Crate sticker hadn't been claimed because everybody's like, oh my gosh, where's the sticker at, Chad? Ah, you're killing me. You're driving me insane. We still got some cool cassettes in here, though, coming up. Let's do 2 more here. This is a pretty dang good soundtrack, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, and then this one here looks pretty cool. Here's 2, and then let's do that as a Buy It Now. Let's do some Buy It Nows here. Let's do that as a Buy It Now. Ooh, that's a couple good ones. Let's do these here as Buy It Nows. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, there's still some great cassettes coming up in this thing for auction. So if you like cassettes, here we go. I have Tales from the Hood soundtrack, which is Wu-Tang, Face Mob, Domino. There's a couple other big Gravediggers, rap hip-hop soundtrack, Tales from the Hood. That's a $10 start. I never see that. And then Wayne's World, $10 start on that, okay? Couple really cool cassettes there. Here are some Buy It Nows for $6.99. Pet Sounds, Crocus the Blitz, Blondie Eat to the Beat, and Whitesnake Saints and Sinners. Those are all $6.99 each. First claim is JK on Demolition Girl. Okay, JK on Demolition Girl. Next thing over here is Condition of Pretty Things. The vinyl was Near Mint Minus EX++. It just had that cover tear right here. That is $9.99. The next thing is Stephen Parton on Werewolf, if available. That was right here. Okay, and then Stephen Parton on Yellow number 5. Stephen Parton on Yellow number 5. That was the one Demon Crossing had the yield sign on the front. I remember that one. Right here. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Wayne's World 10, Tales 10. And then when you're done with this crate, can I get details for Dave Edmonds' Fabulous Spoon from the last crate? I can do that right now before I forget. Okay. And because they could get buried quickly. There's Fabulous. There's Dave Edmunds. The Fabulous Poodles, 1979. Think Pink. No condition notes, $9.99. Dave Edmunds, Tracks on Wax. Dave Edmunds, Tracks on Wax, $14.99. Claims are rolling in. Probably people been doing research and listening on some of these. And some people trying to figure out where the heck is that Laura sticker. Andy Lane got White Snake for $6.99. That's so the cassette. And then Eric Van Leuven on Wooden Ships. That's where the guys are sitting out on the front porch there. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. Mark Lent got Pretty Things. And then Kristen Driscoll wants Kiki's Oreo KR. I think he's trying to get Crocus for $6.99. Right now, these cassettes have bids for 10 and 12. Wayne Worlds is at 12. Tails is still at 10, also with Andy. Okay? Now, are we good to go? There's only one no bid, by the way. Van Halen 2 is just $25. It's a 79 VG cover because of the wear and the sticker pull, but the vinyl's nice at EX, $25 on Van Halen. Deja Voodoo, Swamp of Love, an 86 Canadian garage psychobilly sealed, $24.99. Subliminal Farms, a 1990s US, it's a private press psych folk album. I love this sticker here that says Splendid. It is sealed at $34.99. Bloodshot Bill, Shook Shake. Bloodshot Bill is a rockabilly album sealed 2014 US, $19.99. And yeah, this New Orleans collection, I would never, if we hadn't have bought these this is the third time we've bought these, we would have zero rockabilly. I mean, that's kind of like finding rap or metal. Not even that rare. It's even rarer than that. It's just like we never get it in collections. So to find all this together is just pretty interesting. Wayne's World's at 13. Andy, you're back out on that. Dublé, I think maybe. Let me try to get we got Duple Zen. This is a D. That's UPLE. And then Zen or Chin. Los Negativos. It's from Spain. It's a psych record sealed at $14.99. Figures of Light. This is what JK asked about. Figures of Light is sealed $14.99. It's a 2008 US garage punk album. Tracy Songer on Subliminal. That was back here, Subliminal Farm. Sell that to Tracy Songer. All right, Wayne's World is sold to Atomic Ewan for $13. And Tales from the Hood is sold to Andy Lane for $10. I'm about to go get another handful of cassettes. Let's do two more records. Chance R&B, 2008, a garage beat album, sealed at $14.99. And The White Man Made Me Do It, 2014 USOG. It's a funk album, sealed at $19.99. JK wants the Figures of Light smash hits. I saw a big album over here on cassette. Let's do this one. And then this one's really good too. All right, these are $10 starts. Let me get the old retail sticker off of the front of this one. It'll make it look even better. It's not too sticky, but I can get it off with my thumb action here. Chippehoy, I was thinking. Somebody, I didn't even acknowledge it earlier. It just hit me. It's crazy how comments hit me 20 minutes later. Somebody made a Morty Seinfeld reference. Badlands. Badlands, a $10 start. Offspring Smash. Offspring Smash. $10 start on Offspring. Pretty cool cassettes there. $10 starts on those. First is Chris Knapp on Fig. So that was what JK got. Neil Rigler on Chance. Mark Lent put BB. Now, BB, the only thing remotely recently I had that was BB was Bloodshot Bill. Is that right, Mark Lent? And then Sig put BD. And BD If that's for Badlands, these are $10 start auctions, okay? Generator is plugged up. Thank you for the reminder. Next thing is Mount Carmel, Get Pure. That's a hard rock album from 2014. It is sealed at $9.99. Badlands, first person to bid was Kenny and then Sig. Lost Tones, Psychotropic. It's a garage album pressed in Portugal, 2014, sealed, $24.99. Looks like most of the lower crate's going to get obliterated after the second read-through. Graham Day and the Forefathers, Good Things. A 2014 UK garage psych album, sealed at $19.99. Holy River Family Band, Welcome to the River House, An Abbreviated Journey. A 98 US psych album, $19.99. This is the one that's like totally in Spanish. $19.99. It is a psych album. So about the best thing you can do for this one is say Brazil Psych. I mean, it's if you want to look it up, it looks like it's Reno, R-E-I-N-O, Day, Para Sempre. That is my best attempt. $19.99. I feel like I did pretty good on that one. Mount Carmel is sold to Chris Knapp, and Badlands is at $15. I'm going to go ahead and make the Offspring a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants that one. And while y'all were thinking on that one, I'm going to grab another handful of buy it nowers over here. And those buy it nowers are going to be all one artist here. Almost. Yeah. Because one of them's sealed. We'll auction that one. These are all $6.99 each. Okay? We got Stevie Nicks Rock a Little, Stevie Nicks The Wild Heart with a hop sticker that says contains special lyric booklet. I got 2 copies of Belladonna, and I have The Other Side of the Mirror. All those Stevies are $6.99 each. Neil Rigler wants the Reno, and Tom McEwen gets the Offspring cassette at $10. Red Cave was second. Badlands is at $16 of Kenny Stanley. Everybody else is out. Hiram says Realm of Forever. That's what the portion means. There we go. Hiram's my official Spanish translator. We have Boozed, Tight Pants. Boozed is a rock album, 2005 German, sealed $9.99. He's wearing a Black Flag t-shirt if you're wondering who influenced him. $9.99. Badlands cassettes at $20. This is The Youth, Nothing But the Youth, 2014 UK Beat Garage album, sealed at $14.99. Dan Melchior's Broke Review. That's Bitterness, Spite, Rage, and Scorn. It's a 2002 US garage album, sealed at $24.99. Badlands is at $20 with Sig L. We're about to sell it to them. The Cuts, 2 over 10. That's a 2002 US alternative rock garage album, sealed at $9.99. And Flight, F-L-Y-T-E, Dawn Dancer, 1994 South Korea reissue, $24. Could this be a reissue of something originally that's rare? Does it have an older copyright date? Maybe not. It just has that look kind of to it. It could be something like from before, you know. We'll check on it if no one buys it right now. I'm kind of curious on that one. It just has that look to it. Real Eyes is an 81 private press hard rock prog. That's sealed at $49.99. And then Sentenced, Live and Nast, Scheller and the Slow Propeller, an 83 German blues rock, $9.99 on that. Tailgaters, Tore Up. Tailgaters is Texas Blues Zydeco, $9.99. What in the world? Mountaintops. I almost said the Pink Monitors, but I saw Mountain in there too. Get Back, Stoner, and Psych, sealed. I figured somebody would buy that just based on the genre. $14.99. It's Me, Jimmy Lee Maslin, sealed at $14.99. All right, Badlands is sold to Sig for $20. Booked price. Booked Boozed? Maybe Boozed. Did you mean Boozed? Boozed is sealed at $9.99. Yeah, sealed at $9.99. All right, another handful of cassettes. Let's do a lot of Scorpions. If I can get to this bottom. Hey, here's here's some good ones. Aha. Let's do this one. The case needs to be replaced. All right, we're going to do... Dang it. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, here's some good auction lots. What the heck is this? Is this a promo? Wow. Okay, this is probably some pretty good cassettes here. We got Scorpions, Love at First Sting. These are going to be an auction lot, okay? Scorpions, Best of Rockers and Ballads. Then we got a sealed copy. That's a factory sealed copy of Big City Nights. It's starting to unfold here, but it's never been open. And then a promo copy of Face the Heat, which is that album. So that's the album. And then here's a promo copy of it for promotion use only. That's probably a pretty good item. Never checked any of these. I don't really know. But here's what I'm going to do. We're going to put all those together. 2, 4, 5 Scorpions cassettes for a $25 start. $25 start on all 5 of the Scorpions cassettes, including the promo of Face the Heat and the sealed Big City Nights. This is a $10 start by itself. Trick or Treat by Fastway, the Trick or Treat soundtrack, $10 start on that. Okay, so first is Graham Day, sold to Gene Brown. That should still be available. That's sold to Gene Brown. Next is Chris Knapp on Pink. Pink Mountaintops. That was the Stoner Sock. Ron Duffield's going to get the Boozed. Scorpions already has a bid for $25, and Red Cave is in on Trick at $10. And we have filled up our 7th full crate of vinyl tonight. I'm swapping out sold crates right now. Thanks to everybody that's tuned in on this great Tuesday night. Thanks for always supporting CollectCo. Supporting us, you're supporting a small business. You're supporting Chad's life dream. Always wanted to do this. I had no idea I'd be doing it at this scale this young in my life, though. So thank you to everybody who watches every night. 5 years ago, I would have been like, no way we would be at this level already. I'm thinking this would have been like 10, 15 years from now. MFC Chicken Solid Gravy, sealed for $9.99. MFC Solid Gravy. Nicotina Greatest Hits, sealed at $14.99. And we have Minson Oslo City, a 2003 U.S. Garage Punk album, sealed at $14.99. The Scorpions lot is at $25 of Oso Adventure. That's only $5 a cassette. I'd been better off showing them individually. He's about to get them, though. Trick or Treat has bids for 10, 10, 11, and 12. In the previous crate, will you do 11 for the Christofferson and 7 for the Poodles? You got it. All right, so I've already got the Poodle still laid out for you. That's sold to Gene Brown for 7, and we'll sell him the Christofferson Border Lord is what he's referring to. And that was that purple-looking cover right here at 11. All right, and thank you on that. Thank you on that. Chris Knapp gets Oslo City. JK was next. The lower crate sticker was claimed. And let me go ahead and show you the sticker. It's actually, I got to go get it back out of that other crate. Here's the lower crate sticker. The lower crate sticker is a classic Garfield. Garfield loves NOLA records. He does. Garfield kind of gets into that rockabilly stuff. And it was on that nudity record. I put it on the Demolition Girl. That's supposed to be an M, by the way. Demo Girl. So I think that went to JK. I think that went to JK over on YouTube. Let me go find that record. Let me grab a sticky note so I can mark it so it don't get out of order. And it went on the Demolition Girl. I figured it needed a sticky note anyway to cover up the nudity. So even though it's kind of not really a real, it's not photo. It's a, I don't know how that works. But JK, this is so to you, and I'm gonna cover her up, okay, with Garfield. There we go. I thought that was a cool cover. Reminded me something of like, looked kind of like James Bondish, kind of. Looked very James Bondish to me. All right, let's put that in there. Is cartoon nudity the same as nudity? I don't know. Okay. Okay, Trick or Treats at 12 of Red Cave. Grumpy, you're out. Sig, you're out. Sig says he's done. Over here, Scorpions. This is $25. All those sold to Oso. Nice pickup there. You better be glad Nick Bargeron wasn't watching. He has no idea we just sold some Scorpions cassettes. And Nick Bargeron is pounding his fist on his keyboard right now. Let me take this stack of sold stuff right around the corner. There's that. All right, still some cool cassettes coming. And over here, here's the cassettes that hadn't been claimed. I think y'all know what time it is. It's time for the rest of the night for pretty much Discount Records. So we can have a killer night if we, I mean, it's just 11 o'clock. If we do nothing but like just discount crates for a couple hours or even an hour, we're going to fill up 8-9 crates tonight, which is another solid night. So, thank you again. Thank you again for supporting Coletco. Let me wake up for a second. Holy moly. Whew. All right. Don't go to sleep on me, okay? Don't go anywhere. You're about to get some great deals and some cool stuff coming up. I think we're done on Trick or Treat, though. Trick or Treat is sold here to Red Cave Collections at $12. Okay. Posters. I was going to start trying to get back into those tomorrow. I'm going to make probably tomorrow. All right. So let me move some stuff around and let's start trying to find the first couple of discount crates. It's time for half off, nonsense half off, this and that. Brent's possibly wanting a bundle deal on the cassettes back there. We can do that. I still got plenty to put up for auction. Killer soundtracks over here. And we could go through posters. I mean, those that stayed up late. And when I decided to go through a couple of those Fred crates over there, it got pretty crazy. Because we found all kinds of stuff I didn't know I had. Let me grab these other empty crates here because they're stacked on top of our crates that are actually full. And let me move them in here into the operation room. Oh. Okay. All righty. Oh, every time I bend over, my knees pop like a pop gun. Is that good? I mean, it's horrible sounding. Okay. I wish Trick or Treat could get a repress. Well, it does about every Halloween, but they only make about 250 or 500. And I put them up, they sell out, then they go out of print, and they only make it once a year for about 1 month. So... cassettes. All right, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Brent, there were 17 at $6.99 each. I will do these at $4 each. That would be $68. So the 17 that hadn't been claimed, which are great titles: Urban Cowboy, Flashdance, We're the World, Disney Christmas, Golden Platinum, Disney Christmas again, Beach Boys Christmas, Beach Boys, Blondie, Beach Boys, including Pet Sounds, and then those Stevie Nicks. Yeah, around Halloween they should, if they're going to make it, there should be a pressing soon. Usually Real Gone Music, that's the label. Real Gone Music. They usually do a pressing every year of that album, but they only make 250 or 500 of them typically. Typically, last year it was like 350. It was a weird number, I think, like 350. And they sell them a lot of times through their website, and we don't ever. One year we didn't get any. We were allocated. I had some very upset people. They was like, where's my trick or treat? And then I thought, oh no, they're going to hate me for the rest of their life. It's a horrible feeling when a pre-order doesn't come in for somebody. All right, I think it's time for a nonsense half-off crate. This is pretty recent stuff, vintage classic rock. We're going to keep showing these at half off, and we're going to keep doing cassettes, okay? But this is like pretty recent stuff here to do half off. Buy now, cry later. Okay, I have that on the back of my shirt right now. Buy now, cry later. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is put up another great soundtrack we've been talking about all night, and this sealed Stevie Nicks. This is the best of Stevie Nicks, Time Space. It's sealed and never been opened. A $10 start. And Spinal Tap. There it is. $10 start. Or you can buy the new reissue right here next to me. Everybody ready? Still got 197 viewers. Half off time. No more, no less. No more Laura crates. She's gone for the night. She's already let Laura. I need to start doing an announcement like they used to do for Elvis. Laura has left the building. Laura has left the building. She's gone. Okay, here we go. Right off the bat, Van Morrison, St. Dominic's preview, just $17.50. No condition notes. It is an early 80s pressing. No condition notes, though. $17.50 for Van Morrison. And I think this next record is truly nonsense. Yeah. Chris Isaak is now $40. Half off of $79.99. That was $79.99 and $89 SRC. You can tell I've definitely haven't proofed these. Just reading through them. Half off, no more, no less. Jeff Beck is a Friday Music remaster. 2015, now $20. Chris Isaak is going to Jim B. He's going to sell that on Discogs for $299.99. You have to be very quick here. These are going to go so fast, it's going to make your head spin. Dwayne Eddy, Twang, a country song. $5 on Dwayne Eddy. Spinal Tap has 2 bids. Kenny Stanley, you've been outbid. Jeffrey Sapia bid first. The Grassroots is $7.50. The Grassroots, $7.50. Move Along. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, another Friday Music reissue. I think this is Friday Music. It's a 2016 reissue, 180 gram, $17.50. Chris Kirkley gets the Friday Music Jeff Beck. So do Chris Kirkley. That is available. So is the Ralph Emery Show with Glenn Campbell. Gold medal advertising. This is now $6.50. Spinal Tap has a new bid for $11. Bill Evans Trio, Since We Met. Bill Evans is now $20. $20. The Hair Soundtrack, $6.50. Boy, this is heavy. Bob Dylan, Modern Times, half off of $49.99. That is $25 now. $25 now. Let's do some more. $6.99 cassettes. $6.99 cassettes coming up right now. Brent, I'm assuming you were passing on my bundle deal. However, that's okay, but I'm about to start adding more. Tom McEwen gets Hair. First is Susanna Hoffs, When You Were a Boy, $6.99. Survivor, When Seconds Count. Ghostbusters soundtrack. Survivor, Vital Signs. And Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. Those are all $6.99. Kenny Stanley, You Have Been Outbid on Spinal Tap. Jeffrey Sapia has it for $12. Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven, $5. $5. We have the best of Jerry Lee Lewis, $5. How much was Dylan? $25. This is a nonsense half off, no more, no less crate. This is a half off, no more, no less crate. Over here, we have Chris Bachek on BE, and BE was for Bill Evans, so did Chris Bachek. Now Spinal Tap has a new bid for $15. Red Cave Collections gets Ghostbusters for $6.99. Hiram next in Andy Lane. Still got Survivor, Suzanne Hoffs. Stevie Nicks is a sealed original for a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now, Stevie Nicks. Chuck Jackson, Tribute to Rhythm and Blues, $7.50. Brian Call gets the Bob Dylan at $25. Discount Vintage Crate, Poco, just $5. Poco, A Good Feeling to Know. Ray Charles, Together Again, ABC Paramount, $10. $10. Spinal Tap has a new bid for $17. Daniel Amos is $10. Doppelganger and The Fifth Dimension, individually and collectively. The Fifth Dimension, $7.50. You may ask, my gosh, Chad, what else could you be putting up for auction tonight? I'm like, hey, you have no idea what's about to happen. You have no idea what's about to happen. But I am going to go ahead and put this up. Wow, this is incredible. Actually, I might need to do a comp on that first, but let's go ahead and do these. I got two rats here. I got Dancing Undercover and Reach for the Sky. Rat, $15 start. Chris Knapp on Nix. Nix. N-I-X. Nix. Oh, Stevie Nicks, the sealed cassette. That's sold to Chris Knapp for $10. Spinal Tap is sold to Jeffrey Sapia for $17. And Brent Robley, you were next on Bob Dylan. Jimi Hendrix, Jim Morrison, woke up this morning and found myself dead. $17.50 on that one. Also, Booker T and the MGs. This is now $10. It is a white label promo. It's a white label promo. Booker T and the MGs. Also, Bill Evans, How My Heart Sings, a 1989 Riverside, $20 on that. Two Rats, $15 start. And speaking of Spinal Tap, so the only new vinyl that's still left from today are the two reissues of Spinal Tap, which is Break Like the Wind and Spinal Tap, This Is Spinal Tap, which is what we just sold. These have never really been reissued. They're $36.99. I've got a few left of each. I got two of those, Break Like the Wind, and I got four of the others. Next is Van Morrison, Beautiful Vision. Van Morrison is $17.50. Junior Mance, I Believe to My Soul. Now $25. It does have a big cut mark on the jacket. It's in shrink, though, from Atlantic. Nice for $25. No Elvis record has been shown. No Elvis record has been shown. Levon Helm, you may know him from the band, $7.50. And recorded live, Barry Goldberg and Friends from 1976, $10. John Hammond, So Many Roads, $17.50 for John Hammond. And ZZ Hill, I'm a Blues Man, $7.50. No bid on Rat. Those two can be bought for a $15 buy it now. Who wants the Rats? Who wants the Rats? All right, let me grab another big handful. Just poof right out of here. Just poof, there it is. All right, here we go. First thing I have, Michael Rudolph. If you want the two Rats, they're yours for $15. If not, they go to Oh So Adventure. Patrick Lear on the Junior Mance for $25. Nice. Okay, so first thing I have is three Rush cassettes, Hold Your Fire, Hemispheres, and Signals. Three Rush cassettes, a $15 start. $15 start. The two Rats are sold to Oso for $15. Stephen Parton on Jimi Hendrix, Jim Morrison. Sold to Stephen Parton. Only found two copies of OG Break Like the Wind from 92. UK copies, VG $60, VG plus $70. Seems very hard to find on vinyl. It's got to be. I don't think we've ever had one come through. What He Brought Me Wood an hour or so ago. Okay, I don't know if that's intended for me or not. But either way, we have Bobby Bland, after all, $10 on Bobby Bland. Louisiana's LaRoe for $7.50. And Spencer Davis Group with their new face on. Spencer Davis Group, $12.50. Okay, and then here comes some $6.99 action. Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll, Top Gun soundtrack, Back to the Future soundtrack, and the Beach Boys Love You. Back to the Future has a crack right there in the jewel case. But either way, those are just $6.99. Beach Boys, Back to the Future, Top Gun, and Twisted Sister. We have Neil Young, After the Gold Rush, Southern Man, $17.50. Nice. $17.50. Tom McEwen gets Top Gun at $6.99. Andy Lane gets Back to the Future at $6.99. And Ace, No Strings, is $6.50. Twisted Sister, Soda Levi for $6.99. All three Rush cassettes to Brent for $15. Final call. Muddy Waters, Mud in Your Ear, a German press, just $10. Just $10. $10. Oh, so next on Twisted Sister. Okay, here's how I'm going to have to do these. I guess you can just let me know which one you want to do. I got Sammy Hagar, Sammy Hagar, Sammy Hagar, and HASH, which is Sammy Hagar. This one I think is self-titled. That one's VOA, that one's Standing Hampton, and that one's HSAS. All $6.99 each on the Sammy Hagar. Muddy Waters is so does Scott Arnold. Brent gets the 3 Rush cassettes for $15. Paul Cruz gets Neil Young. That's so to Paul Cruz. Okay, any obscure glam metal. There is some I'm trying to dig out. I don't know about obscure, but I do have some rock and hair metal and stuff like that I'm still working on. So give me 1 second here. Okay. And I don't know if I, quote, have much obscure. Golly, I got a lot of Sammy Hagar. I need to bundle all these. Has anybody claimed a Sammy Hagar? We need to do like an ultimate Hagar collection here. And then here's more Scorpions, too. Goodness gracious. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Let's see if anybody claimed any of those Hagars. If not, I'm going to retract them and put them in a lot. Okay, good. Golly, are these all different? Most of these are sealed too. These are all different. Wow, this is like everything. This has got to be like everything he ever did. Let's go through these. 3-lock box. 9 on a 10 scale, sealed. Self-titled, sealed. Cruising and Boozing, sealed. Turn Up the Music, sealed. The other self-titled album. VOA, Standing Hampton, and then HSAS. Live, 1980, sealed. All Night Long, sealed. Red Hot, sealed. Rematch, sealed. Street Machine, sealed. And unboxed. Wow. An instant Sammy Hagar collection. We're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15 Sammy Hagar cassettes. Wow. 15 Sammy Hagar cassettes. 15. I feel like with all those sealed ones, that's worthy of a $55 start. $55 start for Sammy Hagar. 15 cassettes in there. Okay, and then Scorpions, Hot and Slow, The Best of Ballads, Savage Amusement, Worldwide Live, Blackout, Love Drive, and Animal Magnetism. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $35 start for the Scorpions. 35 on the Scorpions, 55 on Sammy Hagar. Next in the half off bin, Spirit, the Spirit of 76, $12.50. The Commodores. The Commodores is $7.50. Ronnie Wood, Now Look. Ron Wood is $10. Oso's in on the Scorpions at $35. Taxi, Expose. Taxi is $5. Ace, Time for Another, $6.50. Bodacious DF, $10. Also, Jack Bonus, $10 on Jack Bonus. And George Benson Body Talk, $10 for George Benson on the CTI label. Taxi, that is now $5 on Taxi. And Robert Plant Shaken and Stirred, $7.50. There is some cover damage on the bottom. Scott wants to know the tracks on the Commodores. This has Squeeze the Fruit, Funny Feelings, Heaven Knows, Zoom, Won't You Come Dance With Me, She's a Brick House, Funky Situation, Pitch It Up, Easy like Sunday morning. Now, Scott, you got to buy it. $7.50. The Savage Rose Refugee. That looks interesting. The Savage Rose is $10. And Spyro Gyra Catching the Sun, $5 on Spyro Gyra. And Jerry Lee Lewis. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5. Take it for $7.50. No more, no less. Final Call on Scorpions for $35. And final call, if you want all those Sammy Hagars, including all the sealed ones, Jim B's rubbing his hands together. He's like, I'm about to grab these at the last second. I'm going to sell these on Discogs for $25, $50, $55, $75 a piece. These sealed Sammy Hagar. I'm just waiting for Chad to make this a buy it now. Michael Rudolph on Spyro Gyra. That's sold to Michael Rudolph for $5. Ed Riviera, you were second. Pete Townsend is a promo, an exclusive interview with Pete Townsend. And it has the music from that album as well. $15 on that. At least that's what I was explained earlier. Yeah, look at this. The inside track, Pete Townsend of Lisa Robinson. I think it includes music from the album and then interview. $15 on that. Douglas James Kershaw, $8.50. And Willie Nelson and Friends, The Longhorn Jamboree, $10. George Benson, White Rabbit, $10. And Andrew Gold, What's Wrong with This Picture, $5. All right, all the Scorpions are sold to Oso for $35. Jim B just bid $36. Boy, that was bad timing. And now Sammy Hagar, all these are a buy now for $55. These are a buy now for $55. Boy, you wait to the absolute last minute to be on Scorpions. Snooze, you lose, Jim B. Next thing is Mark Allman. This is $10, Mark Allman. And we have Michael Pender, The Promise. And this is $5. Michael Pender, The Promise, $5. Jethro Tull, To Be Thick as a Brick. And this is with the original newspaper cover. $15 on that. And B.B. King and Bobby Bland, $17.50. Brent has thrown out an offer for Hagar, $45. All right, here is our next auctions. Here we go. This is the kind of stuff that Tony Bradford likes. Yeah, right here. Tony Bradford likes this kind of stuff. Saraya. I'm going to put two together. $10 start. Self-titled and When the Blackbird Sings. That's the kind of stuff when I see on vinyl, I'm like, oh my gosh. Everybody buckle up. It's something like that. Okay, let's take all these in here, all the sold ones. And Brent, I'm going to take your offer on Sammy Hagar. All those sold to Brent for $45. Let me put them in one big pile here so that's why I went ahead and moved those. That way they know all these are together. All right. Bundle deal. I'm not done yet. I'm almost done with the crate. But give me 1 second. Let me move all these for Brent. I got to really... Yeah, this is testing my strength here. That's like holding out a 15-pound weight. They don't weigh that much, but... Okay, I got them. Those are sold to Brent for $45. This is when my bicep workouts come in handy at the gym. Having to lift cassettes at weird angles. Okay. Ricky Skaggs, Waiting for the Sun to Shine, $5. Bloomfield Hammond Dr. John, $10. Ziza Hill is $10. And this is Live Adventures of Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper. Gatefold jacket, original Columbia 2i, $15 on that one. How much you say, Chad? $15. Saraya, $10 start. Hopefully Tony didn't go to bed. Maybe he just don't want to bid. Maybe it's not what he wants. Okay. Man, there's still some good cassettes in here. Let me just grab a big handful and do some here, $6.99. Okay. All right, so these are $6.99. Supertramp, Famous Last Words, Supertramp, the very best of Supertramp, Styx, Equinox, Styx, Grand Illusion, Styx, Caught in the Act, Stray Cats, Built for Speed, and Streets First. Does have some jewel case damage. Streets First. There's that. All right, and then Soraya, both of these can be bought for $10. That's cheaper than showing them individually. Where's that one you wanted to comp? Yeah, buddy, you're not seeing that one tonight. Sorry. Sorry. That just cost you. You just struck out. Soraya is sold to Ed Riviera for $10. Jim B's got a great memory. Holy moly. He don't forget, does he? Wait a minute, Chad. I know what you're doing over here. It is. I'm holding it right here. It's right. It's underneath my hand. Okay. Now, Edwin Riviera or Neil Reigler wanted to know about a bundle deal. Wow, this is a great crate with pretty recent stuff. Usually, new arrival crates like this get pretty obliterated. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that could very possibly go in future flip video crates, but I will price them and count them to you, okay? There is a total of how many records left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Man, great titles in this one. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Wow. 47. 47. Bundle price on this crate? Bundle price on this crate? $335. $335. $335. Next auction. Striper, In God We Trust, $10 start. Striper, In God We Trust, $10 start. In God We Trust. Neil Reigler, all you got to do is say, sold. I'll take it. This is like a full crate of vinyl here. Holy moly. What's everybody feeling? What could I put up and just everybody's like, Chad, this is the greatest thing. I've been waiting for something like this my whole life. Otherwise, I'm like, I got to figure out what y'all are looking for. Still got 175 people watching. Everybody's just waiting for more of the next crate. How about 235? Whoa, that's a big difference. That's a big difference. That's a huge difference. Well, the way I see it, my first price was $7.12 a piece. Okay? Now, if I sorted these as a flip crate and posted it in the morning, I would get well over $450, maybe even close to $500. Okay? But if you're buying them all right now, no tagging, no sorting, no me doing a video, no more having to key all these individually, I'll get them down a little less than $7 a piece. But I mean, I know at least they're going to sell for $6.99. Okay, that's like the threshold. So there's 47 in here. I will do them for $315. $315 divided by 47, that's $670 a piece. And if you pass, that's okay. Not doing these for $368, no way. This is great stuff. Like I said, this, if I resorted these right now, actually, you know what? If I resorted these at 6, 9, and 14 and brought them back over here, probably half of the crate would sell right now with the same people watching. And they would end up being a lot more than $315. I think there's closer to me redoing the crate and showing it again, closer to like $500 or $600 in here. These have been priced for 48 hours. Yeah, these were just marked on the 29th of August. That's longer than 48 hours, but he asked for the bundle deal, so I'm like, well, here it is, but if not, I'm going to go ahead and just move it on. Okay? $300. Sold! Sold to Neil Reigler, $300. All right, I'm putting a sticky note there because what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring over the other sold stuff and put it right here, and that's going to save me a lot of work, having to bring those out a crate at a time. Okay. So he got them, I got them down to $638. Matt's wanting me to give stuff away here. He's trying to get us to go out of business. You don't want us to go out of business. Then every night you'll be like, what am I going to do with my life? I remember the good old days when Chad was selling every night and I had something to watch and entertainment and I could get all kinds of great stuff. Plus, it's going to cost us $45 to ship them. Let's see here. Half off Michael Jordan rookie cards. You wish. I can't believe you hadn't bought this, Jim B. You can peel back $3,000 right now like it's nothing. And surely you're not trying to think about reselling this. This is not something you resell. Just peel back $3,000 and say, I'll take it. It's the greatest of all time. It's his rookie card. The price is $3,000. And all somebody has to do is say, I'll take it. That's how close I keep it to me every night. I'll look at it all the time. It's beautiful. It's $3,000. SGC graded 4. All you got to do is say, I'll take it. Everybody wants it. This is something in the collecting market. Everybody wants this. Everybody wants a Michael Jordan rookie card. Striper's a $10 start. There's 2 cards that you never can go wrong paying a fair price for. A Jordan rookie, a 52 Topps mantle. If someone's got one, you've got the cash, and they say, I've got a 52 mantle here at a fair price. $85,000. You probably should go ahead, if you're on the fence, and say, you know what? I'll take it. You can get a Michael Jordan in lower grade for much better, for a much more affordable amount of money. A mantle and a 4 is what now? 80 grand, 85,000, something like that. I think a nice mantle 4 is over 100,000 now that I'm thinking about it. What does a 4 sell for? 100, 100, and probably more than 100. They have really just, I remember years ago, I was like, man, I wish I could buy one, man. And I have just watched every year them get more expensive, more expensive, more expensive. Just like this card. It just keeps getting more expensive, more expensive. Every time anybody watches The Last Dance on Netflix, the value goes up. Michael Jordan, Last Dance, they watch it, boom, value goes up. Hiram Aponte gets Striper for $10, sold. That's about the 5th I've owned in the last several years. Let's go through a half-off crate. I still got more cassettes to get out too. All right, first thing we have is Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, $7.50. Thank you, Neil Rigler, for the bundle. The Drifters Golden Hits, $10 on the Drifters. Rod Stewart, Atlantic Crossing, VG Plus, $6.50. Weather Report, Black Market, VG Plus, $12.50. Robert Fripp, Exposure, VG Plus, $15. Stage Fright, The Band, VG Plus, $12.50. The Byrds, the Notorious Byrd Brothers, VG Plus, $9. VG Plus, $9. Bee Gees, 2 years gone, 2 years on. The Bee Gees, $8.50. The Byrds, Pre-Flight, $12.50. Neil Young Reactor, $10. Neil Young Reactor, $10. All right, next comment, does it come with a Lure Crate sticker? If somebody bought it, I would commission Lure to draw a Michael Jordan Lure Crate sticker, yes. Over here, got a Charles Barkley. I actually may. It's from that same set. I actually may have one over here. Montana, I would have to check. I don't know that one off the top of my head. Any Yes songs laying around? Not to my knowledge. Lowest 4 Mantle was 109. Yep. And air horn for the bundle. We got to do that. And Preston on the Birds. Do you want Pre-Flight or the Notorious Birds Brothers? Pre-Flight or the Notorious Birds Brothers. I'm a buyer at 18. Then you're not a serious buyer. Jim B's not a serious buyer then. I will take, how many do you have for sale at that price? Do you have any for sale at that price? Yes, we got to do the air horn. That's the high-pitched bundle. That's the high-pitched air horn bundle horn. Thank you on that one. Preston Rhodes on Notorious. That is so to Preston Rhodes. Thank you. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Stephen Stills, Thoroughfare Gap, $10. Stephen Stills. We have John Cafferty, Tough All Over. That's in Shrink with Hype, $12.50. Leo Sayer is $5. And we have Ray Parker Jr., $7.50. Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA. It does have some cover damage right up here. Linda Ronstadt is $6. Engelbert Humperdinck, A Man Without Love. Engelbert is $5. Also, Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works is $10. And A Woman Out of Control, Ray Parker Jr., $7.50. Jim B, not for you. This isn't just a card for you. That's just not for you. Maybe one day you'll realize the significance of that card. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. All right, let's go over here and grab some more cassettes. I am very excited to get to the bottom of this crate because there's still fantastic stuff over here. And this is going to go up first. And then we got some 6.99ers here, okay? This is always a desirable cassette. This is Ugly Kid Joe. Let me get this old retail stick over here. I have an SGC7. I'll give you $1,500. See, that hurts, doesn't it? That hurts, doesn't it? All right, let's go over here and put up Ugly Kid Joe. This is America's Least Wanted. Ugly Kid Joe. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Over here, we have Lothel on Humperdinck. All right, that's sold to Matt for $5. Next over here, this is MFSB, Love is the Message. 73 Disco album, $10. $10, MFSB, $10. We have Average White Band and Benny King, $10 on that. Also, J.D. Souther, You're Only Lonely. J.D. Souther is $10. More $6.99 cassettes. Traveling Wilbury, self-titled. Toto 4, Toto self-titled. That's a good one. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes. Timothy B. Schmidt and Ice Cream Castle, The Time. Those are all $6.99. Also in the half-off bin is Richard Harris, his greatest performances. That is $5. Robert Gordon of Link Ray, that is $10. Dr. Hook, Sometimes You Win, $7.50. Doc Holliday, Modern Medicine. Doc Holliday, $12.50. Tom Petty, So Did Tom McEwen for $6.99. Does Ugly Kid Joe have the duet with Ozzy? I honestly don't know unless you know the name of the song. I can check for you. But there's no mention of Ozzy in the track listing. Survivor Premonition is $7.50. We have Mongo Santa Maria, $10. Hiram Aponte, Doc Holliday. That's So to Hiram. $3K. It's a great price. And I'll tell you why. We marked that back in January, and they've all pretty much went up since then. Yeah, I marked that on January 19th, 25. I'm going to give it about 24 more hours, and I'm about to do one or two things. I'm about to take it home and pretend that I don't have it. It's about the most solid investment item probably in this building right now, other than the gold coins I have for sale in the safe, which if anybody's interested. Or I'm going to mark it up to about 3,500 and then say no more, no less. Because it's by this time next year, there's going to be like people going, gosh, I wish I would have bought that when Chad had it. The Masqueraders, everybody, this is Everybody Want to Live On, $6.50. The Marvelettes, Sophisticated Soul, VG Minus, $6.50. Do y'all realize who this guy is? Every time I watch The Last Dance, it just gets me extremely motivated. This is a one-of-a-kind guy here. When I watch that, I'm like, man, this guy was dedicated. The Stories, VG Plus, $7.50. Having a Wild Weekend, the Dave Clark 5, $5 on Dave Clark 5. Also, The Essential Jimi Hendrix, Volume 2, $15 on Jimi Hendrix. Ugly Kid Joe is a no bid, $10 buy it now. Ugly Kid Joe, America's Least Wanted, $10. Over here, Tanya Tucker, TNT, VG, $5. Mott the Hoople Live, $10. And the Everly Brothers, End of an Era, $7.50. Traveling Wilburys, Toto, Tom Petty. Now, Tom McEwen, I got you Tom Petty Greatest Hits. I'm assuming that's the one you wanted because you didn't say anything. I also have Damn the Torpedoes left if you decide you want that one, okay? Wow, nobody on Ugly Kid Joe. That's a $10 buy it now. I should be showing these on Thursday Night Metal Night. What's the other 86 Fleer stuff I have over here? I think the last time I flashed a bunch of these during a coin sale, we sold a bunch of them. Let's see here. Let's see. Checklist, Dr. J, Kevin McHale, and then I got stickers of Dr. J, Isaiah Thomas, Adrian Dantley, Alex English, and Dominic Wilkins. I could have swore I had a Charles Barkley. We might have sold it. I had most of those 86 Fleer key cards and stickers. We bought it locally from a guy, and I guess I've sold almost all of them. Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes. Okay, let me make sure that's not what Tom McEwen wanted. So that's sold to Scott Fellows at $6.99, and Ugly Kid Joe is sold for $10 to Scott Fellows. Okay. I love how the glare is hitting the Jordan perfectly. There we go. I didn't even notice that. All right. Another half-off crate. Just a few got claimed out of there. Wow, that whole crate, just 3 records. Everybody's probably distracted looking up Michael Jordan cards, figuring out if they should pull the trigger on this or not. There was no Barkley. Yeah, I thought I had one, but I don't. Okay. There's a couple things I'll guarantee. Over here we have Mantle, in my lifetime, so I'm 30, let's say I luckily get to live for another 50 years, I'll guarantee any sale, if I ever do sell a 52 Mantle, to not go down in value. Okay, so that means 30 years later, if you say, Chad, this has gone down in value, I'll give you back the original sale price of it. And same thing for the 87 Jordan there. $25 on Jordan. Pass. Pass. And actually, I would like to do we need to do a bank, if I sell it to somebody, it needs to be a wire so I don't pay 3.5%. Otherwise, we'll have to do it for like $3,100. Okay, the Ugly Kid Joe had the Ozzy song. It did? Somebody said it didn't. No on Ugly Kid Joe and Ozzy. Everything About You. That is not on this album. No, it's not on that album. It's not on that album. It was not on there. That's why I went ahead and sold it to the other person, okay? Let's do a bundle deal on these. I think this was Hatchet Ed stuff. That's why it's such a random crate. So I'll count these, and we'll do a I'll count these and we'll do a bundle deal, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. This is one of those Hatchet Ed crates where I've pulled out all the new sealed stuff. We took offers, now they're half off, and now I'm just trying to sell them. I think I just said 32 records. Let's get all these sold for $125. $125 divided by 32 is $3.90 a piece, okay? It's on Ugly As You Want to Be. That's it. $125 for this crate. If we sell it, I'm going to bring another half-off crate. Man, we still got 175 people watching. There should be at least one bundler on. The Dr. J is a Near Mint 8, PSA 8, $70, $69.99 to be exact. $69.99 to be exact. PSA 8 on Dr. J. Dun, 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 dun. I think I'm on episode 3 right now of The Last Dance, and it just showed that it was that season when Michael hurt his foot. He hurt his foot, and they didn't want him playing, and he was trying to play injured or during his recovery. He snuck off to Chapel Hill, North Carolina. He started playing with the college team up there, and then they limited him to time playing. And he couldn't stand it, man. You saw him. He was trying to shoot from the bench, and he just couldn't stand not being out there competing. Anything possible, even if it was going to risk his career. He was wanting to get out there and play. He's like, I got to get out there. Even if y'all are not into sports remotely, if you watch The Last Dance, you'll be amazed. 1, on how well the documentary is done, but 2, just on the life of that man. Holy moly. That's why during COVID in 2020, after that, I had one of these in a 7, and I had it listed on eBay back in 2020, and I had it on a 7 on eBay for like $2,500. The night The Last Dance came out on ESPN, it immediately sold, and all of his stuff like skyrocketed. Everything doubled and tripled in value, and it's been hot ever since. A lot of people, especially my generation, had no idea what was going on. We didn't get to live through any of that. So it's just an amazing thing to watch. These are sold to Matt for $110. We are going to bring over another half-off crate then. Sold to Matt. Let's keep this show on the road. That fills up this crate. We have now filled up 8 crates, going on 9. 5 championships going on 6, just like the Bulls. Let's fill up the rest of this crate with this bundle. Matt is rolling. Matt is rolling. Let's go right over here. Let's do this. And let's do this. Okay? Thank you, Matt. Dr. J, does the PSA have, it looks like it has like a little wrinkle. Looks like it has a little bit of a wrinkle right there, maybe. Also one of the greats, Julius Erving. Okay. Yeah, I didn't get to watch Jordan. So when the Bulls were playing for that last championship, I was what, 3 years old? I'm sure my dad and maybe my brother he was born in 88, so he was 10 years old. He was probably watching it. Yeah, I didn't even have a clue. I had no clue, so. I'm going to finish off this monster. I wish I hadn't sold that 7, though. I should have took it off eBay that night. But everybody was like, it was probably one, I remember when that documentary dropped, it's like, man, me and Tanner was in here watching it. It was so hard to get any work done. Of course, I think they didn't drop it all at once. They did about an episode a night. So, all right, this crate's going to be buy it now or best offer, okay? This is going to be buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Let's go ahead and find some more cassettes, too. I still think we need a few cassettes to run here and there and everywhere. I'm hoping somebody at the end. Oh, here's a good one. That's somebody I don't see too often. Both of these here. And let's see, Sheriff. I'm just going to have to start. At this point, they've all kind of fell over. I'm just going to have to start grabbing them and showing them one at a time. The tub has lost its rigidity. The tub has lost its rigidity here. A $50 offer. Let me check it. I think Jim B's been trying to buy this, and I think I've told you pretty much the prices on most of these cards, especially since this is September of last year. I'm probably not going to discount them. But let me check. This stuff is like, you're talking about 86 Fleer. You might as well be buying a small piece of gold right here. Julius Erving, PSA 8. Let me check on this. A Julius Erving PSA 8 sold. This is firm at this needs to go up. Holy moly. How about I just say it's not for sale, or you can buy it. You can buy it, or I'm going to change the price on it. I'll give you 60 seconds to say sold or pass. Otherwise, this price tag's going on. This has almost doubled since September. Here's a nice PSA 8, just like this one, sold for $110. Okay, first one here is typo negative, origin of the feces. Typo negative, origin of the feces. I need to go through my store and change all the prices on these sports cards. I'm going to have to. I know there's a Shaq up front the other day, and my mom said, hey, somebody come in here and bought this and said, you got some really good prices on these. And I think it was a Shaq card just in the last couple. Well, I think I priced it back in September like these, and it was, and I remember when Tanner marked it, he said, I'm going to put $175 on this, but I think it's more like a $200 card. And then I knew exactly what she was talking about, and I looked it up. Now they're selling for like $350. I was like, golly, this stuff has gone up just. It's crazy. Just like every 5 or 6 months, it's just like 20-30% price increases. Typo negative, the origin of the feces. That's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. Okay, I'm going to put away all the cards. I'm going to put away all the cards before anybody else has to buy them, like Adam Bernardi just asked. Give me 1 second. I'll show them one more time. Over here, we have next is Annie Ledoux tapes. Yes, no, maybe. Let's do these buy it now best offer. Kenny Rogers in the first edition's greatest hits, $19.99. Warner Brothers Records, no condition notes. $19.99. Kenny Rogers in the first editions. Over here is Circus World, $14.99. Circus World, Dmitry Tomikin. Circus World is $14.99. Graham Nash and David Crosby, $19.99. Surreal Thing, Chris Christopherson, $14.99. Chris Christopherson. Doug Kershaw, Swamp Grass. Doug Kershaw is $19.99. Warner Brother Records, you can buy these now or make offer. Quinella, Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99 on that. The Rolling Stone Steel Wheels, $39.99. This has the original on her sleeve, $39.99. Stephen Parton on Chris Christopherson, sold for $10. Next is the Lovin' Spoonful, $14.99 on the Lovin' Spoonful. The Venture Swamp Rock, $9.99. Matt Parsons gets the Rolling Stones for $30. Great titles in here. Billy Joe Glass Houses, You May Be Right, I May Be Crazy, $14.99. We have Peaches and Herbs Greatest Hits, $12.99. Tina Turner, Private Dancer, $24.99. Typo Negative, no bid. Buy it now for $10 if anybody wants it. Next is Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. It's those Hollywood Nights, $24.99. We have Lothel getting Tina for, holy moly, look at all the offers rolling in. This is sold to Lothel for $17. Tommy Ewan got Billy Joe for $10. Jamie Wills was next. Jim B got Typo Negative. Folks, that was a $300 cassette sold to Jim B for $10. Next thing over here, I've got some cassettes at Buy It Nows at $6.99. Vision Quest soundtrack, Def Leppard Hysteria, Saga Worlds Apart, and Def Leppard Adrenalize. $6.99. The Dave Clark 5, Satisfied With You. Dave Clark 5 is $9.99. I was waiting for Typo Negative to get bids for 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. We have Toronto, Get It on Credit. Toronto is $12.99. Tom McEwen, you let me know which of the two Def Leppards you want. He wants Hysteria. This is called Stone Age Hearts. It's a 2005 garage album on green vinyl. That is now $19.99. Tom McEwen gets Hysteria for $6.99. We have The Dads, D-A-D-D-S, a 2009 garage album, Portugal, $19.99. New Riders, The Adventures of Panama Red, $19.99. Ted Nugent, Ambroy Dukes, Tooth, Claw, and Fang. That is $24.99 for Ted Nugent. And Chris Christopherson, Who's the Bless? Chris is $14.99. The Motors is $19.99. And ZZ Top, Afterburner in shrink, nice copy at $24.99. Cosmonaut, Just Surf, white vinyl, Italian press, a surf album, $19.99. Matt gets ZZ Top. So no clip on Vision Quest, no clip on Saga, and there's that right there. Now, Adam Bernardi, the only sports cards I have close to me, like I said, that are priced were the ones I just showed, which was Dr. J, the Checklist, Kevin McHale, and then these are stickers. They're cards, but they came in the 87 Fleer, and they're stickers. Another Dr. J, Isaiah Thomas, Adrian Dantley, Alex English, and Dominique Wilkins. That's the only ones that I have remotely close. I think I got a little bit of a briefcase over here, like one of those big card storage cases. I think it's full, but I don't think anything's priced. I think we've still got Nolan Rhines and stuff like that to price. Ray Charles Friendship is $19.99. Jason and the Scorchers is $12.99. Actually, I do think there's a handful over here that we marked the last time I was live. Yeah, some of them are priced. Some of them aren't. Some of these are priced. This is my two list on eBay price. I did just sell a Jordan refractor on eBay about a month ago. Yeah, there's some good stuff here. Kobe Bryant. Make sure these are priced. Yeah, Kobe Bryant. Mike Tyson autograph. There's a 91-91 Jordan. Nolan Ryan rookie card. Dr. J rookie card. 75 Nolan Ryan. There's some pretty good stuff in here. That's a dang good card there. Setting Tops Nolan Ryan near mint 7. I'll go through those in details in just a second. Jason is sold to Lothel for $8. That sold for $8. Also, we have Red Hot Rodders Battle Rock and Roll 64 mono, $24.99. Does Saga have cassette have On the Loose? Let's see if I can get a, yeah, that's the first track. First track on that one. Also, we have Revenge Black Cat. Revenge is a 2001 German rockabilly, $19.99. And this is a 1991 Finland Rockabilly, $14.99. 96-97 Fleer Ultra Kobe Bryant, $55. It is SGC graded, or I should say CSG graded, mint 9. That was $55. That was priced several months ago too, so anything is probably going to be pretty firm, probably firm and then some. The Dr. J is a HGA graded 4, $475. $475. Dr. J rookie card. Nolan Ryan rookie card. Nolan Ryan rookie card is $895. It is a PSA 4 miscut MC. $895 on that one. Next is Red Rockers, Good as Gold. Red Rockers is $19.99. Hands and Knees, Wholesome, a 2011 press, $24.99. And this is The Way Out, Psychotic Reaction. The Way Out, Psychotic Reactions, a 2007 grease pressing garage, $19.99. The Rockin', the what? $19.99. The Rockin' Fossils. The Rockin' Etzels. The Rockin' Etzels. $19.99 on that. Neil Young and the Blue Notes. This note's for you. $24.99. And Mama Guitar in Germany. Mama Guitar is a 2006 German garage. $19.99 on that. Hobo Allen Ginsberg. And that is $19.99. That was the only Kobe over here. Yeah. Let's see. Tyson, Jordan, Ron. Those are all Nolan Ryans. Boy, this is a rare card too. This is a 91 Topps Desert Shield, $325, which I thought was, I remember when I priced that, it's a pretty tough card to get. Over here, Neil Young is at 14 with Lothel. I'll sell it to you for 14. Rockin' is sold to Danny Thomason for 12. That's sold to Danny Thomason for 12. This is live in Japan, Demented R Go. Demented R Go, a 93 German psychobilly, $39.99 for that. The Frantic 5 On the Move, a 2008 Grease album. It's a surf record, $19.99. Jermaine Jackson is $14.99. And Jimmy Rogers, Sloppy Drunk. Oh, Sloppy Drunk there, Jimmy Rogers, $19.99. Buenas, something. A Poses. I can't read that. It's a Latin garage compilation, $19.99. And Ricky Skaggs and Tony Rice, Skaggs and Rice, $49.99. The Kobe Bryant card is sold to Oso Adventure, this one right here. Make sure that goes in for $55, please. I'll put it right there on top of those cassettes. Thank you, Oso. James Gang Live in Concert, $17.99. And the Bremont Wright PM Magazine, $9.99. Yeah, Dr. J, $4.75. HGA 4. And then the Ryan was $8.95. Now, the high grade over here, the 1970, which is this one right here, it's a near mint 7. Pretty dang nice looking card. I've got that one at $650. That is a pretty sharp card there from 1970. Nat Reynolds on Sloppy Drunk, and that was this one right here. Jimmy Rogers, that's sold to Nat Reynolds. Thank you on that. Bill Evans Trio, Sunday at the Village Vanguard, $34.99. $34.99. Someone's kept this in a MoFi inner sleeve. That is Bill Evans at the Sunday Village Vanguard, $34.99. The Mike Tyson is $155. $155. Pro Set 2002 Leaf, $155 on that one. Lou Reed Mistrial, Shrink and Hop Sticker, $34.99. Lou Reed Mistrial, The Candyman, $24.99. The Bill Evans here, that's a good question. I don't have any details really other than it was in a MoFi. Let me scan it right quick on Discogs and see what it pops up. It pops up 3 editions. So this one don't have a year. That one's never sold. I doubt it's that one. This one don't have a year. Original Jazz Classics. Let's see what the label looks like here. I don't think it's Original Jazz Classics. Could be that one. Yeah, I guess it is original. I think it's Original Jazz Classics. Yeah. Original Jazz Classics, $34.99. No year given. Welcome Home, Richard Groove Holmes, $29.99. Gone with the Wind soundtrack, Max Steiner, $19.99. This is, you'll see different Gone with the Wind soundtracks. That movie was reissued multiple times in the 50s, the 60s, and the one we sold one earlier tonight, that was that 68 reissue they did. Feeling Free, Barney Kessel, 69 promo, that's a Bossa Nova record, $24.99. And Country Hicks, Volume 6. Country Hicks is a UK compilation, $49.99. And the complete Silver Beatles, that's in shrink, $24.99. The complete Silver Beatles, $24.99 on that. The Broken Hearts, Want One, 85 Power Pop at $34.99. The Thanes, Hey Girl Plus 6, 88 UK Garage, $29.99. The Radios Now, 2009 Punk. I'm showing these at the wrong time, this New Orleans stuff. Chris Knapp's not watching, Fred Cardinale's watching. I sold almost a whole crate of New Orleans stuff earlier tonight to Fred Cardinale and Chris Knapp. And sometimes I don't show New Orleans stuff unless those two guys are watching, because they buy 90% of them. Tonight in New Arrivals, they were both watching. We sold almost 2 whole John crates to pretty much just Fred and Chris. I thought this had some more like classic rock type stuff in it, which it looks like y'all were buying. Just a couple people buy almost all this New Orleans stuff. Valley of the Kings is $19.99. The Routes, Alligator. The Routes is a 2011 UK Garage, $24.99 on that. The Upstarts is an 83 Power Pop, $19.99. Dolly Parton's Greatest Hits, $24.99. The Monocles is $19.99. Variety Films presents Captain Beefheart. There's something a little bit different, $14.99. Boy, if y'all got something that, I have some artwork by Captain Beefheart. It looks like a doodle, kind of like that. And I have it on eBay, but I really need to get it to the right market. I need to get it to an auction house or something. I've got it priced at $5,000, but I think if the right person knew it was out there, you know, and plus a lot of people buying stuff like that's probably not pounding eBay every night looking through that kind of stuff. So, but it is JSA authenticated. Hey, he spoke out of nowhere. Chris Knapp. I spoke you into existence. Were you watching 60 Minutes, 60 seconds ago? Captain Beefheart, so did Chris Knapp. He came out of nowhere. Maybe I can wake up Fred Cardinale. Let's try together. Wake up Fred Cardinale. Wake up Fred Cardinale. Wake the Mean Machine, Jimmy McGriff, $34.99. The Mean Machine, Jimmy McGriff, $34.99. Chris came out of nowhere. See? I was just talking about you. I was like, man, they usually buy everything in this crate. It's all New Orleans Garage and Pop and Psych. You must have, there's so much interesting stuff in here. Like this. Oh, man. Wake up, Fred Cardinale. Wake up, Fred Cardinale. All right, let's go through a half-off crate. We'll revisit these later at another time and another date. NOLA 45s. I wish I had a bunch. Golly, when he told me he's going back down there, I was like, any more 45s? But I think this guy keeps finding stuff. The way I understand, this guy has storage buildings full of records. I've never met him, Paul. I've been killed. So there you go. So you've been listening. I knew it. You've been listening, but not watching. So many people have me on right now. They're doing other things, and then they hear something. They're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, Chad! Did you just say a Metallica OG Ride the Lightning?" And I'm like, "I did, and it's already sold because you were shooting Nazis on your PS4 Instead of watching. Shame on you. How about another crazy half-off crate? Okay? I think this is pretty dang recent stuff. And there's even some NOLA stuff in here. All right, so Chris Knapp's definitely going to pay attention, right? The first half of the crate is NOLA. The back half is vintage stuff. But the good news is it's all half off. The first part y'all will see is some of the classic rock looking stuff. And then we're going to do this at half off. We got to get some record. We've almost sold 9 crates. I would love to make it 9 or 10 tonight. It's only a quarter after midnight. All right. And then Chad forgot the third. What did I forget? And then Adam Bernardi said he would do 25 on Bill Evans. You got it. Let's go pull that for him. All right, thank you. Sold. See, don't hesitate to make offers. That was a best offer crate, by the way. This is sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay, 12:15. I stopped the show last night about this time, so let's not do that again. Maybe I should dig around over here. Jim B's wanting half-off sports cards. Not happening. Hey, this stuff like sports cards and autographs and, you know, we don't ever start giving that away, okay? Because now vinyl, I will blitz it. We got to move it. We buy way too much, but if we get a chance to buy sports cards, it's kind of like, well, here they are. We've got them priced extremely fairly. If you take them, Jim B, great, but if you're trying to buy these and flip them, you're not at the right place, okay? Now, I'll sell you a bunch of records for you to flip. I'll sell you a bunch of records for you to flip. I'm not going to sell you many sports cards where you're going to turn around and flip it and make $500. It's just not going to happen. Probably not even where you can make $50. But if you want something really nice at a fair price, you're in the right market. Welcome home, Richard Groove Homes. How about if I do $10 off, DJ? I'll sell that to you for $19.99. $19.99. Tanner's trying to log into my Disney Plus. He must be having to play Finn a movie. Okay. Xbox. I'm an Xbox guy myself. I'm Team Xbox. I never did get into PlayStations. I had a GameCube, an Xbox 360, and I think that's where I stopped. I don't know what I have now. What is the newest Xbox? Whatever the newest. I bought it just to play the Harry Potter game, and I'm not even 1% done. This is sold to DJ for $19.99. All right, half off crate. We got 128 people watching. That's not enough really to do a big effective half off crate, but hopefully the 128 still watching are big buyers, okay? Big buyers. I want big bucks and big buyers. And then I'll try to bring out some surprises. Series S and X. I think I got an S. I went to GameStop and I was like, I need something really good to play this new Harry Potter game on. And I also bought 3 copies of it. And they thought it was kind of weird. I was like, I want 3 copies of it. I had 2 graded. And I think I did pretty good on them. Okay, here we go. Half off. Frenzy, live at the 100 Club. 88 UK Rockabilly, $8.50, VG Plus condition. Hoodoo Gurus, Mars Needs Guitars. Hoodoo Gurus, VG, $7.50. Wishbone Ash Pilgrimage, VG Plus, $7.50. Tanner has had child. They're at home with it right now. I told them we'll take care of everything here. Take about a week off. Enjoy the first week with your newborn son. Sugar Boy Crawford, VG Plus condition, $7.50. Belly Dancing with George Abdo, VG for $5. The Fabulous Little Richard, VG Plus, $10. the fabulous Little Richard. Some great music on there. Chris Knapp on Hoodoo Gurus. So did Chris Knapp. Thank you on that. We have Lou Reed, Coney Island Baby. EX, $15. The Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade, $8.50. Let's see if I got any. Let's get these very fairly priced cards that Jim B should buy off the table. And in the meantime, I'll see if I can find some 45s over here. Chris Knapp on Belly Dancing. Lothel on Rolling Stones. Gabe Baez on LE. Did you mean LR? And was that for Little Richard or Lou Reed? We have Ray Charles, Have a Smile with Me. Ray Charles is VG plus 750. And Van Halen's just $10. VG Condition. VG Condition. John Prine, Pink Cadillacs. John Prine's just $20. And the Kinks Live, the Live Kinks, VG plus 15. Columbia, or excuse me, Reprise Tricolor Steamboat label, VG plus $15. Wishbone Ash, Double Live Dates, EX $14. Surfing Hootenanny with Tom and Jerry, VG 750. Gabe Baez wanted Little Richard. You got it. Tutti Frutti, Oh Rudy. Tutti Frutti, Oh Rudy. Paul Cruz on John Prine. Thank you, Paul Cruz. Told y'all this is going to be a great crate. Half off, no more, no less. Backyard, Safety Pins, and Leopard Skin Babies. Hard Rock, a 98 Sweden Press, VG plus 15. And what do we have here? A 1990 UK prog album, EX Condition, $9. EX Condition, $9. Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love. Marvin Gaye is $14. And Wild Cherry, nice. Play That Funky Music, White Boy, $7.50. Play That Funky Music, White Boy. That would be Seth, a White Boy. Next thing I have is, what are these 45s here? We have the following in here. We have, looks like 80s picture sleeves galore. Yep, give me 1 second. We'll read through some of those. Chris Knapp on Full Moon. That was right here. So did Chris Knapp. All right, let's keep rolling through these. I have Chimney Sweeps, Devil Girl, crude unissued Australian Garage from 66 to 67, sealed for $10. Wild Cherries in VG Condition. Larry Gonzalez says, give me that Van Halen. Give me that Van Halen. Also, we have Tom Powder and the Ton Up Boys at the Teenage Hangout. Now, I need to check this because Paul had it at $124.99. I'm assuming that's the right price. If so, Jim B's probably about to buy this. Half off at $124.99. Let me check this on Discogs. When I saw that, I was like, I wonder if that was a mess up. But it may not be. It's Tom Powder and the Ton-Up Boys. Tom Powder. And this is called At the Teenage Hangout. I think this is it right here. Yeah, it's an expensive record. It definitely should be $124, and now it's half off. That is $62.50. Last sold on Discogs $105, medians $167. They're all overseas. Some of them have sold US dollars at $235.29. Chuck Haley on Surfing. Chuck Haley on Surfing. So did Chuck Haley. Chris Knapp on Chimney. So did Chris Knapp. Also, we have the Scrunch present Smelly Sally. There's old Smelly Sally. It's a 91 Psychobilly album, now just $20. Half off of $39.99. Ghetto Ways, a 2004 garage punk album, $7.50. Bob Log III, My SHIT is Perfect. Bob Log is a 2009 garage, sealed, $12.50. A tribute to Nino Ferner, 2005, $10. That's 16 garage shots of rhythm and soul. Follow, David Bruce Jansen, 1980 Private Press Folk Rock. $7.50. Give It Time, the Revelins. That is sealed for $10. Wild Cherry Soda, Joe Sontag. I'm assuming, Adam, you were passing. Play that funky music. Downliner Sect, Dangerous Ground, sealed at $10. By the way, this is a half off Paul. Right now, we're into half off Paul records that are pretty dang recent. Chris Knapp gets Log. Nat Reynolds, you were second. Italian girls like Ear Catching Melodies. A 1999 Italian import, just $12.50. Grafton, Blind Horse Campaign, 2003 Garage, $5. The Pits, Lost in the 90s. Look at that cover. There was a lot of people about to buy this the other night. It was sticker price, no more, no less. And now it's half off, no more, no less. There were so many people about to buy that, mostly just because of the cover. The Pits, $12.50. I know several people's on the fence. They kept asking about it. Let me see it one more time. Let me think on it. Let me look at it. And now somebody's going to grab it. The Maggots, Monkey Time. The Maggots is $12.50. Prisoners of the Beat. Sounds of Anger and Mood from 64 to 68. $10 on that. Chris Knapp gets the Grafton. Grafton was right here. And he gets the Pits back to back for Chris Knapp. Sold and sold. Next thing over here is the Best of the Creation. German reissue of a 60s garage band. $12.50. The Creation. Enigma. An 81 Mexican import hard rock. VG minus $7.50. Modstock. Starbrucken 94, VG plus $7.50. James Allen on The Creation. Chris Knapp wants Prisoners of the Beat. Sold and sold. Okay, next thing I have is the following. We have Star Glow Energy. Star Glow Energy is a 95 prog hard rock album. $10 on that. Mr. Dynamo, Ronnie Hawkins and the Hawks. A 60 US Mono OG, $12.50. And Tina Turner, Private Dancer. We sold one of those earlier, $12.50. All right. We have Ed Riviere on Enigma. And then James Allen on Lou Reed from earlier, which was Coney Island Baby. What's the cassettes? I'll show you every single one of them as soon as we bundle these to Chris Knapp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 records, Chris. Some good titles in here. Bundle price, $130. $130. How could you say no? We'll read through every cassette back there that didn't sell in just a matter of seconds. Just a matter of seconds. We'll get this deal done with Chris Knapp. He's got to say sold. You know he's going to. The Vegas odds are being calculated, and they're putting out odds right now that he is definitely going to say sold. If not, it could be the upset of the century. Everybody in Vegas is losing money. Casinos are crashing, going out of business right now because Chris Knapp, based on Chris Knapp's decision here, okay? So this is pretty serious. Whatever pops up next in the chat from Chris Knapp is a major indicator of what's going to happen to the rest of the world. This is like issuing an executive order right now. This is like the Putin GPN meeting. Okay, $80. We might be able to do a deal. Tina Turner has no condition notes, $12.50. $12.50. It's in shrink wrap. The vinyl's clean. So he's saying he's at 80. I was at, all right, so here's what we'll do. Let's sell this to Curtis for $12.50. So that was part of the bundle. I know Chris Knapp probably not too interested in those. So right now, what I'm going to do is say that if you do them for 90, that'll get me 102 for what was left. Let's do 90 and they're yours, okay? 90 and they're yours. And poof, and I'm going to start reading these cassettes, okay? The first thing, these are all $6.99. Saga, Worlds Apart, Vision Quest soundtrack, Time, Ice Cream Castle, Timothy B. Schmidt, Toto, self-titled, Toto 4, Traveling Wilburys. That is the first Traveling Wilburys. Supertramp, Famous Last Words. The very best of Supertramp, Styx Equinox and Styx Grand Illusion. These are all $6.99. Styx, Caught in the Act, Stray Cats Built for Speed, and Streets First. Also $6.99. Def Leppard Adrenaline, or Adrenalize. The Beach Boys Love You. Suzanne Hoffs. Survivor When Seconds Count. Survivor Vital Signs. And Survivor Eye of the Tiger. Rising Up. Back on the Street. Then we got this whole Stevie Nicks collection. Stevie Nicks Rock a Little. Stevie Nicks Wild Heart. I got 2 copies of Belladonna and Stevie Nicks The Other Side of the Mirror. These are all $6.99. Over here, we got the Beach Boys Pet Sounds, Blondie Eat to the Beat, Beach Boys Fun, 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 Till Her Daddy Took Her T-Bird Away. We have Beach Boys Christmas, Disney's Merry Christmas Carols. Over here, the last handful, Gold and Platinum. I've got 2 copies of it. Disney's Seasons of Song. We have Disney's Christmas Collection. We Are the World, Flashdance, and Urban Cowboy. All are $6.99, or I'll do a bundle with somebody. This entire crate is sold to Chris Knapp for the bundle price of $90 US. Now, hopefully he wasn't planning on paying with French francs. Hopefully he wasn't paying with French francs. No French francs for him. I will take French fries from McDonald's. Hot, juicy, delicious, right out of the fryer French fries. Double the salt, please. I'll take an Oreo McFlurry, a Diet Coke, and 3 double cheeseburgers. Now, Nick Galletti has commented hashtag UU, and he's commented why. Are those claims, or Nick is your cat running across your keyboard? Chris Knapp wants Chinese buffet. Holy moly, that sounds good right now. Deeper away. Chuck Haley wants Beach Boys. Now, do you want Fun, Fun, Fun? Do you want the Christmas album? Do you want Pet Sounds? Or do you want the Beach Boys I Love You? Or what's that one called? Love You? Or Love? Check, he wants Pet Sounds. Okay. That's sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Thank you on that. All right. Heart attack. Nah, that's pure protein. Double cheeseburgers, those are pure protein. Okay, wow. Well, the last, except for the Buy It Now crate, the last 4 crates of half off, we've sold everything. My stacks back here behind me are coming down. Oh, man, what should I do? What are we down to now? I look at our viewer count, 113. What could possibly y'all want to buy right now? We got some pretty curious people. We got some people hanging around. I'm about to go eat an apple and a peanut butter after this sale. I'm going to go ahead and do my videos early. And speaking of a heart attack, I'm going to try to get to the gym a lot earlier tonight. Whew. My goodness. I got to watch The Last Dance. I got to get Jordan motivated. Oh, man, what should we do? Should we do like a $6.99 crate? Should we call it a night? I'm thinking, should we do something completely unusual? Like, you know, I start showing y'all magic tricks. You know, I'm here to sell merchandise, but I will strictly just try to entertain y'all at no charge. Magic tricks. I'll read poetry. We can bring out case pocket knives. More of this, more of that. John's got dollar records over here. I don't think y'all want to see them, though. Some of these are in pretty good... I want to go through them, and I told John, I was like, if they're clean and nice, and it's like some stuff, we can do bundle deals or sell them individually. Obviously not for $1. I got some comic book books over here. I can price some graphic... I've been wanting to price these graphic novels. Any comic book buyers still watching? Autographs we could go through and look up and price. And maybe if you want to buy one, you can go ahead and buy it. Here's some black... I just found 2 killer blacklight posters. I Won't Stay in a World Without Love. And a very psychedelic one with a... I just found 2 blacklight posters I didn't know I had. There's 2 blacklight posters. There is... what's over here? I could give y'all the first sneak peek of the Eddie Van Halen autograph that's going up Thursday night. Nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not that nice. The people that actually wanted to buy it earlier, I didn't even show it to them. I was like, nah, I'm going to be stingy. I'm going to be mean. Not showing y'all that. Like Jim B. He still didn't get to see this cassette over here. All right, so let's see what's going on. We have half off, no more, no less crate, more half off, Streets. So Clay Moore wanted the Streets cassette. What happened to that? That was down here at the very bottom. Over here, $6.99. This is sold to Clay Moore. $6.99. Breakdancing BOGO metal sale. Sing Me a Taylor Song. Cruel Summer. Guy, what would you pay on your invoice me to do a full best Taylor Swift impersonation of Cruel Summer? Shadow Puppets, Synchronized Swimming, Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers, half off, more cards. Godzilla, We Want Eddie, perhaps half off. All this money spent on Taylor, no Taylor. Oh no. Why don't you buy the rest of my records? Why don't you buy the rest of those Record Store Day singles? You've almost bought all of them. I'll give you a great deal on those last few. And then you can say you've bought them all. I don't know if you want that many duplicates though, but shake it off. Who wants a bundle deal on these cassettes? I'd love to move those. Picture sleeves. Yeah, I did show these just a second ago. So I got these are all $6.99. John Schneider, Julio Iglesias, and Willie Nelson. Jackson Brown, and that A-side is Lawyers in Love. Springsteen, I'm on Fire. Starship, We Built This City. Belinda Carlisle, Kenny Rogers and Dolly, Islands in the Stream. Juice Newton, Shaka Khan, Lionel Richie, and Kenny Loggins. Fly into the Danger Zone. $6.99. Travis Kelce. Yeah, I need to get Guy Shard a nice Travis Kelce rookie card, which I'm sure is not cheap. Red Record Store Day. I have singles. I have the 7-inch singles. Yep, I have. I think I've got one whole set left, maybe minus one. Okay, let me crack open some tubs. Let's crack open some tubs. It's about the best thing I can do. Unsold auctions, one Van Halen record. 79 US. Winchester OG EX, a $25 start. Van Halen. I don't know if I can bring me in closer. I can read them off to you. Let me stack them a little bit better so before they fall. Saga, Vision Quest, The Time, Timothy B. Schmidt, Toto, Traveling Wilburys, Stick, Supertramp, Stray Cat, Stick, Survivor, Suzanne Hoffs, Beach Boys, Def Leppard, Urban Cowboy, Flashdance, We Are the World, Gold and Platinum, 2 Disney Christmas, Blondie, Beach Boys, Disney Christmas again, 4 Stevie Nicks, 5 Stevie Nicks, 1 duplicate. Let me see what's in here in this crate. Well, first of all, there's a Diet Coke that could spill at any second, so let me get that out of here. And it's right next to a photo of who? Brad Pitt? Wow, here's a sign. I didn't even know we had that. A signed Brad Pitt photo. Robert Duvall. Sticky notes. Where did all this stuff come from? All right, let me lay all that right there. Here's a book signed by Zakk Wylde. Or is this something somebody didn't pay for? Okay, let's put that right there. And put this there. This is where Tanner was working the other day. What's in this crate? A bunch of stuff. Let's see what we got here. You have a Christmas cassette bundle price. So Matthew asked about the bundle, and yes, there's Disney Merry Christmas Carols, Disney Christmas Collection, and Disney Seasons of a Song. So there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So 10, 20, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35. There's 35 there. I would do it $4 a piece. That would be $140. $140. I have no idea what I just brought out, so let's go through some of these. Let's go through a random miscellaneous crate. There's no telling what we might get into. I have Yu-Gi-Oh! Tactical Masters, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Duelist. These are unopened hobby boxes. Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Duelist, Duels from the Deep. This is stuff, y'all remember the Knoxville Metal Collection? That's the guy we bought. That's his student ID. I want to see if he might still want that. I'm friends with him on Facebook. Ticket stub of the Smithereens. Ticket stub of David Lee Roth. Ticket stub of Stryper. Ticket stub of Armored Saint. Stu Hamm. Pink Floyd, Laser Show, Queensryche, Aerosmith, Joe Satriani, Knoxville Symphony, David Lee Roth, Quiet Riot, and Exodus. Those are all original ticket stubs from the Knoxville area. Make sure none of them's autographed. Poison. Poison open for David Lee Roth. Suicidal Tendencies opened. I think these are all sports tickets. That's pretty cool, actually. Ole Miss, Tennessee Auburn. Make sure there's not like Peyton Manning's first game here. Do y'all realize that certain ticket stubs, because it's a first game of somebody, are selling for thousands now? That's pretty cool, actually. Taylor Swift singles, I'll have to check. Yu-Gi-Oh! Boxes, Kicks album sell yet? Kicks album sold about 6 hours ago. $115. Yu-Gi-Oh! I will find out. Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Duelist. Give me 1 second. I'm checking. I bought those new from a distributor. We're signed up to get like cards and stuff, and I bought them to sell by the pack here in the store, and I don't think I ever did. I'll honestly look up and see what I paid for them. Here's some. I sleeve these, so these must be some really good ticket stubs. Iron Maiden, Whitesnake, Van Halen, AC/DC, Kiss, Van Halen, Kiss, Rat, Judas Priest, Aerosmith, Kiss, Def Leppard, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Ozzy, Kiss, Motley Crue, AC/DC, Metallica, Def Leppard, and Metallica. Look at that. Thompson Bowling Arena. I kind of like that myself. That's pretty cool. Wow, 1992. How cool is that? I need to send that to my friend group. Those some pretty cool ticket stubs there. Those will be great for Thursday Metal Night, $10 start auctions, and see where they go. Some of those will probably bring pretty well. There's those, and then what else is left in here? Oh yeah, this is some promotional marketing stuff somebody made me. This is I think it takes you to our website or something. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Put those in my pocket. Okay, $10 per box. That's going to be a big pass. I can sell 36 packs for like $5 a pack. So that would be like $150. So we're probably not in the same universe. But if something changes, I'll let you know. All right, that was crate number 1. There's no telling what's in these tubs. This looks like a box of cards. Oh no, I just knocked over like 1,000 sleeves. I just knocked over like 1,000 sleeves. That'll be fun to clean up later. I see Johnny Unitas down here in the bottom of this crate. This is what happens when you accumulate stuff for years and years and years and years. This is probably all commons here. What's in top loaders? Yeah, these are probably just, I just probably need to get rid of these. These are probably here about worthless. Yeah, I doubt there's anything in here. Looks like a headache to me. Let's see what these are. Some older stuff. That's pretty good stuff there. 53 tops. Mickey Mantle. Psh. Yeah. Nice try, Jim B. That's a pretty good call. Ed Too Tall Jones. I have, now they reissued the Blue Eyes White Dragon sets and all that from Yu-Gi-Oh! I bought, maybe I don't need to get rid of these. There's some pretty good cards right in there. Walter Payton, Marcus Allen. But somewhere I ordered a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff. Some pretty good, yeah, well, these aren't just common. I mean, they're not. Hey, that's a Steve Young rookie card. Steve Young rookie card. Might be some good stuff in here. Isn't that a... I don't think they consider that a rookie. Hey, that's a rookie. Wow. Isn't it? No, those aren't rookies. No, never mind. Some pretty good cards right in there. I can pick out the older ones from the tops of them. All right, we need to move on because all these I would have to... Yeah, there's actually some not bad stuff. These kind of more modern ones here are what is questionable. But these are... Oh boy, I have a lifetime of work ahead of me. I might as well just stop right now while I'm ahead. Oh, wait a minute. I saw a Tennessee jersey that looked like a number 16. What happened to that? What happened to that? I could have swore I seen a Tennessee jersey that looked like a 16, but now I don't know what happened to it. Maybe I'm hoping. What is this right here? Barry Dion. That's a rookie, isn't it? Yeah, there's Coach Prime's rookie card. Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens. Ooh, that's a good one. Y'all know the story on this one? The no name, if his name's not on the front of it. They made some that are blank. They don't have his name on the front. They don't have his name on the front, and those are big money. There might be some good cards down in here. I honestly don't know where any of these came from. I'm kind of curious now. I mean, they're all stars. It's not like commons. They're actually star cards, but, you know, these could have been put away 20 years ago, and now the way the market is, there's some stuff in here that's really, you know, gone up. Let's go through this handful. Right, I see some older looking cards right here. Those are baseball. There's not much in that set. Let's see. Drew Bledsoe, Greg Seal. Interesting. Yeah. I'll see F1, 50s baseball. Yeah, there's some right in here. This is, I keep seeing more of those. That's the year Jerry Rice was a rookie. I was hoping that would pop up in here. It looks like somebody maybe just went through and picked out. Yeah, these are, that's 63 tops. That's 63 tops. That's 53 tops. That's Bowman. Yeah, that's color Bowman. I think 54 maybe. That's 53 tops. 57. Yeah, these look so similar. That's 57. Those are 53 tops. Emmitt Smith. David Robertson. Emmitt Smith. I know somebody has a Clemente autograph. Clemente autograph on a. Wait a minute. Here's some that's not in sleeves. Dang, these need to be put in sleeves. Is that real? No, those aren't real. I was about to say, good gosh. Those are... Oh, wait a minute. No, those aren't real. Those are reprints. No wonder. Those are reprints. I got excited there for a second. All right, that's fun. Well, guess what? This crate I'm working out of has like 30 more boxes like this, I think. I'm sure somebody brought those in my store at some point, and they was like, man, I got to get rid of these. And I'm like, okay, how much you want for them? And I bought them, and I never looked at them again. What do we have here? Ooh, here's some good cards right here. That's a Barry Bonds rookie. I don't like the way I open this, though. I think I just messed up. How did I mess this thing up? Let's do it this way. I've never seen much Formula One stuff. Let's see. This is some pretty ugly looking stuff, honestly. These are some of the worst here. Oh my gosh. Except that. I'll put that out. But, I mean, it's not like it's expensive or anything, but these are some of the worst sets ever made here. Oh my gosh. This right here. 91 Donruss. People like use those. They like just throw them in the trash. I don't think there's a single card worth over like 10 cents. I think it's 91, some of the worst sets ever made. 91 Donruss and oh my gosh. A real sport. I have a feeling you're, Guy Shard, are you anti-sports? Are you an anti-sporter? These could be pretty good. What is this stuff? Oh, man. Some of these here have gotten pretty expensive lately. I don't know what I've gotten into here. Local. Oh yeah. Oh man, I've gave away. It's kind of like records. I've given away so many sports cards, and people's like, give them to a kid, and I'm like, a kid don't want any of this stuff. They'd be so mad if you gave a kid a bunch of this stuff. They'd be so mad. They'd be like, what the heck? Who the heck is? Let me find a. They'd be like, who the heck is so and so? These look like more commons here. I don't know. These are, plus they're in really bad shape. Grown-ups running after a ball. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It seems silly till you get out there and figure out how difficult it is. That's what I tell people about golf. They're like, why would you want to hit a ball and they go after it? And I was like, well, if you get out there and try it, you'll be like, oh my gosh, no wonder this is so difficult. Okay. Yeah, this is... I'm not seeing anything too exciting in here. We're going to go ahead and move on from this one. I'll tell you what, if you could have checked my heart monitor a couple times of that Tennessee game, I'd be like, oh my gosh. They'd probably be like, Chad, you got to get into a hospital. That first big sack we had, and then the scoop and score. Okay, let's see what's in here. I'm going to try to actually sell y'all something. I'm glad I'm going through all this. BB gun? Okay. I think I bought that from my Tahoe and never did use it. Stamps. Masonic garb. Cuff links and tie clip. I think somebody gave that to me. Here we go. Where's Regina? Has these been even used? I guess they have been. Elvis first day stamp. $5 a piece. Look at this. I got a whole stack of them. 50 first day of issue Elvis stamps. $5 a piece. Maybe we can sell some of those and break the ice here. Sterling silver? That is not sterling silver. This could be. No. Where the heck? It's. Oops. I think that's just a marking. But either way. I mean, I bet somebody would give $5 for it, though, right? I bet somebody would give $5. But it, guy said he'll take 2 Elvis stamps. There we go. The ice has been broken on the miscellaneous stuff. So did Guy Shard, $5 and $5. I got a light bulb. I have a Mario. I've got, is this Boy Scout stuff? I've got Boy Scout stuff. I've got patches. I got U.S. Army patches. I got a Tennessee wide receiver patch. I got a vintage ruler. Oh, I know what this is. I got this whole guy's life back here in a box. Look at this. I don't want to sell this because I know where the rest of it goes to. This is a World War I era U.S. Army like identification wallet. Sergeant First Class. 1919. How cool is that? But I literally have this guy's foot locker. I've got, it's right around the corner. It's full. It's full of letters he wrote during World War I. Back to his family. Letters to other officers in the Army. Somebody brought in the store about 7 years ago, and I've never sold any of it. But I got that out of the Foot Locker because I didn't want anything else to happen to it, because I was like, wow, that's World War I era. That's his name. Special privilege card. And I've got his entire Army Foot Locker from World War I. It's pretty incredible, actually. Binoculars, everything. I've kept it all together. Hey, this might be a pretty good item. Regina wants 2 Elvis. Awesome. There's 2 Regina, 5 and 5. I'll try to get it all together. Hey, this is a... I can't sell this. Case gave this to me. Or somebody gave it to me. It's from Case. Somebody gave it to me. This has actually got some... It's a... I think it's a... Is it a magnifying glass or a... I think this is stuff that used to be behind the counter, and my mom boxed it all up and said, we got to get all this out of here. Yeah, I think this is a... Yeah, it's a magnifying glass. I need that because I think somebody gave it to me. So hopefully they're not watching. Be like, oh, you think a lot about my gift. This is... I think this is local. That's why I kept that. Nothing significant. That's nothing much. Marks. Pepsi bottle opener, $10. Look at that. Drink Pepsi Cola. Now somebody needs that for $10. The ACTWU for Clinton Gore. Is that a Monopoly piece? What is that? It's a little puppy dog. This is a disc tracker. It is needing some TLC. This is a 30-06. Taiwan. Okay. That crate, that's from Monopoly, isn't it? Isn't that the Monopoly piece? I just need to dump all this out. I just need to dump all this out in a showcase up front and price it all, except for this. I'm going to put that back in my pocket so I don't lose it. And I'm going to put this back in my pocket so I don't lose it. Wow, that's a lot of random stuff there. I needed it. We got a little showcase in the front. I just need to dump all that back out and tell my mom, price it, whatever you think. The Elvis stamps are right here. $5 a piece. How much from Snowy? Malu from Tintin. Oh, is that the little dog? This here? This guy? This person? This thing? That looks like $5 to me. It's got to be. That's got to be every bit of $5. Ah. I remember buying this. This is from a customer. He's actually since passed away. And I can't remember. This is a Hat Show print. Somebody claiming stolen. I will ask that non-sterling medallion thing for $5. I forgot who this is. I know it's a Hat Show print. Let me see if I remember who it is. It's Gary Clark Jr. Yeah, where he played at the Ryman. It's a Hat Show print. Gary Clark Jr. with Lost Coast. Boy, I hadn't seen that in like 3 or 4 years probably. I bought that from Adam Stein, longtime customer. He just passed away earlier this year. His name's literally still on the tube. Was Jamie Wills, were you claiming the Sterling thing or not? He either was or wasn't. Guy Shard wants Snowy here for $5. You got it. I'm never going to get this back in its tube. Let me try to roll it back up here tight. I'm about halfway through one tub. This is the kind of randomness that's inside of this building. So Jamie wanted he said he wanted the, I'll ask that non-sterling medallion thing for $5. Okay, the non-sterling medallion thing. Are you talking about the one that looks like it has a piece of turquoise in it? This is a brand new Tyler Childers live on Red Barn Radio. 1 and 2, $18.99. That price is back from 2020. I told y'all this stuff's been stacked. Most of the stuff in this crate, I probably hadn't looked at in 5 years. And Tanner just moved all this over here into the office. Mostly because he's like, dude, this stuff's been stashed back here in the back for years. And for me, it's hard to believe that much time's been passed, but it has. Time flies when you're having fun. What's in this box? Sounds like coins and cards. What in the world? Oh, I think this is for a microscope. I think this is a pretty pricey item, actually. I think these are like creatures. Oh my gosh, some of them are out of order here. They're frog. They're slides. Yeah, they're microscope slides. Looks like somebody dissected a mouse. Yeah. Don't ask me why I have this, okay? Because I honestly don't know. But at some point, I had to deem this was valuable for me to keep it this long. Definitely kind of vintage. It was a spiral thing. Aha, you wanted this. Yeah. Jamie wants that for $5. You got it. Okay, they'll have to sleeve all this stuff up. Let's go over here, see what's going on. If anybody needs any activities that'll keep you busy for a while, buy yourself a microscope. All right. What's in this other tub? Nice. Oh man, I forgot about all this. I need to get these out ASAP. I got so much crap. This is actually a pretty pricey item. This is that's a fire extinguisher from like the 20s. And then I've got a bunch of Intellivision games. I've got Space Battle, Poker and Blackjack, Armor Battle, Space Armada, Star Strike, Space Armada, Space Battle. Those are Intellivision games. Then I dropped a couple here. Night Stalker, Stampede. And then Tron, Mazathron. That's probably the best one in there, the Tron labeled one. This is a fire extinguisher, probably from the 20s or 30s. The last patent date on it's 1912. Pyrene, P-Y-R-N-E. You can tell it's real copper, how it's toned. So it's got the original wall mount too, which is probably not the easiest thing to find there. So, pretty good piece. I need to get that out. This kind of stuff I just got to price and put out in our store because what else am I going to do with it? But for some reason, it's been archived and stashed away back here. What are these CDs? I remember all this stuff, yeah. Cameras. But I can sell a bunch of these. I'll sell these for $5 a piece. I can't sell Tyler Childers for $5 because I probably paid, those wholesale are probably like $12 new. Buck Cherry, these are brand new. I got these from the guy that kind of managed them for a while. He was in production with them. Buck Cherry, brand new sealed CDs, $5 a piece. I've got gobs of them. Buck Cherry, 5 doll hairs. I need to move some of this stuff off the table, by the way, because it's starting to get pretty crowded over here. Let me take this over here. clear my basement for non-paying people. No, I don't kill them. They're still down there. They're just wishing they weren't. Jamie Wills takes a buck cherry for $5. The slides. Let's see. I don't know how to price those. Let me just do a random eBay search. Let me just put microscope. So if I put something away, in this, it's probably something at one point I deemed at some point I'd list on eBay, and it just took me now 5 years to open this box back up. Antique medical slides, John Hopkins biology, early 1900s. No, I see a lot of comps on here. I mean, some of them are pretty crazy. Like this thing here, vintage hepatology microscope set, 80 slides, human blood and bone marrow disease. All those bone samples sold for $400. Yeah, it's kind of all over the place. I did see a collection up here. I would probably say like $55. Because I don't want to deal with it after this. So, pretty tough thing to ship too. You got to take them all out and wrap them up. Recap all the CDs. There are no CDs. Those are all cassette tapes. We have been going through miscellaneous tubs of random stuff for a long time over here. And I'm almost done with the second tub. There's some stuff I hadn't seen in a long time, and that's what I'm working on. I'm trying to just get through it here. Let me see what's in this next one, if I can. That's a bunch of... Golly, what is this stuff? I have no idea. I don't know if I can get this out. If y'all had any idea of what I'm leaning over to get to this stuff. Tub, random black tub of yellow lead number 2 of about 300 that's in this building that I haven't looked at in years. Here's an Atari system. And I think this stuff here is pretty pricey. Let me go over here. I think these retain some kind of value. I think we started selling them on eBay. Put these over here. I think these hunting stamps, I think some of them still retain value. Illinois Department of Conservation. I remember buying all these, and the guy was like, these are still, like, usable. Like, they still hold value. Like $10 a piece or something. I can't remember what happened. That's a fur bear, $5 a piece. Pheasant stamp. Sold 20. Yeah, he was selling them. Something happened. Gosh, this was so long ago. But he was selling them to people. Or something. I don't know. But I remember when I looked them up on eBay, they were like, I mean, they had value. But I can't remember. It's been so long. I'd have to recheck it all. I'm not the flashy type. Denies pressure on the threshold. That's before he broke home run record there. Looks like somebody kept a lot of Hank Aaron clippings. When I used to be here at the store, like during the day, like 10 to 5, I mean, you have no idea. My mom has to deal with it now, but she just turns most people away. I mean, people just walk in, they're like, hey, I've got stuff for sale. And they're cleaning out their dad's house. They're cleaning out their uncle's house. They're cleaning out just storage units. And sometimes people bring in a lot of cool stuff. And sometimes they bring in a lot of junk. For some reason, I've got a bunch of manuals here. I probably had all that at some point. I've probably sold them, and I don't have all, but these manuals can be $10, $20 a piece sometimes. That's a cool manual. Smith & Wesson BB gun manual. JVC, Fleetwood Mac. And what is this? This is Elvis. Wow, this is like the deluxe set here. Let's see what this is. This looks like the deluxe set of Elvis stamps. You get Elvis stamps. You get a first day issue that looks like a 45. You get a big print of the stamp. Wow, a whole page of stamps. There's a whole page, a whole book of stamps, and a Elvis Presley commemorative issue book. Or is this just more stamps and a nice book? Looks like a book. Let's see here. So Elvis book, stamps. I mean, hey, these are worth at least 29 cents a piece because they hadn't been used. That's a whole market. I don't know if y'all realize that, but a lot of people buy unused stamps that hadn't been used yet. And I get some packages sometimes where people have covered boxes with stamps like this that hadn't been used because people buy them in lots on eBay, like pennies on the dollar, and they use them for postage. Because, I mean, these are still, the post office will still take these at 29 cents a piece, and people will sell huge lots of discount stamps, pennies on the dollar, and that's how small businesses that ship a lot online, they save money reusing stamps. I'm going to say this whole set here, with the book and everything, $25. I mean, I sold you 2 stamps earlier for 10. So, 25 on this. If you don't want it, John Durden does. I have a feeling Guy Shard's going to be all over that. I have a feeling Guy Shard's going to be all over that. All right, what's next in this crate? Guy Shard says he'll take it. All right, that's sold to Guy for $25. What else is in this tub? It's an Atari 5200, which I'm not going to price because I don't know what's all there, how much is complete, etc., etc. But I have had people ask me about it. Here is United Nations souvenir folder of 1958. Those are actual stamps on there, yeah. World stamps. 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 All United Nations. United Nations Postal Administration. All right, so there's that. Oso's interest is peaked. Those are cool. I used to have some of the ones with the Zeppelins on them. Man, those are so cool. They're pretty tough to get. They make some that's like $5 and $10, which for 1912 was crazy. You know, for somebody to be using that much money for postage. I used to be into this a little bit. It was always when you were pretty young and you're trying to collect this stuff. It was always complicated to me. I was like, what am I actually looking at here? But guy, I will say this entire lot. I think these are just little. Let me open up one. Does this actually have something in it? I think okay, so these actually have a stamp on them. That's what it is. Okay. These are first day issues. So all those little things I just flipped through, they're first day issue stamps, okay? All this stuff right here, $25. This entire pile of stuff I just went through, okay? This entire, I'll say this whole shebang here, the whole shaboom for $25. That entire just stack of stuff right there. $25. Wow, I bet this is a good item. This is a big brand name here for vintage electronics. I forgot I had this. That whole stack of stuff. A Marantz. Sell all that to Guy for $25. Professional cassette recorder. Marantz. It's a great name to have there. So this is like what is this like you put on your shoulder and you go around interviewing like Lee Harvey Oswald? This is a Marantz PMD 2020. A 220. A Marantz PMD 220. Not Guy Oso. Oso Adventure, yeah. Oso Adventure got those the stamps that's all in the sleeves. A Marantz PMD 220. As is, shipped. $60. I think there's another one in here. Hold on a second. As is, shipped, $60. I got two of them. I do. I got two of them. I thought I did. Is that a power supply? Yeah, I think these are the power supplies. I got power supplies. Yeah, these are like, yeah, I got two of them. I know exactly where these came from. These came from, this is radio station related. This came from a guy who had some incredible stuff. Old waffle microphones. I got old radios. We had turntable arms. We had some really high-end turntable arms. I don't recall the brand, but I sold a turntable arm for like $800. He had all this old equipment from a radio station. and it was local here. I went up in an attic that was 1,000,000,000 degrees, probably back in 2018. And I don't know why I hung on to these, because I've sold about everything. I think I kept these for a reason. Maybe to test cassette. I thought I was going to keep a couple just to test cassettes, but they got boxed away, and here they are. So that's where these came from. They came from a local kind of estate. But yeah, so I guess these will play back, obviously. And it does have a speaker. There's the condensed mic. There's the speaker. So, I mean, if you need something to play a cassette on, it'll fit that feature. Oh no, I'm worried about this battery compartment. Hold the phone. A battery compartment, that's probably not good. Oh my gosh. They're not too bad. One of them's busted though. Yeah. This is not good. Probably won't be able to use this again. Look at those. Look at that. One of them's kind of leaky too. Better be careful there. Let's check the other compartment. Let's see if it's got battery still in it. This one doesn't feel, it feels lighter. Yeah, that one's clean as a whistle there. I need to get those other ones out. And I don't need to touch my eyes for the next 10 minutes either. Ah! Ah! Okay, well, I've got those if anybody wants them. Marantz cassette decks. That's a pretty well-to-do brand. I bet if you plug it up right now, it'll work. They make some great receivers, I know that. There's a whole nother box of Buckcherry CDs. Some local yearbooks. That won't interest y'all. I got some people I'm going to try to sell those to locally. Oh, this is Fred Goodwin stuff here, I think. I think these are some Fred Goodwin toys. Richard Petty. And this looks like Roy Rogers. Yeah, I think this is Nelly. I think this is Nelly the Jeep. Roy Rogers. Yep. There's hay bales. And there's a gate. Yeah, I think that's Nelly the Jeep. Nelly's had a crash, though. Nelly is missing an axle. Nelly is missing a wheel. And Nelly's missing a lot of other stuff. Richard Petty, 1992 Road Champs, mint in box. $15. Gosh, how could you say no to that? That'd be disrespectful to Richard Petty if you said no. $15. How could you say no? There's Roy Rogers' Nelly Jeep if anybody wants it. So to John Durden. Alrighty. Next thing is the last tub. I'm just going to peek in it. I don't know if I can really even get to it, but it doesn't hurt to try. What the heck is this? Vintage numbered Motai tile. A what? A vintage numbered Motai tile. Sweet is the homecoming of eventide when welcome glows from the heart and hearth. Sounds like something philosophical. Numbered Motai. I don't know what that is, but it looks very breakable. I would hate to ship that. It looks like a good drop from a UPS employee, and not say anything about not say anything about postman. But I'm just saying, one good drop and that thing looks like it would break right in half, even wrapped up in bubble wrap. Okay. We're almost down to the last tub. This is full of Buck Cherry CDs. I only sold one. I'd like to sell about 3,000 more. I was selling them on Discogs for the longest, and then I think I just didn't ever load any more up on there. Oh my goodness. What do we have here? Oh, I forgot about these. These are probably pretty good. These are tour itineraries. Last tub. Then I got to call it quits for the night. Adam Bernardi, did you see my offer? I didn't. Adam Bernardi, Marrons, 85 for both. Oh, I didn't see that. Adam. What'd you say? 85 for both of them. I'll sell them to you. Dolly Parton, Justin Bieber, Drake, Lamb of God, Megadeth, and the Eagles. Now, I got these from somebody that drove a tour bus or something like that. So it's pretty amazing how scheduled these tours are. I mean, they have what they're going to do every day, where they're staying, the hotels, what they're doing even on their days off. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. This is for the Eagles. And then here's Megadeth. Well, it's amazing how far out they had their hotels booked. They really plan ahead for these, don't they? So, yeah, this would have been given to people. The band members had these, the staff, everybody. I mean, it's yeah, it shows where they stayed and everything. Let me see if I can find a comp on one. And let me move these over here for Adam Bernardi. So this is Megadeth 2013 tour itinerary. ITINERARY. None have really sold from that year, but there's also none active from that year. But here's some other examples. Let me take out the year and just see if I can find a legitimate one that's sold. There's Rancid. A Rush one. That's pretty cool. I'd like to have that. Rush from 1988. That one sold for $300. A fair price based on what I'm seeing from active listings would be, let me do one more look here. It would be $45. $45. And the dibs goes to John Durden, then Oso Adventure. Okay. All right, so let me first take this stack of sold stuff around the corner. And then let me move these Marantz for Adam Bernardi. And then there was one more thing in here. This is why I go through tubs late at night. Y'all have saved me a lot of time, even though it took a little bit of time to go through these. Saved me a lot of time and effort trying to sell this otherwise, sell it otherwise elsewhere. And I've had this, well, I'm telling y'all, most of this has been tubbed up since 2020. 2020 is when our business really started to change here. COVID actually helped us tremendously, just from traffic online, our live sales. So when we really started growing at this rapid pace, I was just literally boxing up everything that wasn't vinyl. And I was like, we'll just put all this away. It's worth something, but I threw away and got rid of, at an auction house, a ton of other stuff. I got rid of all of our antiques. I got rid of all of our, like, household stuff, lamps and cabinets and little trinkets. I sent all that to an auction, and I basically just held on to a few things from 5 and 6 years ago. And it's still tubbed up. You know, I've got just crazy stuff like this. But I think the rest of this tub over here is this magazines. Yeah, we won't get into this stuff. It's a whole tub of magazines, it looks like. Oh, there's a couple more tour itineraries I see, though. Sponge and Slightly Stupid. I just need to put these up for auction tomorrow. Megadeth may be the best one in the lot, or maybe Dolly. I don't know. I'd have to look them up. Sponge, Slightly Stupid, Lamb of God. Drake could be good, or that's a pretty early Justin Bieber, 2012. And, of course, y'all know how collectible Dolly is, so I might just run those tomorrow at $10 starts and see what happens. All right, I need to start wrapping up. We still got 93 faithful people watching, probably just out of curiosity. They're probably like, dang, what's he going to bring out next? We've went through everything tonight. We've went through sports cards. We've went through cassettes. We've went through Elvis stamps. We've went through cassette decks. We've went through duck hunting stamps, antique fire extinguishers and television games, sports cards again. We've went through a lot of stuff. Osa said sold on Megadeth. I think I said $45, right? I had a feeling he would buy that. $45 on that. How much is Drake tour itinerary? We're about to find out. With special guests Kendrick Lamar and A$AP Rocky. That's back when they were friends. They hate each other now, don't they? They hate each other now, don't they? They like some big rivals. Drake, Club Paradise, tour, and this is itinerary. There is a laminate and a book. There's only one book on eBay for $87.30 plus $30 shipping because it's in Italy. Paradise Tour. Let me just type in Paradise Tour book. I typed in itinerary. Let me just put in book. But book, it might be the one they sell at the concert. Yeah, there's only one on eBay, Regina, 87. I may have to go further back. I mean, it's not like these are just on there constantly selling, because there's probably not that many of them. It's probably just a limited number of people had these, because if you had this, you could find out where they were staying at. You could find out what hotel he was at. And that's big for like people trying to get autographs and paparazzi and stuff. Yeah, here's where they played in Arlington. They stayed at Hotel Dallas. That's the A party. That must be him. Hotel Zaza Dallas. Is that a nice hotel? I'm sure it is. Arlington, Texas. The B Party all stayed at the Hyatt Palace, Dallas. That was B Party and drivers. Doubletree. He stayed at a Doubletree, Hyatt, Regency, Marriott. Some of this has notes in it too. So it's not, but boy, that'd be valuable to have when he was on that tour. If he was a fan and you wanted to try to, you know, track down for autographs, you know. I would love to have this for Paul McCartney when he comes to Nashville next month to know where he's staying. I would love an opportunity to say, Paul, will you please sign this Sgt. Pepper's for me? Regina, I would probably price at the same price as the Megadeth, $45. Okay? $45. $45. There's only one on eBay for $87. I sold him Megadeth for $45. I think most of these are probably between $35 and $75. So we'll hit the middle, lower middle, and say $45. Because there's none for sale, and none have sold. I'm on Terapeak, which goes back 3 years. None have sold in 3 years either, so they don't come up for sale too often. A stalking booklet. I like to think of it as a fan booklet. Paul McCartney's like, oh gosh, another crazy coming into town trying to get an autograph. Man, I've seen enough. I've been putting up with this crap for 60 years as a Beatle. Can you just please leave me alone? If you want an autograph, just go buy one. A butcher cover signed. If I had a nice clean one, if I had to pick right now, they said, Chad, you get to meet Paul McCartney backstage. He'll sign one item for you. I'm probably taking a copy of Sgt. Pepper's. Yeah. No, I'm taking Sgt. Pepper's. Yeah, that looks so beautiful with his... If he was going to really sign it, Paul McCartney, and really spell it out at the top, oh yeah, sign me up. But butcher cover signed do bring quite a bit. I'm not even talking about a real, I'm just talking about a peeled one. I know a guy that got some of the bootlegs in the 90s. When they were bootlegging them in the 90s, people were making them because Paul McCartney did a lot of signings. You could catch them coming off the tarmac. And if you caught him catching off the tarmac, he would stop and he would sign. He would sign, you know, but things have started getting out of hand when the value of that stuff really started skyrocketing and people got out of hand at those signings and stuff. He just stopped doing it. It got too risky for him. I mean, people were starting to, well, you can imagine how not only safe for him, but all of a sudden he goes down the line and signs, let's say 50 items. That's $100,000 worth of value there. And all of a sudden people's walking around with all that. And there's people knowing that they're leaving there with signed albums worth thousands of dollars. So it became a security issue because all of a sudden when he takes his pen and starts stroking his name on everything, it all of a sudden there's people carrying around thousands of dollars in valuables. So I think people were getting mugged and people grabbing stuff and taking off running with it. So he used to sign, though, coming off the tarmac. Here's a really fake John Lennon. And look, it even has a certificate of authenticity. I don't think there is a signed John Lennon revolver in existence. So the pen is mightier than the sword. Okay, thanks everybody for watching. We are done. Thanks everybody watching. Which version of the album? Oh, I would get probably a US. I'd get one of my US monos. The one that does not have stereo across the top, just a nice jacket, just a U.S. mono. Most of them are signed or not U.S. copies. Most of them signed are not U.S. copies. So, most signed McCartney albums aren't U.S. pressings, is what I'm trying to say. So, White Album. Oh, yeah. So I think Sotheby's. I think it was Sotheby's signed White Albums. So, they got the closest thing. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there's a signed. Is that on eBay right now? Let's see here. Yeah. That's not even he signed that in a hurry. That's him signing. That's what it looks like when he's in a hurry. Like when he's coming out of a building, you get that. You get a Paul. Okay, so they're asking 10 grand for that. That's 100% authentic. But I think it was Sotheby's. They were selling all 4 albums. They were all 4 signed individually. And I thought that was pretty incredible. Maybe it wasn't Sotheby's. I was hoping I could find it right quick. But, you know, they had one signed by Paul, one signed by George, one signed by Ringo, and one signed by Paul, John, George, Ringo. They had one signed by each of them. It was a lot of 4. That might have not been Sotheby's. I might have to scroll through images. See if theirs pops up. I'm fascinated by Beatles autographs because it's just, most of them are, the chances of finding a real one, like in the wild, and then are pretty much near impossible. And then there's so many forgeries. Yeah, I can't find it. But man, those sold for quite a bit of money. Like, you know, $100,000. These are all fakes here. This might be real. That could be good. Yeah, I think it is. Okay, anybody have any last requests? I heard Facebook has cut off. Let's see here. Is that one signed by George? Yeah, that's real. Yeah. Yeah, so like, okay, so a signed George, so if you break it down, a signed George Harrison's 10,000. A signed McCartney is 10,000. And then the rare one's Lennon. You know, that's like 50 grand. Okay. And then Ringo's probably 5,000. He demands the least. Okay. So when you put them all together, though, it's just like an incredible set. Plus, a place like Sotheby's, they get really high premiums. They get really high premiums on stuff. Okay, I think we're done, right? What are those baseball cards there? Nothing you want. It's just a Michael Jordan rookie, Mike Tyson, Nolan Ryan rookie, 70 Topps, Dr. J rookie. Probably nothing you want. However, if you do want something, I'll price it to you. But right now, I'm in the stream because I've been live for 8 hours and 9 minutes. And it is time to call this a night. So I can go eat my apples and peanut butter, get to the gym. And yeah, Ringo and yeah, anything. Ringo's the cheapest of the Beatles autographs. He always has been. Yeah. I think owning a signed Lennon album is just kind of surreal. Because, that's basically how he died. He wasn't signing autographs. He signed autographs before he left, and then, he probably thought the guy that shot him, Mark David Chapman, he's probably yelling to probably stop and sign an autograph for somebody. So I always thought that was kind of surreal or eerie, owning a signed John Lennon album, because that's literally how the man died, was probably stopping to sign an autograph, or thought he was going to be signing an autograph for somebody. So, oh well. Tragic. All right. I'm going to call it a night. I'm glad we got all. Now I've made a mess, though. Do y'all realize how much stuff I've dragged out that I've got to clean up now so I have room to sell for tomorrow? Look at all this stuff on the table. This will take me an hour to clean all this up. All right. Thank y'all, and I'll be back tomorrow around 5:30.